Welcome, everybody. It's a great pleasure to have, as Ambassador Reiter pointed out, what is a family reunion among what is one of the jewels in the crown of Italy's area studies research concerned with contemporary Asian affairs, Asia Minor. Because most of us are long-standing contributors. I would say that my experience dates back from 2014 to what is a double-blind, peer-reviewed academic journal called Asia Minor that takes its name from the same academic association that has been established in 1989. And we have with us Professor Michael Guglielmo Torri, who is a co-organizer of this conference, and who will, if he wants, perhaps give also a brief history of the association in his remarks. But let me very briefly cut to the point. We will have a 1 hour initial session, so that our keynote speakers will have 25 minutes each for their remarks. And the program has been arranged to allow that flexibility, because as you will notice, the first two panels are 105 minutes long. And so we're going to eat up the first two panels also to then allow this important introductory session remarks to everybody. Now, what I would like to emphasize here is that this is part and parcel of a new project at the European University Institute. It is with great pleasure that the Japan Foundation has generously endowed a co-chair between Professor Ken Endo, who is in Hokkaido University, and I. And it's a project that we lead within the Robert Schuman Center at the European University Institute. And it's the first of its kind, because at long last, there is a focus within the European University Institute with regards to Asia. And this speaks wonders, as you'll also notice from the keynote speeches, about the growing importance of Asia writ large. And I emphasize Asia writ large, not just China, not just Japan. The beauty about this project is that it has, we are given carte blanche to really point at the diversity of research strands. And you will see today that we will delve not just in high politics, which is my forte, such as US-China strategic competition and the implications of US-China strategic competition, but we will delve into the democratic backsliding and the domestic politics of the countries that we are going to touch upon, but also the global governance implications of the fight against COVID-19. And so, again, this is to emphasize the fact that along with the diversity of Asia, and the so-called what we now refer to as the Indo-Pacific, the project aspires really to blue sky research on a variety of different research strands, ranging from the domestic to the international. And this includes also, importantly, a variety of views. And I think that this is the forte also of Asia Minor, that we have a set of very variegated takes, which is going to be part of the conversation in terms of fostering a debate, a very healthy debate, that I am very sure that you will benefit from also, and you will experience firsthand today. Now, I'll stop blabbing in a second. I will just tell you that the EU-Asia research project is part of the Europe in the World pillar of the Global Governance Program at the Robert Schuman Center. And the three strands are concerned with education, research, and policy engagement. And so you will see today that even country-specific analysis do have indirect policy implications. And I would like to emphasize that Asia Mayer has always striven to have its own voice in presenting a particular dynamic within a country of study. And this comes, of course, as you will see from our interventions today, with an indirect, at the very least, set of implications policy-wise. But for the policy paper, if you can, I encourage you to spell out what are then the implications in terms of the country of focus, not necessarily in terms of European policy implications vis-a-vis that country. So again, as you can see, there is really a wide range of possibilities in how you frame and how we frame our research endeavors. And this, to conclude, speaks to another important facet of the EU-Asia project. We do not necessarily look at what Europe, how Europe can affect Asian affairs, how Europe can engage with Asia. We are also looking at Asia and the so-called Indo-Pacific through an emic perspective that is proper of area study specialists. And so we are trying to put ourselves into the shoes, so to speak, to use an overused expression, of a country of study, to analyze that country in its own merits. And so this is really, you could say, a Copernican revolution in this very institution, because we are also aiming at the study of area studies on its own merits, not necessarily with regards to Europe and Asia relations. And so again, while we aspire, of course, to understand what Europe can do, the beauty of this program is also about the possibility of delving into country-specific or region-specific analysis. And without further ado, I now encourage you all to greet with a round of applause our two keynote speakers today. We have Professor Michael Guglielmo Torri, who is the dominus of Asia Mayer, who has taken the baton from his mentor, who established the association and the journal in 1989, and who is an India specialist, who has always striven to give a panoramic perspective on regional dynamics, not least because he has been the editor of all of the publications since, I guess, 1990s, late 1990s. And that included also the introduction, which is usually concerned with a panoramic perspective. And on my left side, we have Ambassador Michael Reitera, who has recently retired from his services at the European External Action Service as ambassador to Seoul, and who is also a strategic thinker, if I may, who has engaged also in academic and policy publications widely, also during your career, and with a preoccupation with the Asia Pacific, especially Northeast Asia, that dates back from a long time ago. If I can, at least this is what I can judge from my readings. We will have then two keynote speeches. One on the ways to approach and study China and its rise, and one on the European Union's blooming Indo-Pacific strategy for cooperation. And so Without further ado, let me welcome the two keynote speakers and welcome all of you guys. And so let's give you all a round of applause. Professor Tori, the floor is yours. You have 25 minutes.
Thank you. Let me say that it is a pleasure to be here, and let me thank in particular Dr. Pugliese, because really he has been the organizer of all this event. I am presented as a co-organizer, but I've done very little. My part, in a way, has been to keep together Asia Major and to lead the Asia Major project for many years. But I don't want to dwell on the Asia Major project because Giulio Pugliese has already, in a synthetic way, but very brilliantly, presented the project and its role, its scientific role. I only want to stress one thing, that Italy is a country with a illustrious tradition in classical studies about Asia, one of the first countries in Europe in this field, even historically. But the tradition of modern studies is very recent, and Italian scholars working on contemporary Asia are very few, very scattered. Some are in Italy, many are abroad. Asia Major has been a kind of rallying point to keep together these, how to say, these intellectual resources. Asia Major is open, of course, to any brilliant non-Italian scholar, but I don't want to conceal the fact that one of the objectives of Asia Major has always been that of keeping together Italian scholars working on Asia. And I think that to a large extent, we have reached this, this goal. We would not be here without the efforts by Asia Major, by Professor Giorgio Borsa, who was the founder and the person who conceived the whole project in 1989. So, after these introductory remarks, let me come to the topic of my presentation, which has the rather pretentious title of Assessing China sine ire et studio, without either bitterness or partiality. What I wanted to assess is the deeply negative view of China by now widespread in the West, both among the public opinions of Western countries and commentators, analysts, and academics at large. According to this view, China is an increasingly authoritarian society, a country which, through its colonial control, is pursuing a policy of ethnocide in Tibet and Xinjiang, a country dismantling the democratic system in Hong Kong, a country threatening the independence of Taiwan, a country implementing an aggressive neocolonial policy in Asia and even more in Africa, a country aggressively expanding its land and sea frontiers, and finally, a country threatening freedom of navigation. I wanted to address this criticism, but first, two clarifications are in order. The first is that China's negative appraisal on part of commentators, academics, and politicians would be much more convincing if the same critical rigor were applied to those countries which are friends of the West. Here the examples are many, but the typical example, in my opinion, is India, which is still presented as the the largest democracy in the world, but it is a country that is undergoing the dismantling of democracy, where minorities are persecuted, where the only Muslim majority state of the Union has been dismantled and reduced to an internal colony, where opponents of the government end up in jail and sometimes die in jail. But I think that very little of this is discussed abroad and in the West. The second clarification is that the negative assessment of China completely disregards the undoubtedly important positive aspects that have characterized China's history from 1978 to the present. Of course, we all know the spectacular economic growth of China since the 1980s. It is a growth which is continuously highlighted, often with the aim to stress how dangerously powerful China has become. But strangely enough, the social underside of this economic development is to a large extent forgotten. This social underside is that China has carried out the most colossal and fastest program of poverty elimination in the history of mankind. No doubt, economic inequalities have also increased, as shown by the Gini index, but no such massive economic development could have taken place without an increase in inequality. Also, the resulting inequalities in China are decidedly less pronounced than in similar countries, such as India. And in the final analysis, the most important aspect of the whole question is that several 100 million people have been lifted out of a situation of absolute poverty in which they were. Now, after these two clarifications, let us go back to this presentation made theme. China is indeed authoritarian, and increasingly so. Its behavior towards the Tibetans and the Uyghurs is unacceptable. The same is true for what it does in Hong Kong. The attempt to put an end to Taiwan's independence and the policy aimed at isolating the island state are intolerable. There is no doubt about this. However, the accusations about China's aggressive neo-colonial policy in Asia and in Africa, its attempts to expand its land and sea frontiers, and its threat to freedom of navigation are, in my opinion, to a large extent specious. My contention is that both China's activities, which are seen as justifying these accusations, are in fact either legitimate economic activities or legitimate defensive strategies, or both. Although, and I want to stress this, often carried out with the arrogance typical of a rising major power. This thesis can be sustained by putting China's aggressive strategies in their geopolitical and geoeconomic context. We all know that China's economy has been rapidly growing since the 1980s, and correspondingly growing has been its need to import energy sources. Most of the energy sources needed by China have been and are still important through highly vulnerable sea routes, and I underline highly vulnerable. These sea routes are basically the East China Sea, the South China Sea, the Malacca Straits, the East China Sea and the South China Sea are, geographically speaking, closed sea. The Malacca Straits are an extremely important sea route which can be easily blocked. So, while presently China's shipping moves freely through the East and the South China Sea and the Malacca Straits, all these places, in particular the Malacca Straits, can be blockaded by the US navies and those of its allies. It is against this backdrop that China's aggressive activities in the China Seas and the presence of its navy in the Indian Ocean must be assessed. These activities do include unpleasant and condemnable elements of intimidation vis-à-vis China's weaker neighbors. However, my own impression is that their main purpose is to create the conditions necessary to keep vital sea routes open and to protect them in case of confrontation with hostile powers. These activities are usually described by Western analysts as part and parcel of China's attempt to expand its sea frontiers. Also, they are seen with increasingly frustration and resentment by China's neighbors. However, they can, as appropriately, be assessed as part of a defensive strategy aimed to protect vital national interests, particularly in front of the massive redeployment of the US armed force in the Indo-Pacific. China's attempt to allegedly expand its land frontiers, it's not dealt here, but it will be analyzed in my relation on India in the same conference. Last, I want to briefly analyze the Belt and Road Initiative, namely the cornerstone of China's foreign policy since its launching in 2013. The Belt and Road Initiative, namely the construction of a massive network of traditional and novel infrastructures connecting China to the remainder of the old continent, has several aims, both economic and strategic. Very briefly, the economic aims are ultimately motivated by the need to expand the Chinese economy and growingly integrate it in the world economy. The strategic objective is the need to put a network of vital economic connections relating China to the remainder of the old continent beyond the potential reach of enemy armed forces. Differently put, the Belt and Road Initiative is both a legitimate economic policy and a defensive strategy. Of course, the legitimate economic policy pursued by a given country can damage the economic interest of other countries. This, however, is part of the economic game and cannot be considered as an act of aggression. Otherwise, the foreign economic policies of most Western countries should likewise be considered as acts of aggression. The accusations that the Belt and Road Initiative has the neo-colonial aim to push the countries included in it inside a debt trap is the exact equivalent of the accusation that Western aids to Asian and African countries only aim at exploiting those countries. Of course, both accusations can be true. Finally, the objective to put a network of vital arteries alimenting China's economic system beyond the military reach of potential adversaries is only a matter of prudence. Summing up, I argue that the anti-China negative view must be qualified by bearing in mind what are China's legitimate state interests. No doubt, China's growing authoritarianism and its regional assertiveness, which more often than not does not follow the general accepted international rules, must be discouraged. But this cannot become the justification for attacking and rolling back China's pursuit of a set of perfectly legitimate objectives. As a conclusion to this necessary cursory presentation, some considerations on Europe's position in relation to China are in order. Europe's China policy is becoming increasingly different from that of the US. The latter, feeling its hegemonic position worldwide threatened by China's rise, is reacting to what it sees as China's existential threat in a disjointed and frantic way, with all the means at its disposal. On its part, Europe, as far as the China question is concerned, seems increasingly aware of two problems. The first is that a strict adherence to the US-China policy would be counterproductive, as Europe's interests do not necessarily coincide with those of the US, as we have even recently seen. The second point is that the US and its decline represent an unwelcome and harmful situation which must be managed. Not by chance, the problem of strategic autonomy is becoming increasingly urgent for most European states. Significantly, the only European country interested in the Quad, namely the US-sponsored anti-China military alliance in the making, is Boris Johnson's United Kingdom. Europe in general, and France in particular, are also not interested in NATO becoming an anti-Chinese vehicle, nor do European countries and the EU seem interested in what Professor Yuan Ang of Ann Arbor University defines the false dichotomy of autocracy and democracy. It is my hope that this conference, by deepening our understanding of China's role, and by doing it sine ira et studio, namely without either bitterness or partiality, will contribute to enhancing the integrity and the effectiveness of Europe's China's policy.
Thank you, Professor Tori. Thank you also for keeping in time. And this means that you have as long as half an hour, and the floor is yours. Ambassador Reiter will speak for 25 minutes, half an hour, and then be advised that the original plan was to go straight to the first panel, but we can also have a 5-minute break if you so wish. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure to be back. I think I was here in 2015 when there was also an effort to make sure that the Institute is concentrating more on Asia. So I think now 6 or 7 years later, a second trial, and I hope that sustainability, which is the catchword in international discussions, will also be here in that house. So I'm looking forward, and I'm happy to contribute. A China policy is not an Asia policy, but no Asia policy without a China policy. Well, having given you my conclusion up front, I could actually stop. And that would probably be the shortest keynote speech you have ever had to endure. So I will disappoint you a little bit and add a few thoughts. But I must say, in preparing that, I have gone through different stages, how to approach it. And finally, I thought, well, a little bit of this new Indo-Pacific strategy should also be part as a sort of framework. I also refrained basically to speak too much about China, knowing that we have already an introduction on China, and it is the main theme of the conference. So therefore, I would like to do more general talk. I will also leave a lot of talk about individual countries to the conference and come in when appropriate. One question which I asked myself, especially after having read a recent survey by the European Council of Foreign Affairs, is there actually an interest in Europe to have a policy beyond China? And that survey made me really think. And it also, because it coincides with my personal experience of working within the European Union on Asia now for 15 years, basically. In the various council groups, and COASI is one, there are always the same usual suspects who do the talking. And there is not a massive buildup, as far as I could see, that Europe needs to be present in Asia. We need an outlook. And that's a little bit in contrast what we were doing at the institutional level. I have been involved in drafting Asia strategies several times, but these were the Asia strategies of the Commission type of work, which I would not actually qualify as a strategy, because a strategy basically means you define your goals, you set priorities, you assign means in order how to implement your goals, and ideally you also have a mechanism which is checking whether you are doing what you have announced to do. The same applies to some extent, I must say, to the Indo-Pacific strategy. I mean, if you have 18 pages of priorities, there's something wrong with the priorities. It's a little bit the Christmas tree approach, but the Christmas tree approach, I think, reflects the European thinking amongst member states, because you have to try to come up with something for everybody. And then the task is to filter out what is feasible and what is doable. And there, the European challenge is, and I think that's what we are seeing right now with the High Representative Borrell, who says the right things very often, not always, as we know, but quite often. He has a team which is very good in blogging, and the issue always is in my mind, yes, but how are we going to implement that? The European Union has to learn how to speak the language of power. One of the famous quotes. Yes, but where is the power? What is the concept of power in Europe? What's the concept of security in Europe as compared to Asia? Asia, for the reasons which we will discuss, is very much hooked on the old concept of power. It's very much hardware related. So whenever you talk about this comprehensive approach to security, the importance of the economy, well, the latter aspect is getting more traction now. And I think the chance of the European Union actually is to focus on the latter part, but then use the instruments at the disposal. And then we come to a very difficult discussion within the institutions of the European Union. Can one instrumentalize, for example, trade policy to realize political goals? And that used to be a more, I would say, religious discussion within the European Union institutions, but also among member states. And the task of the high representative for any policymakers would be to get much more involved to bring all these different strands together. Because otherwise we have the nice talking, saying the right things, which you can do for some time, but at one moment you run into a credibility problem. You have to deliver. And my hope was that this Indo-Pacific strategy is actually now picking up the right things and is trying to implement them. Having read the second version, I have my doubts, but it's not lost, because I do think that the Indo-Pacific strategy came actually at the right time. But bad luck as the European Union has, whenever there is a major announcement of a policy, like the global strategy, Brexit. Everybody talked about Brexit, nobody about the global strategy. Announcement of the Indo-Pacific, and what do our American, British, and Australian friends? They come up at the same day with their ideas, which makes the European Union looking a little bit left out in the cold again. And there is a task now to come back from that cold, and that will not be easy. If I look at the Indo-Pacific strategy, and I don't go into details, I just give the headlines: sustainable and inclusive prosperity, yes. Green transition, yes. Ocean governance, digital governance and partnerships, connectivity, security and defense, and human security. These are the headline goals, and you have to break them down. I will not go into any details, but I just pick one trade, for example, as it is one of the major powers of the European Union. Well, as it is announced, the EU will work to finalize trade negotiations with Australia and New Zealand. Well, let's see how Australia will go now after this little incident. Seek a deal with India and strengthen stronger ties with countries where it already has a trade deal, such as South Korea, where an update of the FTA is necessary. The EU will also pursue a trade and investment agreement with Taiwan. That was an interesting part of the Indo-Pacific. And a future FTA with Australia. Again, the footnote I already made. What I think what is extremely important are to have a look at the regional arrangements. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCPE, and the CPTPP. Whoever came up with that one should be punished. The latter has the additional pepper that China, as well as Taiwan, and for the sake of completeness, our British friends, want to join that arrangement. Well, I think that will put the European Union in a double difficult situation. First of all, not being part of these two agreements is something you should worry about, because if you know a little bit how trade agreements nowadays work, it's very much about standard setting and to be in the driver's seat. So if the Brussels effect, as it is called, is going to continue, then you cannot have a blind eye on these developments. And for the time being, I don't see the watching eye. I see the blind eye. And I think this is something which we have to think. As we will have some discussions about Taiwan, I think that will also be the moment where the European Union will be forced to have an opinion when it is considering whether to join or not to join. So I think that's a crucial point. Another one is infrastructure. Where we have the European connectivity strategy. And the interesting part is that a decision was taken or announced to add it or to change it into a global gateway, which will make it, I think, more in line with the Belt and Road Initiative of China. the much broader aspect. What is worrying, however, is I was trying to find where are the billions. Well, the billions are potentially there because you find a list of potential contributors to that program, but decision has not been taken. And we have the European Investment Bank, for example, one of the biggest banks in the world, but is kept on a politically short leash. So I think that's something which always has to be taken into consideration. Now, what is also interesting is how can the European Union come up with a common view? I have referred to the survey, and it was also already mentioned that the approach of the European Union is quite different from the US approach towards China. Now, European Union does not want to be anti-Chinese. I think this is a general classification, I think, which holds true. There are, of course, nuances, but I think this is something which is true and which will not change with a new German government. I think whoever will be the prime minister, and nobody knows, and I'm not sure if God knows, but I think this will be there will be no big change in the German attitude. The different problems which we already listed with China is creating or is perceived to be create. I tend to believe they do create the problems, but I think it's also not a very wise decision by China, because China is becoming a sort of midwife for the connectivity, is becoming a midwife for this arrangement between Australia, the UK, and the US, also for all these D activities, the democratic activities. Having a D10, 11 or whatever is, by the way, something which I don't like. I think it's the wrong approach. It is necessary and good, especially if you have a value-based foreign policy or policy, that you work for democracy, to achieve it, to establish it, to maintain it, to foster it. But you will not reach that goal in working only with democracies. And I think this is an important difference. The other issue which I always take is the Quad, as it was already mentioned. Quad is a sort of minilateralism, which is a political foreign policy success for Japan. They have brought it up. It was sleeping after the tsunami, and they took the initiative. So I think that was good. It's a sort of minilateralism in that area, but what it cannot achieve, in my view, is it cannot be a directorate for the Indo-Pacific. And I think this is where the European Union has to be very clear from the very beginning. In the strategy, you find a reference to the Quad, but I think it is too neutral. I think there should be a clear policy indication. That's not something which we like as a directorate. There can be functional cooperation. Yes, of course, nothing wrong with that. But all the talk, if that is going to turn into a NATO, Asian type or whatever, is dangerous. And if the European Union is not taking a position, I'm reminded of what I had to go through with the East Asia Summit. It was high time when Obama was going there. It was low time when Trump didn't know what it was all about. We don't know how that will develop. But there is a crucial point, and I would like to spend a few minutes on this multilateral aspect here in Asia, because we're doing a lot of country talk, but we don't talk in the conference about the multilateral aspect. And there are two. There's the Asia-Europe meeting, ASEM, which is, of course, a very big family of 53 by now. But this is something which has been created by the European Union together with ASEAN, and is, despite many efforts, and I plead guilty, I was 4 years in charge of that at the very beginning, to get it a little bit more operational. It is a dialogue forum, and the dialogue forum by definition is not necessarily operational, but dialogue should lead to something. And that leads me to the second grouping. This is ASEAN. ASEAN, the European Union entered into a strategic partnership recently in December of 2020, finally. And we are always, everybody around the table, I'm talking now to fellow politicians, would always say ASEAN centrality. We have to maintain ASEAN centrality. All Quad members talk about ASEAN centrality. But what the hell does that mean? And I think this is something which we also have to have a candid discussion with our ASEAN friends. If you want to be in the driver's seat, if you want to have that the ASEAN Regional Forum, that the East Asian Summit, that the ASEAN Foreign Ministers Plus or Plus plays a role, well, you have to grow up. And ASEAN is not a very young international organization by now. It is something which I think we have to work with them much more clearer. If you want, now especially that we are talking about the Indo-Pacific, if you want to be in the driver's seat, then you have to behave like a driver. Of course, very difficult in ASEAN, because what has Singapore and Laos, if I take just two countries, what do they have in common? Well, we also have, not to that extreme, our problems in the European Union. And I know how difficult it is to have a foreign policy in the European Union. I have endured that for many years. And it's even more difficult for ASEAN. But if we want to maintain this fiction, well, it's time that the fiction becomes more of a reality. And I think this is a discussion which we also have to have in parallel to this Indo-Pacific, because otherwise we will be blindsided, and it will not lead anywhere. Last comment. I think what we are seeing now with the Biden administration is pivot point 2 to Asia. But with a different goal. Pivot point 1 by the Obama administration had a very strong focus on economics, so the TPP, and a little bit of 500 troops in 500 troops in Australia. So it was very clear where the focus was. Now in the Biden administrations, we see a reverse. The strategic security element has become much stronger, and there is no real indication that the Biden administration would like to jump on any of these two regional trade agreements. So trade is on a lower priority, security is on a higher priority, but it is mixed with efforts to reorganize and re-establish the production lines from a strategic point of view. So how do you want to do that without paying close attention to trade and investment? That's a personal worry I have in looking at that, because that reminds me then again of the Trump administration, which was doing trade policy with the atomic bomb in trade policy national interest, because that kills the WTO rules and regulations. So I think there is still a shortcoming in the strategic thinking on the side of the US. And that's an area where I would see a tremendous chance for the European Union, because this is an area where there is savoir-faire, and we don't have to compete on other areas where we are not so strong, which includes Hamburg. It's nice to send a frigate. I hope they have a good time. they had constructed a very ambitious first plan, and now the plan is becoming very moderate. A port call by China was refused at the end, but I would not belittle it too much, because sending a frigate is showing interest, and diplomacy very often is about giving signs and visibility. So from that point of view, I welcome it. It's also what France is doing, and I was part a little bit of the preparatory process to make sure that at the Shangri-La dialogue in 2016, I believe it was, that Charles de Gaulle came to Singapore at the same time. That's a process which was prepared during 3 years. So just to show you the flexibility you have in these kind of things. But if you know the composition of an aircraft carrier, it's not just one little boat sailing, but it is all the protective measures. So this symbolism in diplomacy is important. But as I said at the beginning, if it is only symbolism, then we lose credibility. And that's the difficult situation we are in, and that's where we have to work with the Indo-Pacific, strategy, and we have to make sure that we are heard, but we will only be heard if we deliver. And I have delivered now my speech. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for those words, and I'm sure that your words and our analysis, our more words, will certainly, at the very least, inform the public debate. It's a good fortune to be at this prestigious institution and have the chance also of delivering this conference publicly. It will be available on YouTube, and these words will also turn into policy papers, and hopefully also a special issue for Asia Meyer. And on the intellectual side of things, we will certainly try to work on words at the very least. We have I would say roughly 10 minutes for a short break. I'm not entirely sure about the coffee, because we will be able to only have coffee at a later stage. So please do not touch the table or the coffee that you see in front of you. Just have a walk, stretch your legs, use the restroom, and we reconvene in 10 minutes, meaning at 10:20. Thank you very much.
Okay, we start the first session of this conference, the first panel. It's my pleasure. I should put it closer to me. Can you hear me now? Yes. It's my pleasure to chair the first panel of this conference. It's a panel about South Asia. We've been asked to have a presentation of 15 minutes and 10 minutes for the discussant at the end of the 3 presentations. And then we have some time for discussion afterwards. No, sorry, 15 minutes presentations, 10 minutes discussant, 10 minutes for an answer from the authors, and then we have an open flow for discussion. And we will try to end by 11:45 so that we have a coffee break. And we need a coffee break because lunch will be a bit late, therefore we need to have some coffee break. Okay, we can move directly to the first speaker. It's Filippo Boni, presenting a paper called The US-China Rivalry and Its Implication for Pakistan. Is there? Who has to make a PowerPoint presentation will have to sit there, and Filippo is sitting there. Please, go ahead.
Okay. Is it sharing the screen? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, and thanks to Dr. Pugliese and Professor Torri for having me here today. It's a great pleasure. It's the first in-person conference that I do after 18 months, so it's wonderful to be here in such a wonderful place as well. Today's paper, today's presentation is of course based on the paper, on the policy brief, where I'm going to look at the implications of the US-China rivalry on Pakistan's foreign policy primarily. And to give you a sense of what I'm going to talk about over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll try and situate this discussion into the wider debates and literature about hedging and the new power competition and how Pakistan fits within this debates before moving on to try and make sense why is it important to look at South Asia and why Pakistan in particular. It's an interesting case to look at in this discussion. I'll then sort of contextualize hedging in Pakistan's foreign policy, because I think this is important not just to provide some historical background, but because it will serve as sort of, you know, a comparative angle with what is happening today. So the evolution essentially, and how today's dynamics are different than the ones that we saw in the first Cold War. And again, today's hedging dilemma in Islamabad, before providing some very brief and sketched out conclusion, which is the part of the paper I really didn't get the chance to develop in much detail. I'll just try and cover a little bit some of the things that were also mentioned during the first two keynotes. Of course, Asia, it's really the place where the US-China rivalry is playing out very evidently. The Belt and Road Initiative now includes more than 139 countries, 40% of the world's GDP. It's countries within the BRI account for roughly 40% of the world's GDP, and 63% of the world's population lives in a country that to an extent, to varying extent, has some link with China through the BRI. And as a sort of counter to this, as the keynote speakers were mentioning also, there's the free and open Indo-Pacific. So announced in 2016 by Japan, and then fully embraced by the United States during President Trump's visit to Vietnam in 2017. So within these two overarching and competing policy initiatives, I think it's interesting to see how beyond this great power competition, how states which are reacting in a way to these initiatives. And there is a lot of debate in the literature on hedging, which is essentially a middle ground that states are taking in order to maximize benefits, minimize risks in an uncertain strategic environment, which characterizes quite nicely what we're looking at here as far as the US-China competition is concerned. What I've tried to do in the paper is I've looked a bit at the literature on hedging, which focuses primarily on East Asia and Southeast Asia. Whereas what I think it's missing here is a discussion of South Asia within this wider debate. So the idea would be to extend the analysis looking at hedging by involving South Asia and Pakistan in particular. And this is quite important for a number of reasons. First of all, South Asia is home to India, which is one of the biggest opponents of the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as Pakistan, which is really China's all-weather partner, very strong friendship. But not only this, as far as Pakistan is concerned, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, it's also known as the flagship project of the Belt and Road Initiative. If we sift through some of the big claims and grand announcements that come in terms of the type of investment that China has made in the country, we read about 46 billion, 62 billion. In fact, what we're looking at is something in the range of 25 billion invested since 2013, which is still a huge amount of money. And Pakistan, I think it's interesting to assess it because it has been a major non-NATO ally of the United States in the past 20 years, but at the same time, very close partner to China. So seeing how Pakistan has navigated the relationship between these two great powers, I think can tell us something a bit more about how I don't want to call them secondary states, but states that are sort of, you know, in between the US and China, how are they responding? But to make sense of this, I think it's important to take a quick step back and see what Pakistan was doing during the Cold War. And here I'm looking especially at the hedging strategy between, again, the US and China. And this is interesting because we will see in the next few slides also the fact that it's quite different from what we see today. First of all, Pakistan was very quick to adhere to the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization and to the Central Treaty Organizations, which were essentially part of the US's defense system of alliances during the Cold War. But at the same time, what I think it's also interesting is that Pakistan was very keen to try and keep a balanced relationship with China during that time. I should have also mentioned that some of the analysis presented in the paper is based on the Wilson Center Digital Archives, which is a great resource for looking at some of the historical records, as well as which have been triangulated with some semi-structured elite interviews that I've been doing over the past few years with Pakistani policymakers and officials. So as far as the one of the digital records in the Wilson Center archive are concerned, I think it's interesting to see this quick discussion by the then Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai, who in 1955 said that Pakistan did not join them as a result of a conversation with the Pakistani Prime Minister, who is the gentleman in the picture there. Pakistan did not join the Manila Pact for the purpose of opposing China, and the Prime Minister guaranteed that if the United States undertook aggressive actions or started a world war, then Pakistan would not participate. So here we see really how, while being squarely in the US's system of alliances, it was very much trying to keep a door open to China and to keep the relation going on that side as well. If we and in the paper, in the policy brief, I detail a little bit more this discussion by bringing in other examples. For instance, the Cold War during the 1980s, Pakistan was very good at capitalizing essentially on its key role in the during the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, but I won't have time to deal with it in this presentation. The idea would be to show how it's quite different from what we're seeing today. The space for hedging for Pakistan has become much more limited, and this is for a number of reasons. First of all, the high level of polarization that we see in US-China ties and the escalation of tensions between the two great powers. The second one is, of course, the development of the China-Pakistan economic corridor, as I've mentioned before, key projects in the Belt and Road Initiative, which has brought Pakistan ever closer to China. And this is also, I think, an interesting evolution because it's part of a wider recalibration in Islamabad's foreign policy that is coming out, which started essentially in 2011, that we see really materializing today. So this is another important development. And another reason why the space for hedging is reduced is the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the US-India intent, which have in a way shifted Washington's interest away from Pakistan. And just to provide a couple of examples regarding especially the final point. Initially, especially as far as the China-Pakistan economic corridor was concerned, the US administration under Obama was relatively favorable towards this type of investment because essentially what it was trying to do was to stabilize Pakistan through infrastructural investment, something that the US didn't manage to do for the previous 13 years. So in a way, the USA director expressed some positive remarks regarding the China-Pakistan economic corridor. But as the US administration sort of geared up towards competition with China, it took a much more aggressive and tougher line and tones regarding the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And the most visible manifestation of this were some of the remarks that that Ambassador Alice Wells made on CPEC in November 2019, where essentially she was questioning the debt sustainability of the project, the transparency around the loans, the job opportunities that were coming through for Pakistani workers and not just China importing its own workers. So it was a very strong and visible remarks that were of course met with, you know, were rejected by the Pakistani Foreign Office. The Chinese embassy in Islamabad said that this is to defame Sino-Pak ties. So it was really a strong exchange, but it really gives us a sense of how a country like Pakistan, it was really caught between this sort of new great power competition. And as far as the US's diminished interest in Pakistan are concerned, I think the biggest example, which I briefly touch on in the policy brief as well, is that despite Pakistan's importance, especially in the Afghan scenario, for what is coming next and for its strong relationship with the Taliban, President Biden has not had a conversation with the Pakistani Prime Minister yet. So I think this gives us really a sense of how the US is really trying to move its attention elsewhere, and this reduces Pakistan's options for hedging. So I'll move towards the end of the conclusions, which, as I've said, will be very brief because it's a part of the paper that I still need to develop a little bit more. So looking ahead, I think what Pakistan would still want would be to maintain some sort of influence vis-a-vis both countries, but its options to remain relevant for the United States are growing slim. And there have been attempts, especially under the difficult years of the Trump administration, to reset ties with Washington, but these are not really getting through. So the US are not really listening at the moment about what's coming out from Islamabad. So I think I'll stop here and look forward to your questions. Thanks.
Yes. The next speaker is Diego Majorano, and he's listed as National University of Singapore, but I'm pleased to say that he will join L'Orientale of Naples next week. For welcome back to Italy, welcome to my university. You have 15 minutes for your speech, please. And thank you, Filippo, for being for the presentation and for keeping the time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Torri, Giulio, and Dr. Pugliese for inviting me here. Thank you, Mia, for making everything very easy for us. And here we are moving a little bit to the southeast, to India, but we're moving across a disciplinary boundary, going from international relations, foreign policy to domestic politics of India, whereas Professor Torres will later talk about India's role in the region and in a more geostrategic context. Now, I will particularly look at one of the themes of this conference, which is democratic backsliding. And when the pandemic broke out, experts on democracy thought that there were many challenges to democracy because of the pandemic. In particular, experts warned that there would be a lack of transparency in the management of the pandemic. There would be corruption in the procurement of emergency relief material and disbursement of relief funds, lack of protection of vulnerable people, and government's abuse of power. And unfortunately, all of these four things actually happened across much of the world. And but the pandemic was an accelerator of an existing trend. If we look at the data from the VDEM Institute, for example, which is an institute that measures the quality of democracy across the world, democracies decreased from 41 in 2010 to 32 in 2020. And so by now, only 14% of the world population lives in a fully democratic country, whereas 68% of the world population lives in autocracies. And a big blow to the fate of global democracy came in 2020 when India lost its status as a full democracy. This is a headline on the VDEM Institute downgrading India from democracy, from an electoral democracy to an electoral autocracy. This must be India's embassy. Then we have the Economies Intelligence Unit that downgraded India to a flow democracy. And we also have Freedom House, a US think tank that where India lost its status as a free country to a partly free country. And it should be noted that the Freedom House index doesn't include Kashmir, which has always been an unfree part of the country. So this is mainland India, so to speak. But even in India, the 2020 and the pandemic was an accelerator of an existing trend. And here we have one of these indexes, the VDEM Electoral Democracy Index, which measures the quality of democracy in India. And the red line is Pakistan for reference. Now, these indexes are a little bit problematic. It doesn't really make sense to say that India is 78% democratic and not 81 or 72. But given that the methodology is consistent over time, they do tell us something about the trend and the changes over time. And here we see the blue line is India, which until the 1950s, of course, was an autocratic colonial regime. And then it became, against all odds, a full democracy. And then the big downturn in the mid-70s was Mrs. Gandhi's emergency regime, when censorship was imposed, opposition leaders were arrested, elections were suspended. It was a formal autocratic regime being imposed by Indira Gandhi, which lasted for 21 months. Now, if you go at the very end of this chart, you will see that the situation in India today is not very different from that of the mid-70s. And this is despite the fact that elections have not been postponed, censorship has not been imposed, opposition leaders have not been arrested. So all formal democratic mechanisms have been maintained, but the quality of democracy has declined to such an extent that it's not possible anymore to label India as the world's largest democracy, as it has been done since India became an independent country. Now, this is the recent downturn in the quality of India's democracy has revived arguments that have been made over the past few decades that India's never actually been a democracy, at least for the great majority of its people. Because if you look at the system from the bottom up, you will find a very autocratic model of governance in terms of the relationship of people with the police, for example, or the relationship of especially the lower classes and caste with the local bureaucracy, not to mention widespread socio-economic inequalities, mass deprivation, mass illiteracy, and so on and so forth. These are just two of the books that have been made this argument that India has always been an elitist democracy, if you like. So for a very tiny section of the population at the top, English-speaking, who care about the functioning institutions and who can have their democratic rights respected because of their class and caste status. But yet it's also remarkable that India was a somewhat democratic country for a long time, especially if one considers that the preconditions for the emergence of democracy were completely absent in 1947. There was no middle class, there was mass poverty, mass illiteracy, and yet India's democracy kind of consolidated and even deepened from a certain point of view. But now this is really has been put into question by the election of the BJP government in 2014 and the election of Narendra Modi as its prime minister. And in the paper, I look at three areas of democratic erosions. One is institutional decay, especially the centralization of power in the hands of the prime minister himself and abuse of state power. Then the erosion of the electoral process, about which I will talk more later, and the erosion of civil liberties. Now, area 1 and 3 are really common knowledge in a way among Indian scholars. There is virtually no one who would doubt that there has been a severe decay of democratic institutions and also severe decay of civil liberties, especially with the freedom of expression and minority rights, as also Professor Tori mentioned in his keynote. But here I will try to look at the second of this area, because many people say, well, yes, institutions are malfunctioning. Well, yes, civil liberties have been eroded. Maybe India is not a liberal democracy anymore, but at least there are free and fair elections. So if we go by a minimalist definition of democracy, India still is one. And I think that the process of democratic erosion under Modi has reached such a has reached a point where even that minimalist definition of democracy doesn't really apply to India anymore. And I will try to give you a few examples of what I mean. So it's probably, well, there are three factors that I analyze in the paper that makes India's election free because, yes, violence is not really widespread during the electoral process, and fraud is not absent, but almost absent. But then the fairness of the process, what happens before the elections, is where really the problem is, which is a situation similar to other autocratic countries like Singapore, where the electoral process is actually very free and fraud is virtually non-existent. But whatever happens before the election is where really the problem is. So the first problem is the disproportionate amount of resources that the ruling party has for electoral funding. The BJP secured about 76% of the funds, which is 3 times more than all other national parties put together. Now, incumbents usually have an advantage, yes, but first of all, the scale of this advantage is a bit problematic. And second, one of the reasons why the BJP got all this funding is because it introduced a new system for funding political activity, the so-called electoral bonds, which basically function like this. You can go to a bank and purchase a bond, and then you can deposit this bond into the bank account of the political party of your choice. The system guarantees you complete anonymity, except to the government. So the government is the only institution that has a list of all the donors of all political parties in India, which of course makes it extremely problematic from a democratic point of view, also because the government has shown to be particularly bitter and vindictive against funders of opposition parties. A second problem is media threats. Now, Reporters Without Borders named Prime Minister Modi among 37 predators of press freedom, with Kim Jong-un, Imran Khan, and many other beacon of democracies around the world, including Orban and many other autocratic leaders around the world. And this is, again, is not a formal mechanism that makes India a bad place for freedom of expression, but the government basically threatens media when they assume a critical stance towards the government by withdrawing advertisement. And this is government advertisement. And this is a huge problem for most media houses, where government advertisement can be anywhere between 15 and 50% of the total revenues. So it is a big issue. And this is not to mention the dozens of journalists that have been arrested for reporting on the pandemic, the dozens of journalists that have been killed by groups that are loosely associated with the ruling party, and so on and so forth. So again, without, well, with the severe deterioration of freedom of expression in the media, it's kind of difficult to assess the electoral process as a fair one. And there has also been new rules that regulate social media, where social media have been obliged to set up a team that has to deal with complaints by the government. So if a government thinks that the content should be removed, a team has to be in place in India to ensure compliance. And these people have been threatened by with prison time by the government. And this has, of course, had led to an increase on the content removed from Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, of a dramatic increase of the content involved. And finally, there has been the penetration of the electoral watchdog, the Election Commission of India, once reputed to be one of the most respected institutions in the country. There are many examples of this, but I will just mention the story of this man, Ashok Lavasa, who was one of India's election commissioners, who ruled against his two colleagues that Modi, the prime minister, had violated the code of conduct during the 2019 elections. The following day, his name was, his phone was inserted into a list of phones hacked with the Pegasus software, an Israeli spyware software that allows the governments to activate the camera, activate the microphone, read all the emails, send text, and so on and so forth. Then his wife was put under investigation for tax fraud. He was put under investigation as well until he resigned and accepted the job as vice president of the Asian Development Bank. And this is supposed to be the person who ensures the electoral process is fair. The other two colleagues had a much more favorable approach to the ruling party, and they were left untouched. So to just briefly conclude, I guess that my main point is that even if we go by the minimalist definition of democracy, there are at least some very serious question marks of how fair the electoral process has become in India. And if we extend our definition to include civil liberties and the things that we usually associate with a democratic country, I would say that India has even lost its elitist dimension, and the world's largest democracy shouldn't be really referred as such anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to give now the floor to Professor Torri for his presentation, please.
Okay, the topic of my discussion, of my presentation, is India's alignment with the US and its challenge to China. The presentation is organized in 3 points around 3 chronological periods and analyzes the relations between India and the US and between India and China. The 3 periods are the years 2005-2008, then there is a second period from 2008 to 2014, and the third period is from 2014 to the present. Why these periods? Because the first period, the years between 2005 and 2008, saw a dramatic enhancement of the connection, which was already a positive connection, between India and the US. The important point is that in this period, these connections assumed even a strategic and military dimension that was previously absent. In particular, what happened was that the US came to the conclusion that India was a very important swing state, strategically speaking, and that it was necessary to bring India inside the system of alliances of the United States. And in order to do that, the US changed completely their position about the nuclear policy of India. From 1975, at the time of the first nuclear experiment on the part of India, the policy of the United States had been that of capping and rolling back India's nuclear power. But in 2005, they changed completely, and they decided to support India, and to support India even in as far as energy, as nuclear energy production was concerned. Now, the US was doing this basically with two key geostrategic objectives. One was isolating Iran, and this was declared openly. The other, which was declared openly only in a second time, was to isolate China. So India was supposed to become part of the anti-China and anti-Iran arc of containment controlled by the United States. Not surprisingly, I think, the reaction of Beijing to this was rather hostile. And the relationship between India and China, that since December 1988 had been on a positive trend, suddenly started to go wrong. In particular, it was at that point that for the first time, China explicitly changed its position related to the border with India. Up to that moment, the position of China was to claim as Chinese Aksai Chin on the western side of the border, but tacitly accept the territories south of the Himalaya as Indian territory. Now, in 2006, the Chinese started to claim this southern territory, which basically coincide with the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh, as part of Tibet, and as a consequence, as part of China. Now, that was what happened in this period, 2005, 2008. 2008, by the way, is the period in which the civil nuclear agreement between the United States and India is finalized. Well, in the following period, something rather counterintuitively happened, because India was able to perform a difficult balancing act without losing its balance. Basically, India got what it wanted from the US, giving us in exchange very little. India wanted support for his economy, support for his nuclear industry, wanted to buy all the American weapons that it wanted. And basically, it got all that. But at the same time, it delivered very little. In particular, India was able to make a kind of miracle as far as Iran is concerned, was able to develop the Iranian policy, which was accepted as positive, believe it or not, by both Tehran and Washington. And at the same time, India was able to manage the relationship with China. There was a certain deterioration in the India-China relation, but it was a minor deterioration, really. There were incidents along the border, but were minor incidents. Most of them solved in one day by the local people without involving the respective ministries. And even more important, the diplomatic connections between the Indian government and the Chinese government remained open. There were frequent visits at the maximum level. So that was the situation up to 2014. What happened in 2014? Well, our friend Narendra Modi, about whom Diego Maierano has talked so eloquently just some minutes ago, became the Indian Prime Minister. And things changed dramatically, not only as far as the domestic situation of India was concerned, but as far as India's relation with China was involved. Before explaining exactly what happened, I think it is necessary to explain the key spring of Modi foreign policy. Now, Modi, like his predecessors, wanted to make India a major power, and was convinced of the indispensable help of the United States. Here, there is no really difference between Modi's policy and the policy of his predecessor. But there is another point which is usually, how to say, not analyzed by analysts and commentators. Modi, in my contention is that Modi, differently from his predecessors, thought that the only undisputable evidence, or if you like, the proven proof that India had indeed achieved the much desired great power status could only be given by China accepting India as its equal. It was the attempt to force China to accept India as its equal, which caused a series of aggressive moves on the part of India. Now, before going to these moves, this claim on the part of India, on the part of Modi, that India is basically the equal of China, is completely nonsensical. China, has at least economically speaking, is at least 4 times India. There is no way that India can reach the same economic development of China. India has a level of illiteracy of 38%. I think that the level of literacy of China is almost 100%, and so on and so on. So as Diego Majorano was telling me in a private conversation before this presentation, the request on the part of India to be accepted on an equal footing from China is would be like the request from Mexico to be accepted on an equal footing by the United States, because the differences are more or less both. The only sector in which India can overcome China is in the number of the population, but even there, it is a Pyrrhic victory because we must think that of a high level of stunted young people in India, high level of illiteracy and all that. Okay, one disposed of this problem. Let's see. Let's go back to the main theme of the presentation. Modi relaunched the relation with the US, which had gone through a phase of coldness in the last years of the previous government. But its attempt to dramatically increase the economic connection did not take off. Trade with the US, investment from the US increased, but only in a limited way. Particularly under Trump, the mainstay of the India-US relation became less the economic connection than the strategic military one. Now, let's go to China. The paradoxical element here is that when Modi was elected, China's reaction was positive, because the Chinese thought that Modi, who when chief minister of Gujarat had very good economic relations with China, would play in the China-India relations the same role played by Nixon, another conservative politician, as far as the the China-US relations were connected. But it was a mistake on the part of China to hope that Modi would play that role, because since the very beginning of Modi premiership, it became clear that he was following a confrontational policy towards China based on economic engagement and strategic containment. But very quickly, beginning basically with 2015 or at the latest 2016, the containment element became predominant following the launching of the China-Pakistan economic corridor, which Filippo Boni has discussed. Why? Because the China-Pakistan economic corridor would represent a rising power on the part of Pakistan, which India sees as an adversary. So the China-Pakistan economic corridor was seen by India not as an economic enterprise, if we want, but as a direct challenge, a direct strategic challenge to India. So this brought about the decision of India not to join the Belt and Road Initiative in spite of several requests on the part of China, but to oppose the BRI. So, for example, India did not take part. It was one of the very few Asian countries did not take part to the BRI forum held in Beijing in May 2017. Its absence was closely followed by the launching of the Japan-India jointly sponsored Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, nothing has really come out of this Asia-Africa growth corridor sponsored by Japan and in India. But it is significant that the AAGC enterprise, the Asia-Africa growth corridor, was something very similar to the Belt and Road Initiative, aimed basically at the same geographical areas were aimed by the Belt and Road Initiative. So it was in direct competition with the Belt and Road Initiative. Then, still in still in 2017, there was the Dockland standoff. The Dockland standoff was a very a strange border incident which happened on the Dockland Plateau. Now, the relevant thing is the Dockland Plateau is clearly north of the de facto so-called line of actual control, the de facto border between China and India. India has no claim on the Dockland Plateau. The Dockland Plateau is a disputed area, the area disputed between Bhutan and China. But in June and August 2017, India sent a detachment of its military forces to the Dockland Plateau to prevent China from building a road there. So it was really not an act of aggression. And in the end, both the Chinese forces and the Indian forces retired. Soon after that, there was the India's decision to take part in the resurrection of the Quad, the quadrilateral dialogue which Ambassador Reiter has discussed before. And the Quad is an anti-China alliance in progress. Now, cercherò di stare in 2 minuti. Now, to make a long story short, after all these problems, it seemed that in spite of all, India-China relation could improve. Why? It was because of Trump. Trump America First policy was such that most Asian countries were damaged by it, and this resulted in a sort of friendly moves on the part of Japan, India, and China. Japan, India, and China came closer in 2018, but that closeness did not last long. I won't discuss the China-Japan side, but let's go to the China-India side. Well, what happened was that in 2018, India, the Indian government, dismantled the Jammu and Kashmir Indian state, which was split into union territories, namely 2 areas directly controlled by the center. Now, one of these 2 territories, Ladakh, was an area scarcely inhabited, but geopolitically important because it was on the border with China. Beijing saw this operation as a threat. It saw it as a threat, even because the Amit Shah is and was the #2 in the Modi government, basically the only person in whom Modi has some degree of trust, Amit Shah stated in parliament in 2 different occasions that the whole of the previous princely state of Kashmir was part of India and worth dying in order to reclaim it. Now, the problem is that Aksai Chin, namely an area which is under Chinese control, was part of the princely state of Kashmir. In other words, China impression that the whole thing related to Kashmir was not only an internal matter, but was something related to the India-China situation, makes sense. Well, the result was that in 2020, there was the longest India-China border confrontation and the first involving human losses since 1975. Is a confrontation that has eased up only in February of this year. Now, just to close my presentation, the dramatic deterioration of the India-China relation, which became apparent in the post-2014 period, in my opinion, is less the end product of China's aggressiveness, which undoubtedly played a part, even if I had not the time to dwell on it, but is much less the product of China's aggressiveness, but the result of the unrealistic strategy of India's new leader to confront China and to force it to accept India as its equal. And with this, I finish.
Thank you very much. We have now 25 minutes for this panel. I ask Marzia Casolari now to give comments for about 10 minutes, and then we have 5 minutes each for the speakers to reply. Thank you.
Devi premere il bottone destro, credo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a discussant for this panel. So I appreciated all the presentations, but I would like just to start from the last one, from Professor Torres one, not just to comment it. I leave the comments at the end of my, I leave the comments on Professor Torres' presentation at the end of my comments. So, but I want just to say one thing about it. I mean, Professor Torres' presentation was a very articulated one, which took into consideration a set of issues. While I think it's not a critique on your presentations, but it's perhaps an invitation, and I'll point out, I'll pinpoint also the issues that, according to me, should be discussed more deeply. In your case, for instance, Filippo, well, I appreciated very much. My comments are in a random order, so perhaps they won't be even so clear. But what I appreciated most in your presentation was the connection between the present situation in Pakistan with the Cold War. First of all, because I like it as a subject, and secondly, because I think that there is a historical continuation between the Cold War and the present situation. But in your case, I think that India was a kind of stone guest in your presentation, because when you talk about the relationships between China and Pakistan, and the relationships between China, Pakistan and the US, you shouldn't forget India, because India is the main actor in South Asia. So whenever you speak about regional relations or even international relations in South Asia, you shouldn't forget India, because India obviously has an immensely different weight from Pakistan, no? If compared with Pakistan. So my question regarding your presentation and regarding the connection between the present and the Cold War is the process of disenchantment between Pakistan and US. You may know the famous Dennis Cook's book, Disenchanted Allies, US-Pakistan, 1947-2000, Disenchanted Allies. So this process of disenchanting, it didn't start with Trump. I mean, Trump revamped completely the US policy in South Asia. But this disenchantment didn't start with Trump or with Obama, because with Obama was, but it was a long process. And how does India play? What's the role of India in encouraging this process of disenchantment? And here is the connection with Professor Torres' perspective, because as far as India is increasing, India's importance as a US ally is increasing. This is my perception, and I totally agree with Professor Torres that locates the process of reapproaching between the former non-allied India and US, and it locates it in 2005 and in the US-India nuclear deal. That's okay. But from that date onwards, India became the more reliable ally in South Asia, and Pakistan declined in that way. Regarding Diego's presentation, okay, you focus on domestic factors, which are very important, obviously. In my comments to your paper, I pointed out that the aspect I appreciated most, that I consider most original, is measuring Indian democracy in numbers, no? Because all of us, all scholars discuss about how India is becoming undemocratic, authoritarian. We compare Modi to Orban and so on. But it's impressive to see the impact, the quantitative impact of India undemocratization, you know. But this issue of the decline of India's democracy should worry also the European Union, not just from the domestic point of view, because we know that human rights are not so relevant in international relations. But I think that the decline of India's democracy should worry us as an international community, and then also international organizations like the United Nations or the European Union, because of the international implications of India. Of the decline of India's democracy, because what Professor Torres said earlier about the declarations of, or the aspirations of Amit Shah, the territorial reorganization of Kashmir. I didn't think about it in that way, and I thank you for enlightening me about this point. I asked myself, what does China? Why does China, what does as the territorial organization of Kashmir have to do with China? I didn't think about, I didn't know that behind that organization there is also India's aspiration, possible India's aspiration to reconquer Kashmir. And can you imagine, the implications, regional implications for Pakistan? Because you spoke about China's concern regarding this design, but we should think also about Pakistan's concern, because, and I now, after listening to Professor Torres' presentation, now I understand also why at the international level, at the in international context. So when I met Pakistani scholars or Pakistani diplomats, even the ambassador, the Pakistani ambassador in Italy, they are very worried about India's hegemonic designs, okay? So I don't want to make a comparison between Modi and the Modi government and fascist Italy, because that's completely out of the picture. But we should remember that authoritarian tendencies within certain countries have always implications at the international level. So I think I can stop here. I already said too many things about Diego's paper. Yes, you speak about the several very interesting aspects. For instance, you know, the disparagement of the parliament that took place also in Italy during the pandemic. And it's, you know, pandemics, emergency is always a very good excuse to delegitimize democratic institutions. So I think that India and other, I mean, it's in Italian we say buona compagnia, no? It's not the only country where COVID determined a deterioration of the democratic guarantees. But what about the role of the civil society? I mean, the forms of dissent that took place in India, like, you know, the farmers' protests or the Shaheen Bagh protests and so on. What's the role? I mean, if we have to think about, okay, India is undertaking an undemocratic, you know, phase, but is the civil society? Can we hope that the civil society will have a role in resisting these tendencies? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia, for your comments. Now we have 5 minutes for each speaker if you want to reply to the comments. We can follow the order presentations. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks very much for your comments and feedback on both the presentation and the paper. As far as I think that's a very good point, and something I didn't have time to touch on in the presentation, but I've hinted at it in a way. And this idea of the recalibration of Pakistan's foreign policy. And I think India, of course, is the main reason why Pakistan and China are together in the first place. Although I think in a certain sense, the relationship has now evolved while maintaining this anti-India orientation that both countries have. I think the relationship between Pakistan and China, to an extent, especially since the development of CPEC, has in a way transcended its anti-India focus that characterized the bilateral relations until 2013. So this is not to say that that India is out of the picture, far from it, but in a way it has been added a different dimension to the bilateral ties. And also the disenchantment between Pakistan and the US, it's certainly part and parcel of Islamabad realizing what Professor Tori was discussing as well about the growing alignment between the US and India since the early 2000s. But at the same time, I think really the original and the initial starting point of this recalibration in the foreign policy of Pakistan can be traced back to 2011, where a series, and starting of course when Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan, that's really the sort of trigger point, if you like, that moved Pakistan progressively away from the US and closer to China. Another interesting development I didn't touch on in the presentation, but I think it's very interesting to follow up on, it's Pakistan's ties with Russia, which is great ally of India, of course, and now they've really started causing up quite extensively. And I think that that's another area that one should really pay close attention to. So yeah, the disenchantment is there, but I was at an online workshop last Monday, and some senior Pakistani scholars where Pakistan is always, there's always this tension between, the US and China in a way. And one Pakistani scholar characterized this as our hearts are in the US, our minds are with China in a way. So it means that it's difficult for Pakistan. It's a disenchantment that it's at policy level, if you like, but if you look a bit down in civil society and segments of the society, it's still present. So this is a bit of a conundrum that it's difficult to reconcile with, because yeah, so I hope this is in a way answers your questions, and thanks very much for your insights on the presentation and the paper.
Okay, thank you, Marcia, also for the written comments on the paper. I will just say, if we can hope that civil society will form a resistance, we can certainly hope. But the truth is that these episodes of resistance are again an elitist phenomenon. They might be mass-based, but they touch. They are very prominent organizations or very prominent people, or that are embarking in this form of resistance. For example, against the Citizenship Act at the beginning of 2020. And even these people are being arrested, are rotting in jail for, in some cases, 2 years. And these are the very, very prominent people who are put in jail. This has a cascading effect on low-level activists who are really in a state of constant fear of being arrested, and etc. So I am not really sure. And even the farmer protest, I have really no sympathy at all with this movement. Farmers tend to be extremely conservative, extremely anti-democratic. I very disagree with Professor Tori that sees this farmer movement as a pro-democracy movement. So I don't think that these kind of movements can lead anywhere to a democracy. They are exercising a democratic right, but they are not fighting for democracy, I think.
Well, I must thank Marcia, because very rarely my presentation are welcomed by such positive remarks as we. So in a way, I am embarrassed to reply. So I really would like to dwell on this thing addressed now by Diego of civil society resistance to what is a dictatorship in progress, because India is a dictatorship in the making. So there has been strong resistance on the part of civil society, but basically this resistance has been defeated at the moment of the insurgence of the COVID pandemic, basically. But on the other hand, the COVID pandemic has been managed in such a disastrous way by the government, by Modi in particular, that it is possible, even if it is not clear, that a phase of decline has begun as far as Modi's power is concerned. We'll see. We cannot state positively one thing or another. But anyway, the other question is the question of farmer resistance. Diego's characterization about farmers which are basically rich farmers in the Indian context, which are reacting not so much to the threat to democracy, but to some neoliberal policies implemented by the government. Well, all this is true, but it is even true that the farmer movement is a widespread movement, particularly in the north of India, which in the final analysis is the area of major power of the BJP. And this movement is a dangerous challenge for Modi and his system of power. Now, the farmer movement is a rightist movement, yes, maybe. But we have to assess it historically. Let me clarify my point with a historical comparison. And the historical comparison is with the Napoleonic invasion of Spain. So we know that there was a reaction to French occupation, which brought about a long guerrilla war. Now, this long guerrilla war was fought by all elements of Spanish society. And there is little doubt that the majority of those who fought against Napoleon were rightist elements. But nevertheless, the struggle against Napoleon, which in the end was victorious, even with the help of the English, was a positive development. So, another historical comparison is the Second World War. Well, Stalin was not exactly a saint, but it was important that he fought against Nazism. Well, so the bottom line is that we should not be too, how to say, too discriminatory against every mass movement who is trying to contain and roll back the actual system of power in India. And that's the end of my comment to the comments.
Okay, thank you very much. If there is any rapid question from the public, I think we can take a couple of questions, if there is any. Julia, please. And rapid answers, please.
I have a actual, I'll keep it short. I have a curiosity specific to Diego's presentation. Why is it that news outlets depend for as much as 50 or 60% on government advertisement? Are we talking about big news media outlets? And how is it possible that there is no, then, I mean, compared to private publicity and advertisement, how is it that the government can actually be so generous? I'm very surprised of that particular number. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The figure that I quoted was 15 to 50%. But anyway, still a big chunk. Big media houses are dependent around 15%, which is still is important for the revenues, mainly because newspapers are sold at a nominal price because they want widespread circulation. And also there is the indirect influence of the government, because if you are a private enterprise that gives publicity to The Wire, which is an online newspaper very critical of the government, then that private enterprise might be punished by the government. So if you adopt a critical line, you are withhold government advertisement, plus advertisement by people who are afraid of the government. So it's, yeah.
Very briefly, Philippe, a question to, I have more questions, but really only one to Philippe at the moment. No offense to the others, I would have many, but we talk about this later. Filippo, you talked about the China-Pakistan economic corridor. I've looked at this a little bit also myself, but I stand to be corrected. But I have the feeling that the money you mentioned, that the 25 billion invested in the corridor, I was wondering, okay, invested, but is China throwing money at it, or is there, are there any, is there a profitability scenario? Because as far as I have seen, but I stand to be corrected now, it's none or very few of those projects, of these investments are are producing a return. China always says long term, yes, but I've seen a lot of loss-making projects. Or am I wrong? Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentations. I've got two questions. One for Filippo. You talk about China, US, Pakistan, and how does this recent development in Afghanistan going to affect this dynamic? You touched a little bit on Afghanistan, but I was wondering, if this whole situation in Afghanistan is also going to change the dynamics between China and Pakistan. This is the first. Second, to Diego, and I wondered if you could reflect a little bit on how international media report on India, because every time you switch on TV, switching on radio, you talk about China and India, it's always this sort of, biggest democracy versus biggest population in the world, as if there was no kind of, middle room. And China is, of course, not democratic. But when we talk about China, we often compare China against India being the largest democracy. And do you think we give India too much of the benefit of the doubt, given the situation you have just described? Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to participate to this very interesting meeting. And I have a question to Professor Torri. Assuming that what is happening in this century is that the center of economic growth is moving toward Asia, and mainly to the relationship between China and the other countries which are close to China, India included. What we can see is that while China and India seems to be in frequent clash of some kind of relations, we can also see that the economic relationships between China and India are continuing increasing in very high rate of growth. In this situation, do you believe that the action, the hoped action of the United States to fight against the power of China in the area will be successful? And what is the role of the European Union in this context? Because the European Union has to choose between United States and China in this moment. So in this situation, in the future, will be the center of economic activities moving definitely on Asia, and the power, the hegemonic power of the economy will be Chinese or not?
You didn't mention, Michel Guglielmo, the RCEP. Nobody mentioned it. not even the ambassador, the regional comprehensive economic partnership. How does it affect, for instance, the Indo-Pacific? Okay, we don't know what will happen to the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also that is a question. I mean, what about a Biden administration? I don't know if it is too early or not to judge it, but how does it affect the RCEP, the American strategies in the Indo-Pacific region, and the relationships between US and ASEAN that was very crucial for the Indo-Pacific, and the relationships between EU and the ASEAN? Question perhaps also for the ambassador if he wants.
Well, actually, just wanted to make a comment, because there was talking about hedging and balancing, because what we are seeing in the last 2 or 3 years is India is coming closer to the European Union. It was a rather difficult relationship, also inherited at the time when Ms. Mogherini changed as foreign minister of Italy to the European Union High Representative. She brought the conflict of the Marines and India, so that was a sort of legacy for some time. It's overcome now. That there was an India-EU summit recently. The European Union signed with India the second connectivity agreement. The first one was signed with Japan. There is talk about a free trade agreement with India, a scooping exercise, as it is called. And also, when you look at the Indo-Pacific strategy, I didn't mention it in my speech, but I also had a rather simplistic look at the strategy. And India is one of the winning countries. It was mentioned 31 times in the Indo-Pacific strategy. ASEAN 31, Japan 22, Korea 14, just to give you an impression. I know it's a simplistic check, but I think it gives an indication. I think the interest from the European Union, also when it comes to regional trade agreement, is exactly the standard setting element, and there the relationship with India is a difficult one. I have negotiated many years ago to set up the WTO. And my sessions when it comes to intellectual property rights with India will remain part of my nightmare experience. Also sleepless nights the Indian ambassador gave to us. But I think there's a change. There's a change in the making. But I'm wondering how you would see this cozying up to the European Union in the context of India's difficult relationship with China. And also when you look at the relationship India and the United States, we do recall that Obama was invited as the guest of honor for the Indian National Day, which was a big thing at the time. So I think there is some movement, and I'm wondering how you would put that into perspective.
Well, I don't know if I can give satisfactory answers to all these questions. Well, is the development of the world economy such that Asia, or more specifically China, is going to become the dominant power? Well, one thing is our economic projections. There are economic projections that are made periodically by main banks, main think tanks. about the development of countries like China and like India. And usually these assessments are that these countries are growing very quickly, so quickly that in a comparatively short period, well, either India or China will be the dominant economic power. But the point is that these kind of projections don't take into account a lot of basically non-economic elements which are important. Or they do not take into account a certain kind of economic situation. Now, when I look, for example, to China, I have the impression that China is nearing a kind of ceiling, which is represented by the tension between a basically authoritarian system, which is becoming more authoritarian, and a developing economy, which means the developing economy, a developing middle class. Now, my impression is that two solutions are possible. Either the authoritarian political system is maintained, but that will eventually block the economic development of China, or the economic development will break the political authoritarian system. So it is impossible to give a clear-cut answer to what will happen in China. I think the options are open. I know that there are some who think that China can continue like this, can become increasingly authoritarian and can continue to increase from an economic viewpoint. I frankly do not believe to that. Then, well, India's contacts with the European Union is not a topic on which I know much, but my impression is that in a way, the economic connection between India and the US is stagnating. It's growing, but it's growing very slowly, and it's growing very slowly for a complex set of reasons. Basically because Modi has carried out an economic policy that has been a failure. So, in a situation in which the economic connection with the United States is stagnating and is basically substituted by a strategic military connection, it makes sense, I think, for India to try to improve its economic relations with other parts of the world, which are advanced from an economic viewpoint. And I think this explains Modi's attempt to come closer to the European Union. Then a remark about what Ambassador Reiter said about the difficulty of negotiating with India. I really think that I hope that this will not be seen as a racist remark, but I really think that there is a cultural problem on the part of Indians when they must negotiate. I have not closely followed, as Ambassador Reiter, the recent negotiation between India and the European Union. but I have studied very in depth the negotiations which led to India's independence and India partition. And the more I studied how things had gone, the more I came to realize that there was really the inability on the part of the main Indian negotiators to compromise. I think that it was absolutely possible to prevent partition if the leaders of the Congress would have assumed a, how to say, a more, a less hard position. And I have the impression that the bet has not changed. I remember I talked with somebody who was following all the contest negotiation between Italy and India related to the case of the Marines. And the point was that the person with whom I was discussing the situation, who was very knowledgeable, basically was saying, Italy has basically done everything that it was possible to do, but in spite of that, no solution has been found. So, with this derogatory remark about India, I end.
Okay, very quickly, thanks for the question. About the media and how they portray India. Well, what I can say is that there are two trends. So one is, if you look at the editorial page on, for example, the Washington Post or the New York Times, they are on India's internal matters, are very, very critical. Also because, for example, the Washington Post, one of the lead opinion editors is Rana Ayub, who is a well-known journalist who is very active in its opposition to Modi and so on. On the other hand, when the topic is not in this internal matter, labels are sticky in the words of politicians, are sticky in the words of journalists. So the word Russia's democracy is always something nice to write down, and it's just, you know, it's just because it's sticky. Then there is another whole element that, for example, with Turkey, we overnight forget that it was a democratic country and now it's an autocratic country. And Turkey is not much more autocratic than India is right now, but yet it doesn't happen. I'm not sure why.
Thanks very much. So yeah, the question about CPEC and the return on investments, out of the 25 billion that I've mentioned, so far have been, we're around 13 billion that have actually been invested. Ahead of the latest meeting between the two sides, the 10th JCC, they've discussed about rolling over of 3 billion repayment. So Pakistan and asked China, let's postpone this 3 billion. So I think this is a question that I'm not sure can be answered now, because a lot of the energy projects were built, some started operating in 2018, 2019. And so it's basically, they were built on a BOT basis, built, operate, and transfer. So basically they're getting the money back as the energy goes into the market.
So that's another recipe for debt diplomacy, because there are no returns yet, and you know what happened in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh.
Potentially, but I think that's the relationship between the two sides might mitigate this type of dynamics, and it's something that they bring up, the Chinese side brings up in JCC meetings, the Pakistani response. So I think it's something that it's certainly worth following, but I'm not sure I can give a clear answer to this now, because I don't think there is. Thanks very much for the question on Afghanistan. That's something I've mentioned in the paper, but I didn't have time to discuss in the presentation. Of course, I mean, China's been very happy to use or to rely on Pakistan as the main interlocutor with the Taliban in Afghanistan. And I think that's something that might continue to a certain extent, but my sense is that now China has two main interests. One, as usual, stability in Afghanistan and in the peripheral areas, and the second one is to try and avoid a spillover of instability into Pakistan. There have been discussions, some conservative and religious groups within Pakistan have called for the introduction of Sharia law as soon as the Taliban got power into Afghanistan. And this is something that I think China watches very closely and very carefully. So the situation in Afghanistan is potentially going to strengthen the China-Pakistan relationship, but with some caution, I think, especially on this particular element. So yeah, it's a brief answer. I'm happy to discuss a bit more later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We can bring this panel to the conclusion. Shall we say 10 minutes coffee break? Yeah. Okay. Hopefully not like this morning with the bus that left 2 minutes in advance.
Let's start. It's my pleasure to chair this second panel that will be focused on Southeast Asia. I remember to all the speakers that they have maximum 15 minutes. The organizer told me to be inflexible, so I'm not going to be inflexible. 15 minutes, then the discussion will have 10 minutes, and each speaker will have 5 minutes for brief answers, so that we can have also a discussion, and we can try to finish at 1:50, okay, 10 to 2. So now is Matteo Fumagalli. The stage is yours. Okay, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking Giulio for the organization, Professor Torri, Mia for all the help. And it's a pleasure to be at last at an in-person conference, like for all of us. It's been a long year and a half. The last trip for me was in late February 2020 to Bangladesh, where I spent some time in Cox's Bazar and Chittagong. I was working on the Rohingya issue as a result of my interest in Myanmar. It's also great to be here because after so many years of collaboration with Asia Mayor, it's great to put names and faces together. So great to see you all, despite the face masks. All right, cool. Now, Myanmar would have been a great case for discussing issues of, well, hedging, neutrality, non-alignment in international relations, which seems to be a common thread throughout the entire morning, this panel and the previous ones. And instead, on February the 1st this year, the coup happened. So there we are. Oh yeah, so before proceeding, let me also thank the UK's Arts and Humanities Research Council for its support of my research in Myanmar, and also my colleague and friend Kaing, not his real name, for sharing the photos that I'm using in this presentation. So the talk is structured pretty much along the same lines as the paper. There are basically 5 questions that I'm trying to address. What happened? Why did it happen? Why now? What are the implications? And, well, as Vladimir Ilyich would have said, well, what is to be done? That is, what, if anything, can the international community, including the European Union, do to help the people of Myanmar? So the The points I'm making in this presentation are the following. The story I'm telling is a story of a path from two governments to no government. It's probably a mischaracterization of the situation on the ground, in the sense that, obviously, for those that follow Myanmar's events, up until the 31st of January, Myanmar didn't really have two governments. It was home to a very uneasy hybrid cohabitation between the civilian authorities that controlled some levels of government, the economy and a couple of other things, and the military that was in charge of the ministries that mattered. And so it was a hybrid situation rather than two governments as such. But and the situation we have now is a situation of no government, or as it's increasingly been put, a situation of state failure, with neither party, the government, the junta, or the national unity government controlling the country. Originally, when Julia invited me, I thought, and so the reference to democratic backsliding, I thought, well, that's an interesting way of looking at Myanmar, in the sense that there was very little democracy to begin with, or to be sliding back from, in the case of Myanmar. And Guillermo, Filippo, and Nicola, that have had to endure my contributions on Myanmar over the years, will know of my qualms with Aung San Suu Kyi's government. So where the best way of putting it would be that the NLD had a pretty majoritarian understanding of what democracy is, and very little regard for minorities. The third point I'm making is that the roots of the crisis and the solution to it are domestic. And these are the lenses that I'm using to look at this. This is not to disregard the broader regional and global geopolitical context. It matters, but I don't discuss that in the paper. I'm happy to take questions. In fact, well, not only I'm talking, I'm even asking my own questions. And the last point I'm making today is that the options for the international community are really limited. They involve trade-offs. Some are moral trade-offs, and some options are frankly unpalatable. So what happened, very briefly, I mean, this is all common knowledge, but on the 1st of February, a few hours before the inauguration of the newly elected parliament in Naypyidaw, Vice President Tu Minh Hue, Myanmar has two vice presidents, did two things. First, he detained, or announced that the military would be detaining and deposing then President Min Win and State Councilor and Foreign Minister Aung San Suu Kyi, and that emergency measures would be introduced whereby the State Administration Council would be taking over and exercising legislative, executive, and judicial powers. SAC is a slightly better acronym compared to the previous acronym that the Tatmadaw, Myanmar's armed forces, had used to refer to themselves in the previous coup of 1988, which was the SLORC, which gives you an idea of, or the sound of the brutality of what would happen. And in reaction to the formation of the State Administration Council, a number of elected politicians, elected in the November elections, set up the committee representing Pidong Solukto, which is basically the overall parliament of the country, bringing together the two chambers. This was started a civil disobedience movement. Protest started. I have a few pictures to follow. And then by mid-April, a national unity government was set up. That was led by, well, a deterioration of the situation on the ground, with both attacks by well, People's Defense Forces, so anti-military protesters, against the Tatmadaw to inflict losses on personnel and military property, but also the increasing brutality of the regime whose repression eventually deployed violence, but was unable to impose law and order. So the resistance started off in a rather joyful mood and optimistic. It was pretty creative, brought together various segments of the population from the usual suspects, the Sangha, the monkhood, and the students and university teachers have traditionally, historically been the most active, politically active segment of the population, and this was the case this time as well, with some exceptions with regard to the monkhood that has been a bit split. There were national strikes, the banking system stopped working, basically civil service was no longer working, was joining the streets. When the military stopped people from demonstrating, then people started to be even more creative, so couldn't have a demonstration, well, you would have taxi drivers or motorcycles stopping the traffic, and so that eventually, well, people would have to get off their bike or motorbike or the cars, and the demonstration would emerge by default. Older generations had a sense of déjà vu from coups past. This was the fourth military intervention of the army in 60 years, more or less. The Tatmadaw tends to stand in power for quite long once it gets in. So memories were coming back. Basically, hundreds of thousands of ordinary Myanmar citizens started to take the streets and express their hostility. And it was pretty clear that the Tatmadaw and the head of the government, basically the head of the Tatmadaw himself, Min Aung Hlaing, whom you will recall for the fact that he was in charge of the clearance operations, the ethnic cleansing against the Rohingya in 2017. Clearly, nothing much happened to him ever since. So, water cannons and rubber bullets soon gave way to live ammunition, and a very violent crackdown followed. This didn't deter the population from expressing their anger. What you see here is basically snapshots of various parts of Myanmar. This is different parts of Yangon, where basically the population is cursing at the armed forces. Why did it happen? Well, there are different triggers for this, and some reasons go back a bit in time. I'm not a big fan of historical determinism, but certainly some things do go back in time. So, well, the triggers, the proximate reasons lie in the fact that twice in the space of 5 years, the military and its political affiliate, the USDP party, suffered a humiliating, crushing defeat at the hands of the NLD. For reasons internal to the military, military intelligence in Myanmar is extremely poor, so they don't have a pulse of the situation on the ground, and they clearly misunderstood and misread the level of criticism, or they overestimated the level of popular dissatisfaction with the performance of the NLD government, which of course didn't deliver on the expectations, but nonetheless remained very popular. Aung San Suu Kyi remained popular, but the party was popular too. The military didn't see that coming, wasn't pleased. Aung San Suu Kyi's government performed reasonably well to the pandemic, as much as a government can perform well during the pandemic. Her handling of the situation, the sense of humanity and sympathy and empathy for the population was good. The vaccination program was underway. Testing was slow, but fine. Presidential elections were coming up in March. It was no mystery that Min Aung Hlaing wanted to be president. Aung San Suu Kyi was barred from running for known reasons. There's an article in the Constitution that is written just to prevent her. Her name is not there, but obviously having been married to a foreign national and her sons being foreign nationals, then she's prevented by the Constitution. But the military also intervened for a number of other reasons. Well, the preceding months and years were defined by wrangling over constitutional change. There were some important victories where much of the civilian administration had been taken out of military oversight under civilian oversight. That was great in 2020. But the two sides, the two halves of the government continue to argue, basically. Central, however, were, as I said, the personal ambitions of the head of the military, the Tatmado's belief in its own impunity, and why would they not do that? Because nothing really happened after 2017. Yes, sanctions were imposed on the top brass of the Tatmadaw. Then they couldn't spend time and do it in London or Rome or Paris to spend their weekend. So what? They'll just go to Bangkok, Beijing, and Singapore. Now, coming to the repercussions, and the paper basically, the second half of the paper focuses on the domestic and regional repercussions of the crisis, the fallout, and then I go through some of the options that are there. So very briefly here, well, the military takeover essentially compounds the economic crisis that was brought about by the pandemic. The public health crisis was there. Limited testing tells us a very simple story. From March 2020 until 5-6 days ago, there had been 500,000 reported cases with 17,000 deaths. A COVID death is reported only in Myanmar hospitals when the doctors decide that it is a COVID death. So clearly, it's fair to say that this is a gross underestimation of the situation. But the public health crisis was less severe than expected up until the collapse of the health system, because the moment the doctors started to strike, the moment the military took over the hospitals, the moment the military started to tell whoever was left there, nurses, doctors, not to treat injured people because, well, there were protesters. The moment they started to take over oxygen cylinders because, well, the military needs to breathe, ordinary Myanmar citizens not so much. Then you have a political crisis, an economic crisis, and then back with a vengeance, a public health one as well. The country is failing. And then the last, well, not insignificant change that has happened domestically is a radical transformation of Myanmar's opposition, which is a move away from nonviolent activism to the People's Defensive War, so an incitation to armed revolt. I'll skip the regional one, I can come back later. The expression super spreader state is actually coming from The Guardian, which I thought was very fitting to a way of referring to Myanmar. The remainder of the paper basically goes through a number of options that range from possibly recognizing, non-recognizing the national unity government, sanctions, and other issues. So let me just say two things here, and then I close. One, I share Lee Jones's take on the ineffectiveness of sanctions against Myanmar, and there's considerable evidence that suggests that that doesn't work. What would be useful would be to target their banking their accounts in Singapore and Thailand in euros, dollars, British pounds, so that you would touch on at least the interest of some of the military by targeting their foreign accounts. Targeted sanctions have been introduced. And the other issue would be, and that's really the semi-final thing I say, is to move away from development assistance as it goes to the government and to work with cross-border aid organizations in Kayin State, Kaya State on the Thai border, because those organizations have decades-long history of being able to bring aid into the country and distribute it. Finally, sorry, I'm out of time. What you have here is a battle for legitimacy from both sides. The military does not have legitimacy, doesn't control territory, doesn't control people. The national unity government has legitimacy, but doesn't control either. In this otherwise bleak picture, there is a silver lining, and the silver lining is that a new popular movement is emerging in Myanmar, moving away from a discussion of the national races, Buddhist, Bamar nationalism, where different people, young and old, from different ethnic and religious divides, are moving away from a discussion of Taingin-Ta, which is the national races, a very problematic discourse in Myanmar, towards a notion of Lumio zone, which is a variety of people. And that, if anything, is the single best thing that has happened over this. So I wanted to finish on the positive line. So thank you.
Thank you, Matteo, for your presentation and also for keeping in time. Now it's the turn of Pietro Masina. Okay, Pietro, the stage is yours.
Skip the thanking to the organizers. I think we could make collective thanking for this splendid organization, apart from the bus this morning. Okay, I have a rather long presentation, therefore I will skip the first part. The first part I try to put the case of Vietnam into perspective of Southeast Asia, but just let me simply look at, sorry, I have some technical problems with this. Point I want to make is that practically all, well, most of the Southeast Asian countries have a problem with China today, because China is has a very let's say aggressive policy in the South China Sea, is playing the role of the big brother, is very pushing in Southeast Asia. But at the same time, China is so important as economic partner for all Southeast Asian countries that Southeast Asian countries cannot antagonize China. They have to find a way to cooperate while at the same time to deter China. And look at this. This is the share of ASEAN trade, and you see that China is the most important partner for ASEAN countries, is the main source of import, and is the second largest export, no, is the largest export market, even more than the United States. And China is the second investor to Southeast Asia after Japan. Okay, we have to remember this picture to understand how the different Southeast Asian countries are related to China. Let's go to the case of Vietnam. The case of Vietnam is an interesting one. Vietnam is the country in Southeast Asia that is more under pressure from China, is the country in which the confrontation with China in the South China Sea is really tense. And it's the only country in Southeast Asia that in recent times had a war with China in '79. But if you want to understand how Vietnam is related now with China, but in general in international relations, we have to remember that at the end of the '80s, Vietnam was an isolated country because of the Cambodian conflict, and Vietnam had no relations with China, no relation with the United States, was isolated by his neighbors. And in the early '90s, the situation changed completely because Vietnam was able to restore relations simultaneously with China, with the United States, and become a member of ASEAN, an active member of ASEAN, fully integrated economically and politically in the region. And since then, the policy that Vietnam has searched was a policy of neutrality. They call it the 4 no's: no military alliance, no use of the country against other enemies. And this is the position that Vietnam is trying to maintain. When we look at Vietnam, we think, okay, Vietnam is now becoming an ally of the United States. No, Vietnam is not, because Vietnam is trying to use the United States to deter the Chinese influence, but without entering an alliance that would be too binding. Okay? And this is the policy that Vietnam is following. And what are the relations today? Well, the United States is by far the largest export market for Vietnam. Therefore, it's very important. And Vietnam considers the relation with the United States fundamental to balance and restrain the Chinese ambitions in the South China Sea. There have been even military exercises with the United States, but Vietnam is not willing to become a formal ally. At the same time, the economic relations with China are equally or even more important, as China is the largest import source and a key partner in regional production networks. And then there is another element of this relation, this complicated relation between Vietnam on one side and China and Vietnam and the United States. China and Vietnam share a very similar political system, a very similar institutional system. And when things become very tense, when the two countries are in the two governments are not able to solve a crisis, then the parties will step in and there will be a dialogue at party level. And the dialogue at party level is able to touch on very important chords for both sides and will be able to diffuse the tension for a while. And this is also an element that should be considered, and particularly the current General Secretary of the Communist Party in Vietnam is considered to be a person that is having a dialogue with China. And this is the share of Vietnam trade in goods, and you see this it's different from the ASEAN global ASEAN picture. You see that China is extremely important as a source of import, and the United States is the main export market, and the European Union is also an important export market. And but what this picture tells us, is that there is a very high level of integration between the Vietnamese economy and the Chinese economy in terms of supply chains. A lot of things that we import from Vietnam are in fact produced partially in Vietnam, partially in China, or partially in other places. And this is, of course, is also a complication for us because it's very difficult to use trade data to assess this level of economic integration. The gross import or export data do not allow to assess where the value added was produced. For instance, if an international good, intermediate goods are produced in China, and the final assembling, labor-intensive, low-value adding assembly takes place in Vietnam for re-exporting to the US, then the statistics will report that the total value of the good as Vietnamese export to the US. For the pictures, it's not clear. We should look at trade in value added data, but these are difficult to obtain. It takes time to obtain. We only have data up to 2015. Therefore, we cannot use these data to understand what is happening at the moment. And also, when you look at the strategies of decoupling or further integrating supply chains, we have to take into account that there are different logics that are used for different sectors. For instance, labor-intensive sectors are maybe considered non-strategic, while other sectors are more strategic, but also within the same sector, different phases of production are considered to be strategic or not. Therefore, states and firms might use different logics. For it's difficult to use this data. And you have a tendency, a trend that is established, has been several years now, that is a shifting of labor-intensive production out of China. And to Southeast Asia and particularly Vietnam. And this is a trend that has been going at least 10 years, that there are signs, indicators of this trend, for much before the US-China trade tensions. And why this trend has emerged? Because of the rapid increase in manufacturing wages in China in the past years. Manufacturing wages in China have almost tripled over the last 10 years. And this is also this also led to a decline in FDI to China in the last 10 years, because a lot of the manufacturing that was taking place there in order to re-export became lost ground, and firms started to produce somewhere else, and a lot of them started to produce in Vietnam. At the same time, China has become more important as a foreign market, more important as a national market. For foreign firms are more interested now in producing in China to sell on the Chinese market, rather than a platform for cheap labor. And of course, this tendency to labor-intensive production moving out of China will be accelerated by the US trade tensions, but has not been produced by these tensions. Is adding to it. Where do the US firms plan to move to? Well, they plan to move increasingly to Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is considered to be, this is data on 2018, 2019. And when you look at the data on 2019, we know that a process decoupling is becoming more significant, disconnection of production. And there is a decline in China manufacturing export in 2019. China's market share in US imports dropped markedly in 2019. US imports from China dropped by 17% or 88 billion US dollars, resulting in a decline of China's share in US imports by 4%. And who substituted this production that is not coming to the US? Well, is a number of other places. Some productions were reshored to the US, for there is a significant reshoring, while most was replaced by export from other countries, among which prominent Vietnam. Vietnam is the country that's benefited the most from this decline export or import, American import of Chinese goods. And the increase in US imports from Vietnam in wireless communication equipment doubled in 2019. And even though the Vietnam share in this sector has been gradually rising for some years, and you think of the fact that today Vietnam is the assembling place for Samsung. Vietnam is now Samsung country. But the rapid increase in 2019 could also indicate some relabeling of Chinese manufacturing. For goods have been moved from China to Vietnam, relabeled and exported. But relabeling might anticipate a shift in geographical organization of supply chains. It's not a sustainable pattern. It's also something which the Americans are looking at. They want to check how much relabeling is taking place. Therefore, firms will start producing more in Vietnam rather than simply relabeling. This is a share you can look at. This is who replaced missing China manufacturing exports, and you see Vietnam 20%. Is a very big share. Is 23% is reshoring, 20% Vietnam. And Mexico 16%, the rest of Asia is smaller portions than Vietnam. Then the battleground for supply chains organization, Southeast Asia and Vietnam. Global firms have begun to delocalize from China to Vietnam already 20 years ago, as I said, 10 years ago, first in the garment sector, Nike, Adidas, etc., and then increasingly in electronics. Now, north of Vietnam is mostly electronics. South is more garment and footwear. Samsung, Panasonic, Apple, Foxconn is moving more to Vietnam. But interestingly, also Chinese firms are now moving production to Vietnam. Why? Because the cost of labor is higher in China. Therefore, for Chinese firms, it's also interesting to go there. And even the Americans recognize that it's impossible to move out, to have this complete decoupling. Therefore, now they have adopted this China +1 strategy, encouraging firms to delocalize part of the production to Southeast Asia, while of course maintaining part of the production in China. And therefore, the pressure from the United States to downsize, but not to abandon production in China. But China is also emerging as a major investor to Vietnam for cost reasons, but also for political reasons, because it's a way to use economic integration to maintain the country in a neutral position in the US-China competition. And this process of delocalization to Vietnam was encouraged by the country's ability to contain COVID until the spring 2021. And now there is a lot of concern in Vietnam because of COVID, and there is already the impression that some firms might move back to China because Vietnam is, but in fact, what is most likely is that this trend will continue. Is already now, Vietnam the situation is improving a bit. Okay, who is investing to Vietnam? If you look at the investors, it's mostly East Asian countries, and China is an important investor and is becoming more important. And the lead, this is the stock, is total registered investment capital as of last week is 20 September 2021, and South Korea with Samsung is the largest investor, and then Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Virgin Islands, and then China. And what is investment? Investment is by 60% in manufacturing. Therefore, we're talking about supply chains. We're talking about a level of strong economic integration. And China is becoming more important as an investor. This is flows, and you see 2019 was much more than the previous years. For China is really, therefore you have these two tendencies, decoupling on one hand, integration on the other hand, and the United States and the West seeing Vietnam as an important location for production, but also investing there to contain China. But on the other hand, China is also investing to Vietnam because it's important to be there and to keep the country neutral, and also for cost reasons. And going back to one point that Ambassador Reiter called this morning is trade agreements. And at the time of Obama had a very clever policy that we could discuss, but TPP, the Pivot to Asia, TPP was a clever policy because it was a way to create a large region in which the United States were able to define the standards, not to set the standards. And then if you look at what has happened in the last, during the Trump administration was very strong, but not very narrow-minded. And what happened was that the project of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership was actually a project that was very interesting for China, because it was not ASEAN +1 plus, and India did not join it. Therefore, it's really something that is good for China. And then, because the United States did not sign the TPP, that was this comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership that was active since 2018, and Vietnam is part of it together with the other economies. And now, interestingly, both China and Taiwan want to enter. And if China should be allowed to enter, then this would really change the picture. And then, yes, what the European Union will do, and the United States is out of it, and how much these regional agreements will be able to, yes, to set standards. And of course, there are issues that are complicated for China in dealing with this treaty. But then, in conclusion, in military terms, Vietnam will continue to rely on the US, but also on the Quad, on Japan, India, to balance the Chinese hegemonism. In political terms, Vietnam will continue to pursue multilateralism with a strong emphasis on the ASEAN role, even if we know ASEAN is a weak player. And in economic terms, integration with East Asia and China in particular will remain paramount. And Vietnam can gain from the localization of production from China, but this does not necessarily conflict with Chinese interest, because China is also delocalizing and supply chains are really integrated. And China will continue to combine military strength to pressurize Vietnam and Southeast Asia more in general, but also gestures of goodwill to maintain Hanoi neutrality in the dispute with the US. You know, a few days ago, Kamala Harris went to Vietnam, and one of the things she did was to donate vaccines, COVID vaccines. But the evening before, the Chinese ambassador donated double the amount that the United States was donating in terms of vaccines. And then last, I show you a picture. This is something that happened on 3 days ago. And it's something important. It was a summit of the 3 party leaders, not state leaders, party leaders from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. It was many, many, many years that there was something like this could not be achieved because, of course, you know, tensions between Vietnam and Cambodia have been very, very strong for many years. And both Cambodia and Laos are now considered to be China client states. And this picture has been interpreted in 2 opposite ways. One is as an attempt of Vietnam to reconnect to Laos and Cambodia and try to, you know, to reestablish its influence in these 2 countries. But there is also a possible alternative reading, is China allowed this to happen. China allowed Cambodia and Laos to meet Vietnam and to try to, you know, to keep Vietnam more at peace, not to indicate that it's possible to cooperate with China without being pressurized too much. For this picture is interesting of the status there. Thanks.
Now we have the last presentation of
Okay, thank you, Barbara. So my contribution to the discussion today focuses on Malaysia's foreign policy positionality in this rather restless regional context. So my question is, what are Malaysia's policy options today, and how is the state navigating the competition between the US and China, which is becoming structural to the region? So I have organized my presentation taking into account some of the feedback I've received on the preliminary draft of the paper, for which I thank Giuseppe and Giulio as well. And so I will first outline the conceptual framework, so how I use the concept of hedging in the paper. Then I will trace quickly Malaysia's foreign policy trajectories to highlight how hedging strategies actually became institutionalized as a foreign policy modus operandi of the state. And third, I will focus on Malaysia's margin to move in the context of the growing rift between the US and China. So it is overall agreed upon that Malaysia's foreign policy is consistent with the hedging strategy. And I won't go, because time does not allow, into the debate about the different declinations of the concept, but I focus in the paper on Jürgen Hake's definition of hedging as a concept describing risk management strategies. So Hake remarks that because pure forms of bandwagoning and balancing are rare today, hedging has ended up being applied more or less to the foreign policy behavior of secondary states, right? So in fact, he says that this rather loose use of the concept has affected the explanatory potential of this category. And so he proposes to refocus hedging as a concept describing risk management strategies. And so he proposes to focus on the perceptions of the concerned states. Right, so he draws a distinction between security threats and security risks, and limits the scope of hedging to strategies aimed at dealing with security risks. So security risks are, in this sense, potential security threats, and the management of risks is anticipatory and proactive. And it follows a pattern of limited enhancement measures of military, but also, I will argue, in the case of Malaysia, other security-related capabilities, but not as a reaction to a specific situation, right? So more as a way of signaling preparedness, and also to get prepared probably. And also the other aspect of hedging is this ambiguity of alignment signals as a defining aspect of the way certain states hedge. So I think Hacke's approach is really helpful to make sense of Malaysia's current foreign policy positionality, but also to make sense of how hedging got institutionalized as a foreign policy strategy in the context of big power competition. Okay, so even though this term has been applied to Malaysia's post-Cold War foreign policy trajectories, we can trace its roots back to when Malaysia defined its profile and mode of functioning in the region in the context of the Cold War. So when the Federation of Malaya was created in 1957, then of course there was this initial difficult relationship with Beijing, right? And this pro-Western foreign policy orientation, which must certainly be situated in the Cold War fragile political order, but with an eye on the country's anxieties that the large ethnic Chinese population could grow politically closer to communist China, right? So the federation was the theater also of a communist insurgency at the time. And then in 1963, there were major communal clashes, right? So this pro-Western inclination that shaped Kuala Lumpur initial foreign policies were actually nationalist, right? There was this anti-communism, which was very much driven by an internal, even racist, anti-Chinese sentiment. So it was not really a form of bandwagoning towards the US. And this is evidenced by the fact that despite in the 1960s, the United States became more engaged with Malaysia. They gave support in the confrontation with Indonesia. The relationship never upgraded into a full-fledged alignment. And also Malaysia never really singled out China and the USSR as security threats. So the other aspect I think that is interesting is that ASEAN and ASEAN members at the time played a role in facilitating the easing of tensions between the US and China. And this is one of the main arguments that Wen Qingwei makes in his book, The Arc of Containment, right? So at that time, Malaysia in particular developed a plan, the Zone of Peace, Freedom and Neutrality, the ZOPFEN plan, which had an influence on the concerned parties involved in the region. The plan was agreed upon in 1971 by ASEAN leaders, and it demanded that the US, China, and the USSR committed, I'm quoting here the Malaysian leader at the time, Tunku Abdul Rahman, to quoting, a policy of neutralization which will ensure that this region will no longer be a theater of conflict for the competing interests of the major powers, end quote. So Malaysia was giving shape to this foreign policy narrative about Southeast Asia as an area of peace and neutrality, which continued then later on, but also to other practices that we could see fitting into Hacke's definition of hedging, right? For example, the cautious opening of diplomatic relationships with China from 1974. So Malaysia's stance, in a way, participated in, and with other, of course, ASEAN members, in containing China's regional influence and also mediating US engagement, right? So it began to define this positionality in international politics, avoiding singling out one major power as a security threat, and instead becoming vocal in multilateral fora and engaging rival big powers on issues of security and also confidence building. So how is that relevant to the current regional scenario? Well, the new challenges, we have discussed them quite a bit, but the growing rift, right, between the US and China is becoming structural to the region. Beijing is justifying this deliberate military buildup in the South China Sea by claiming historical sovereignty rights on the nine-dashed area, despite the ruling in 2016 that rejected these claims, but anyway. And then we have the US fend-off policy through the freedom of navigation operations, but also by reaching out to the regional states with a minilateral fora or trilateral fora. So, and the other challenge is that Malaysia is actually involved in the disputes, right? So, especially those pertaining to the jurisdiction and related legitimacy of military and economic activities under the UN Law of the Sea Convention. But we also see the engagement of other regional and international medium powers, right? Which in a way facilitates hedging strategies. So how has Malaysia been hedging in this context? So I see a continuum between Malaysia's current hedging strategy and the traditional foreign policy positionality of risk management, really in terms of risk management, according to Hack's definition. So first of all, Malaysia is using ASEAN, but also other international fora as part of a policy of non-alignment or ambiguous alignment. For example, it is keeping up this effort of mainstreaming security narratives about peace and stability and engaging big powers, but also other regional players in confidence building. For example, the 2019 foreign policy framework of the new Malaysia stressed these principles of cooperation within ASEAN and of major powers engagement within ASEAN, and also the need to finalize the ASEAN-China Code of Conduct at sea. Malaysia has been externalizing security issues to international organizations, like, for example, in December 2019, Malaysia made a submission to the UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf to protest China's acts of encroachment in the South China Sea. And at the same time, Malaysia has been condemning big power muscle flexing games in the region. And one example is the reaction to the response actually to the US involvement in the West Capella standoff in March 2020, when Malaysia's oil and gas explorations off the coast were being put under pressure by Chinese research vessels and also Coast Guard vessels and military vessels, actually. And then the US sent a military vessel to signal support to Malaysia, and Malaysia actually condemned the US involvement because it was considered dangerous for the security of the region. And then Malaysia is also cooperating with regional powers, medium powers, in strengthening military, but also maritime governance instruments. And I think it's really capitalizing on medium regional powers' renewed investment in the region in that sense. So for example, through the India Act East initiative, which was launched in 2014, right? And that brought Malaysia and the US and India together in a joint military exercise on Malaysian soil in 2018. And then in January 2021, Malaysia signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with Australia. But also, I think what I find particularly interesting is a specific area of cooperation between Malaysia and certain regional states concerning the strengthening and coordination of maritime enforcement agency. Because we see that the role of Coast Guard vessels really has become progressively central in channeling both China's aggressive posturing and the concerned states' sovereignty claims. So despite the collaboration among claimant states on this particular sector has not really taken off, arguably because of the competing claims they have. But there are other actors, regional actors such as Japan, that have been actively involved in providing assistance to states like Malaysia to strengthen their maritime enforcement capabilities. And I see this as a new way of fitting into this enhancement really of security related capabilities in terms of Hackett's definition of risk management. So yes, finally, I think that Malaysia might look favorably at the EU's renewed engagement in the Indo-Pacific, despite the difficult history of the free trade agreement negotiations between the two. And it's true, I mean, I've heard that ASEAN is a weak player, but I think that for hedging states, ASEAN matters, still matters a lot. And also, I think it is still considered an important interlocutor by actors other than the two major powers, right? And I think that in that sense, they use, long-standing relationship with ASEAN that was recently upgraded into a strategic partnership testifies to this, still kind of importance that ASEAN has for the region. So to conclude, my point is that in Malaysia's case, we can really see that hedging has been institutionalized in the state's foreign policy as a state foreign policy positionality, but it is also rooted in a history of dealing with a region entangled in big power competition. And so I think that the space that Malaysia is capable to carve out in order to navigate the regional realm depends on the extent to which the state's institutions and the current political leadership will be capable of adapting the country's politics of hedging to these new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you all the organizers, because it's my first time in 18 months to be in presence at the conference, and it tells you something about the times that we are living. So I start from Manuela's paper, and I see that you basically have taken into consideration our remarks because we sent you the remarks by email. Because of course, in the original paper, well, first of all, I'm looking at the paper as if they had been submitted for publication to a journal, because if I'm right, this is also an exercise to kind of upgrade your papers from a policy brief to a journal article, in good journal. So the paper was okay for like a policy brief, and there was also the reference to the European Union in the end, which could work in a policy brief. But thinking of upgrading the paper into an article for an international journal, the research question was kind of missing. and also the theoretical framework was underdeveloped in a sense. But I can see from your presentation, and you really didn't need the slides because you were very, very clear in articulating Ake's definition of hedging and applying it to the history of foreign policy approach in Malaysia. And of course, the title is very catchy because you say understanding, hedging, and mounting Sino-American tension. So I think maybe in the conclusion of your paper, you can add this value. So far, so good. What about the future? Because of course, as Sino-American tensions are rising, are mounting, is there something in this new scenario which is making Malaysia's hedging more difficult? Which are the constraints? Which are the new challenges? And if anything, maybe the fact that you were underlining this new relationship with ASEAN is something I think we should look at because maybe it tells you something about how they are changing a bit their posture because they know that there is something more difficult for them in the future. But I've written the comments. You have the comments, so you can look at them. The paper on Myanmar. Again, the paper is good because it gives you a sense of the entire picture. You have so many elements in the paper. And maybe if you want to, again, transform it into a journal article, maybe there are too many things. There are too many things. So one thing you should think of is to concentrate and develop some aspects of this messy and tragic situation in Myanmar. So I'm 100% with you when you say that the Tatmadaw underestimated the reaction of the people, because you have been living in a I wouldn't say democracy for 10 years, but of course, you had Facebook and you had all the NGOs from all over the places. You have, exchange of students. I mean, people, it was not like in the 90s. We have seen the same stuff going on in Afghanistan with women. Once people has experienced some freedom, it's more difficult to go back as if nothing happened. So maybe you could concentrate on sanctions or on COVID-19, on the UN, on justice, and possible involvement of international criminal courts, or on constitution, or on the new popular movement, looking at their strength, at the strength of these protesters, this movement, the strength of or the weakness. So many things you could develop in a paper. So, and you could consider this as a case study for your research question, which is there. And I think it could be sharpened because basically you ask yourself, is there something that the international community can do? What are the measures that could work the most, that could have an impact? And maybe in this case, you could also choose to look comparatively at the situation between here and the 90s, looking, for instance, at sanctions. Did they work? Yes or no? Can they now work? Yes or no? Is there something we got wrong in sanctions and we can change something, or sanctions are useless in any case, so we cannot do anything? And you could look at, comparatively also at different scenarios, because I think you kind of take for granted that it's a state failure because of course the situation is so tragic. But what about the future, the most likely scenarios? I wrote with other colleagues an article on the Italian Political Science Review on the authoritarian resilience in Myanmar. I mean, it's a kind of authoritarian resilience. The Tatmadaw still thinks that they can go their own way. They can stick to the constitution. And then I come to the final point, which I think is something I wouldn't agree completely, because when you say they did that because they could, and of course they could do that. It's in the constitution. They are sticking literally and formally to the constitution because it's something they have written the constitution right in 2008. So it's kind of obvious to say that they did it because they could. They are sticking to the constitution, and their plans are for keeping on with this authoritarian resilience kind of path. And finally, the reasons and timing. I would suggest you to read a piece my colleague from Turin, Stefano Ruzza, was writing a couple of months ago, because I think that there are a few things you could look at. He's suggesting something that throws some light on why the Tatmadaw chose that moment. The electoral process, they're moving from first past the post to proportional representation, the peace process. They were not happy with this idea of Aung San Suu Kyi to basically set up a new peace process, and then especially the appointment of a new commander-in-chief. There are some technicalities on the constitution showing that the Tatmadaw was really in danger of not being able to select a new commander-in-chief according to their own preferences. There could be a compromise with the civilians that they didn't not like. And finally, last but not least, the slides from Pietro. Pietro's presentation is different because he put many things, far too many things in the slides, and I think you should concentrate on some aspects if you want to evolve the slides in a paper. First of all, I would say I like the fact that you were underlining the presence of Chinese companies. It's not something that we read much about in the papers and the literature. So the presence of Chinese companies in Vietnam is something you should develop, and you could develop. The dialogue between parties is also interesting, and also how, for instance, free trade agreements are changing or shaping global value chains. I think statistics are very difficult to retrace. Data are problematic, but I think we should look at the interaction between free trade agreements and global value chains. And finally, also the fact that Vietnam is succeeding in reducing poverty, but this does not necessarily translate into proper development. This is another argument that we know is very, very popular nowadays. So it's just a few suggestions, but I like your data, I like your slides. So a few suggestions for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giuseppe, especially, for keeping in time. And now I think we can, in order to gain time, we can try to collect some questions. And then we can give each speaker 5 minutes for their replies. Okay. Filippo? More questions? Axel? Okay, Giulio? Okay, I think we can start with, it's up to you. Okay. Also, sorry, Giulia, there is also Vincent. Okay, so we have 4 questions and then it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I have a question for Pietro. Thank you. I've learned a lot, and I will probably recycle your slides with your permission for classes, for my own classes on international relations of East Asia, because we're going to talk decoupling. And my question is pertaining to the China +1 agenda that the Japanese government also has pushed, I would say already since the mid-2000s. Abe Shinzo was adamant also in his manifesto book about offshoring away from China because of the economic reasons you mentioned, but also because of the political risks associated with China. And so my question is, are there any other governments that have strategically pushed for this China +1 ahead of the US-China strategic competition, and not just out of increasing labor costs, but also because of the political risks associated with China, the potential political risks. And I'm thinking of South Korea, as you mentioned, Taiwan. I imagine it's interesting that Foxconn is also moving to Vietnam. And then the other question is related to the former one. Do you see coordination of some sort somehow with the United States, or do you see reaction from these countries to US initiatives as well? As in, do you see a degree of coordination in relocating to India, Southeast Asia, also for strategic purposes? Because this is becoming a hot topic right now with what is referred to as securing supply chains, especially for a particular type of goods and production networks and rare earths, semiconductors. So if you could expand on that point, I would be very interested. But I understand that it's more of the political side rather than the political economic side. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks for all your great presentations. I have a question for Matteo about Myanmar. I was wondering whether, I know that the paper is mostly on the coup and the sorts of causes and consequences, if you like, but what I find interesting is in general the role of the military in emerging democracies or in hybrid regimes. So I was wondering whether you could expand a little bit more what were the changes that sort of we see after the coup in Myanmar? What was the role that the military had in pre-Myanmar? Because I think in one of the early slides you've mentioned, did it ever leave anyway? So and I think this is interesting because working on Pakistan, it's often considered as a hybrid regime where the military really controls a lot of stuff from behind the scenes without necessarily needing to intervene. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit on that as well. And just a quick question for Pietro. What I thought was really interesting was the discussion about the party level interactions. You said that a lot of the issues are solved at that level. And I wanted to ask you whether there is a consultation forum at the party level, or are these interactions institutionalized through individuals? Because again, in the case of Pakistan, you see that through the Belt and Road Initiative, they've set up these institutional mechanisms that to some extent are effective. some others are less effective. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for Matteo. Who is now the external player when it comes to Myanmar? 10 years ago, when Myanmar started to open up, people talk about the US, the UK, and Western countries. And these days, to what extent is China such a big player? Because before the coup, we knew that Beijing actually got along with Aung San Suu Kyi quite well. What about their dynamics between Beijing and the military junta? And are they getting along really that well? I mean, if that is the case, what are the implications for the projects, for example, Minsun Dam, which is on pause at the moment? Is there any possibility that projects like these will be resumed anytime soon, now that the military junta has taken over and they are extremely isolated by the international society? To Emanuela, so you talk about Malaysia, but to what extent this dilemma, hedging strategy, the dilemma being caught up in between big powers, is shared by other ASEAN countries? Even Singapore, which arguably is a very different country from Malaysia, also has this dilemma to, not to pick a side, but also glean benefits from both sides. Thank you.
Very, very brief to Emanuela. I really like your presentation. I'm not saying this because you're a colleague from Pavia, but I genuinely like your presentation. Because you're dealing with the stuff, you raised the questions that I also have with you with Japan later on. Okay, you invest into maritime enforcement, you buy secondhand stuff from Japan, you call the US Navy, the 7th Fleet to help you monitor what China is doing. But then what? What's the next, what's the next step? What are they willing to do alone or jointly with others to keep China from, building military bases on the spread lakes, or building artificial islets, where they should be building them. So, we all concerned, or we all opposed to Chinese territorial expansionism. But, what is the result, or the desired result, of maritime enforcement activities? Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I think you can ask to, you can answer. We can start in alphabetical order, or starting with Manuela. That's okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments and the questions. So very quickly on the new challenges, I think what comes to my mind, but of course I have to think about it more, more in depth. But for example, this new relevance, of this minilateral fora, the Quad, of course, and then the AUKUS as well. These are certainly new developments that pose issues, I guess, for hedging countries. And so I think, in a way, the informality, the lack of a real structure to these fora, which is seen as partially as a weakness in terms of decision-making capacities, I think for hedging countries might actually turn into an opportunity to, again, what I see, for example, Malaysia's response to the recent AUKUS agreement was to condemn this operation of encircling China, and at the same time, once again, stating that the need for cooperation and for cooperation to keep Southeast Asia as a zone of peace and neutrality. So I'm not sure how this is leading, actually, but I see these as potentially really new challenges for hedging states like Malaysia. And regarding the shared, the question about other Southeast Asian hedging countries, of course, yes, it is something. Hedging is recognized as a foreign policy strategy that small states enact, no, in the context of big power competition. The question is how each of them does that, right? So my interest is really looking into how Malaysia is actually hedging and how sustainable this kind of strategy is vis-a-vis this new, well, vis-a-vis the growing competition between the US and China. And finally, Axel's question, where is it going? Well, I think in a way, the fact that the South China Sea's disputes are mainly concern questions of jurisdiction. You know, it's really about, you know, international rule of law in a way. And I think China is not completely untouched by the issue. It's true that China pursues its interests, but it also has an interest in not alienating, right, the countries in the region in a way. So I'm not sure whether this really answers your question, but I think that enhancing security-related capabilities that are not necessarily military capabilities is part of a hedging strategy, in the sense that it signals, you know, cooperation with regional medium powers and preparedness and presence also in the waters of the South China Sea. And so it's a sort of, you know, ambiguous alignment, or more like, you know, yeah, not really saying we are building up a military, like the military against you, but we are here, and that's how I see actually these operations. Yeah.
Okay, Matteo, thank you.
All right, yeah, cool. Great questions. I'll pick some of them as kind of possibly answer everything. So Giuseppe, thanks for the suggestions. So let me just focus on two things. The comparative angle would be useful, I think, because 1988 was bumpy, very bumpy as well. The situation stabilized as military takeovers go. The period from then onwards was great. So one could look at whether this year is really different in terms of kind or just degrees compared to 1988. So that the historical comparative angle would be great. On the intervention they did, because they could, yes, of course, you're right. I suppose what I wanted to say was that the military believe its own logic. So when they're saying that they're protecting the constitution, it is true. The problem is that precisely for the reason that I mentioned at the very beginning, they don't have the pulse of the situation on the ground. So yeah, you may be taking over because you think that, well, you're protecting the non-disintegration of the union, but you can only be doing this if you do not have a sense of what's going on the ground, which I think is the case. It was the case now, and I think it was the case in 2017 as well in Rakhine, where they did what they did for a number of reasons, including because well, their intelligence is very poor at the moment. We can talk about the rest. Filippo, it's also an interesting question. I mean, the Tatmadaw has been living in the best of all possible worlds. They exterminate the Rohingya, and then they send Suu Kyi to The Hague. How more morally rotten can you possibly be than doing that, while at the same time the very same person, Suu Kyi, does a number of good things, but also doesn't really dismantle the economic interests of the Tatmadaw. I'm not just speaking about the two big beasts, the state-owned enterprises, the conglomerates, and the Myanmar Economic Corporation. It's the bigger machinery that feeds the appetite of the Tatmadaw. The question for me is why there are no splits. I mean, this is a very hermetically guarded army, and You've got other armies that have returned in the barracks in the region, Indonesia, the Philippines. There's this book by Terence Lee on that subject. And there were talks about possible defections. I think that has probably been 2,000 defections since February, 500 from the police and 1,500 people from basically lower ranks. So really not a big deal. So the question for me is, why does it keep so hermetically, cohesive? I've read of a number of reasons which sound plausible, although they probably don't go the full way to explain this. That is the distribution. I mean, basically, the military lives in compounds and it's very difficult for them to communicate with the others. They get free housing, they get a good deal in terms of access to facilities, including hospitals. That's all very good, but geez, you've got armed forces that go from 350,000 to 500,000, and then you've got 2,000 people that defect, even despite. So there must be some other reasons. So it's probably a good thing for a follow-up project. Vincent, who's the external player? Well, here you have a coup that neither China nor the US likes. And here you have a situation when even in that context, the two countries don't get along. So that tells you how bad the relations between the two countries go. Japan, which has been Myanmar's all-weather, to borrow from Pakistan-Chinese relations, the all-weather partner for Yangon/Naypyidaw, has been in a bit of a pickle. So it has tried to withdraw as much as possible, not only Japanese personnel in the country, but also the whole Kirin and other partnerships. It's probably slightly worse than it was in 1988 for the Japanese in the country. So that leaves what? Well, it leaves a group of friends and Russia. So Russia has been coming back, investing not just militarily, but politically in the region for the last decade or so. So I think that China could be an important partner now, with a caveat. One of the first trips of Min Aung was to Moscow, where it was received as if, well, with all due respect, a peasant had popped up. I mean, not that Putin had to roll the red carpet to him, but still it was really dismissed by the Russians. But still, it's an important security partner, if nowhere else in the Security Council. The group of buddies, well, in May, during the bloodiest day since the coup, on Army Day, you had all the people that Tatmadaw can count on for political support. Bangladesh, Laos, well, China, Russia, Cambodia. So these are the people that the country can count on for support. Now, just to conclude, Beijing must be thanking whoever they want to thank for neighbors like Laos and North Korea in a year where Afghanistan has gone down, Kyrgyzstan has gone through a coup, Myanmar has gone through a coup and follow-up collapse. So with neighbors like this, I mean, clearly you need some peace along the Mekong and along the Tumen River. So thank you.
Well, Chinese companies, yes, I need to look into it more. Chinese firms normally do not have good name because they are mostly in the labor-intensive sector. And of course, Vietnamese are very critical about China, even with the vaccines. Vietnamese are refusing to use Chinese, the people, not the government. But certainly China is increasing its presence in Vietnam in terms of investment. In the past, it was mostly in raw materials, mines and infrastructure, but there is also now manufacturing, and we need to look into it. Dialogue between parties that also Filippo asked me about. Well, it's not institutionalized. There is a dialogue that, of course, there are channels that are permanent, but there are visits, party visits, leaders that go to visit each other, and they do it in moments of crisis. And part of this dialogue is of course, behind the screen. It's not public. And it's also behind the screen because sometimes the Vietnamese leadership is accused to be too soft on China. And there's been a lot of accusation of the current Secretary General of the party to be too close to China. And now his position is stronger, but when he became General Secretary, first time he was, people were discussing in the country that he was too close to China. The question of trade agreements, and Julia was asking this China +1 policy. Okay, of course, different countries are trying to diversify their investments. And in the case of Taiwan, this policy started already in the 90s, in the early 90s. Taiwan started to invest in Vietnam or in other Southeast Asian countries already in the early 90s as a way to reduce dependence on China. How much this is part of well, now we have the US dispute is official, but of course there's always an element of political dialogue between countries in order to attract investment. And to make an example, in China you don't have so many strikes in firms, but well, strikes can be tolerated, as it was the case many years ago in the case of Japanese firms. Francesca is an expert of it, because at the moment of tension between China and Japan, then workers were allowed to go on strike in Japanese firms. Countries give incentives to investors in terms of taxation, but also they can infrastructures are made available. The way in which control on environment, on pollution is applied or not applied. There are, of course, if the relations between investor and the recipient are very positive, then it's easier to negotiate. There have been this, the fact that Southeast Asian countries might be interested in attracting investment, and China is not necessarily interested in investment in labor-intensive sector that gives firms a reason for going to other countries, not necessarily because they want to diversify, because they want to do decoupling, but because they think they can get better conditions somewhere else. In the case of South Korea, yes, is now heavily investing in Vietnam. The relation between Vietnam and South Korea very, very close, to the point that if Samsung should default, then Vietnam would really risk defaulting. How is how these trade agreements are affecting relations? Of course, trade agreements are very important. There have been a lot of firms that, well, if you look at, there've been a massive wave of foreign direct investment in the mid-2000s to Vietnam. That was just before Vietnam entered WTO. There've been a lot of investment in expectation of TPP. European firms have invested more in Vietnam because of bilateral trade agreement with the European Union. And now, yes, now is if China should enter the CPTPP, this of course might change the rules of the game, and what the United States will do. This is unclear. On the question of poverty and development, that this is one of my topics, as you know, I've worked a lot of it on it. The issue is which kind of labor is produced. If a country like Vietnam continues to rely on labor-intensive productions, then the country will continue to have very low wages and very bad working conditions. And this is an unsustainable way to continue to reduce poverty. And the problem for Vietnam, like most other countries in the region, is that they've been very successful in reducing absolute poverty. And now there is a problem with relative poverty. And for relative poverty, you need to have a better kind of economic development. And that requires also better kind of production. And this is a big challenge for Vietnam. Vietnam is now trying to attract better quality investment. And again, we go back to China because China is considered to be not a good investor, but it's a very fluid pattern.
Thank you, Pietro. I think we can consider closed our panel. And I think it's lunchtime. I just wanted to, to add a comment to Filippo Boni's question to Pietro. I mean, maybe I didn't understand. You said that the relations between parties are informal. When there's a crisis, okay. Then you might have the leader of this to Beijing. Okay. And what about the role played by the International Liaison Department that was okay for daily? Okay. I mean, there is also in Vietnam a correspective of the International Liaison Department, I guess, of course. Okay, thank you.
We have half an hour, yeah, for lunch. I'm terribly sorry for cutting short our lunch, but we try to be on schedule because then we'll need a rest at the end of the day, refresh and change and have dinner. So let's keep it to half an hour and then meet here at 2:30.
Everybody. Hopefully we have still energy after this quick lunch. Okay, the panel of this afternoon is focused on Northeast Asia. And so we will have 3 presentations on Northeast Asia. We will start with Marco Milani on South Korea. And I remember again all the schedules. So we will have 15 minutes for the presenters, 10 minutes for the discussion about the papers, and then 5 minutes answer and all the question which will come from the audience. So I'll give the floor to Marco. If the presentation is ready, okay.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. So I would like to start thanking Professor Tori and Giulio for organizing this wonderful getting together. It's obviously a pleasure and a relief for me to be here with the real audience in person. And also I'd like to thank again Giulio, Mia, and the UI for the logistics and for hosting this wonderful event. It's always nice to be the first panelist in the afternoon, right after lunch. Let's see how boring a presentation about South Korea can be. I'll try to be as boring as possible, but I'll try to keep in time or even more so we can save some time for the discussion. My name is Marco Milani. I work at the University of Bologna and I work mostly on the Korean Peninsula. So today my presentation will focus on South Korea foreign policy under the US-China competition. So I will try to address one of the specific topics of this event. While I was working on the presentation, I realized that probably I should have rephrased the title of my presentation, because my presentation is more about the role of US-China competition on South Korea rather than the other way around. But I'll try to focus on just a few key issues. So as you can see here, I put some questions and you will find more question marks and answers in my presentation, probably. Sorry about that, but maybe we can discuss all these questions that I try to put in my presentation. The first one is that South Korea caught in the middle between China and the United States. The second one, is it really security versus economy? There's this debate about the fact that there is a strong security priority for South Korea towards the United States. At the same time, China is a fundamental partner for South Korean economy. So do we have this kind of split in South Korean foreign policy between security and economics? And the third point that is probably one of the most important of the presentation is how we can factor in the agency of the South Korean government. And this is particularly important for me, I think, because oftentimes South Korea is considered as entrapped in this great power competition, as had happened already in the past of South Korea. But in my opinion, South Korea government has agency in this and can act, and its fate is not decided by how the two great powers interact with one another. Very quickly, I will try to focus on three specific points. The first one is about Korean history. So the influence of great power competition in South Korea is not something new. It's a recurring feature in the history and socio-political development of Korea, as we will see very quickly. And the second point is that this rivalry that we can see today between US and China, is it different from the previous one? How did South Korea change in the post-Cold War world? And now does South Korea has more agency than before in acting within this competition? And then the third part, I will briefly focus on the most recent development. So we saw an escalation of tension between China and the United States. So let's try to see how this escalation of tension is impacting South Korea behavior in the region and at the international level. So I'd like to start with this brief focus on the historical development. So oftentimes South Korea is compared to this idea of the shrimp among whales complex. What does that mean? It means that Korea is a smaller power that has been surrounded by big and powerful actors. So in this, according to this complex, the shrimp, when the two big whales have tension or conflict within each other, then the shrimp, in this case Korea, get hurt in one way or another. And we saw this shrimp among whales idea in play at least twice over the last, let's say, centuries or decades. The first one is with competition and the rivalry and the conflict between the Chinese Empire and Imperial Japan in the second half of the 19th century. And then we will briefly see the second of this great power competition that obviously is the Cold War. And in both cases, the agency of the Korean Peninsula was very limited. And above all, the consequences for the Korean Peninsula of this competition were very, very negative, okay? How about the third one? So after this historical part, let's take a look on how things are going today in the post-Cold War world and with the US-China competition. So Korea is strategically positioned in Northeast Asia. This strategic position has drawn the interests of great powers over the centuries. And another important feature that we have to underline is that traditionally Korea was under the influence of the Chinese Empire, and not only politically, but also culturally. So Korea has always considered itself very close to China. And as, for example, perceived Japan as something different and as a threat. One of the first conflicts that we can see in East Asia, one of the most important, at least for Korea, is the Imjin War in 1592, 1598, and was basically an invasion from Japan to the Korean Peninsula. The Joseon Korea at the time was part of the Sinocentric system, was a tributary state to the Chinese Empire. And we see that China intervened in order to defend Joseon Korea at the time. So this gives us an idea of not only the influence of great powers, but also the influence of Korea. So how Korea was considered as important to the point that China intervened in order to defend Korea, not only to defend Korea, to defend also itself. But this is something that I think is important to underline. The first of this conflict between the great power, as I mentioned, was between China and Japan. If we think, for example, to the first Sino-Japanese War, Korea was one of the main objectives of the war, the influence over Korea, and was also one of the main battlefields of this war. And at the end of the war, and also through other diplomatic and military enterprises, Japan was able to colonize Korea. And this is the first of these negative consequences that I mentioned. The fact that after, with the competition and rivalry between these two great powers, Korea ended up colonized by the Japanese Empire. After 1945, obviously, the Japanese Empire lost the Pacific War, and the second rivalry between US and USSR led to another very negative consequence. That is the division of the Korean Peninsula into two separate states and the Korean War. So also in this case, we see that the agency of Korea was very limited, and the consequences were very, very negative for the Korean Peninsula. The loss of independence in the case of the colonization, the loss of national unity and a civil war among Koreans in the second case. These historical experiences have, has led to the development of this process of victimization of Korea, Korea as a victim of great power politics. And if on one side this is true, as the historical examples explain, on the other side, this process of victimization had the effect of depriving Korea of its agency, in the sense that the analysis of Korea has focused more on the impact of rivalries over Korea than on the actions of the Korean governments themselves for many, many years. So this is one of the reasons why I think it's interesting and important to refocus the analysis and factoring into the picture the role of the South Korean government in order to understand how South Korea behaved in the region and in the international system. So what I would like to do is take a look at the differences that emerged after the Cold War with this current competition. South Korean foreign policy after the Cold War became to distance itself a lot from what it was before. There are several differences from the past. One of the most important things, I think, is that South Korea, specifically in this case, started to have a much more active role in the region and the international, in the international system. This is the first point. The second important point is that with democratization in 1987, domestic political contestation started to become a factor. If during the authoritarian period that lasted from 1948 until 1987, there was basically one single idea of foreign policy, with the democratization, we see the emergence of this contestation between progressives on one side and conservatives on the other side within South Korea. And this difference between progressive and conservatives led to very different outcomes in terms of foreign policy actions and practices. Obviously, this true tradition had their roots in the authoritarian period. So the conservative one can be seen more in continuity with the foreign policy of the authoritarian period, while the progressive one comes from the political opposition against the authoritarian period. So they had very different priorities when progressives started to play a much bigger role for the country. And I just give you one quick example of this. If we take a look at the transfer of power that took place between the progressive president Roh Moo-hyun and the conservative president Im Young-bak, we are talking about the first decades of the 2000s. So Roh Moo-hyun was president from 2003 to 2008, and then we have Im Young-bak from 2008 to 2013. We have completely different approaches in terms of inter-Korean relations or relations with the North, but we also have very different approaches in terms of relations with China and with the United States. Roh Moo-hyun famously put out at the beginning, at least, this idea of being a balancer in the region. All my friends doing IR theory forgive the use of the word balancer here, is not intended in the traditional interpretation. The idea of Roh Moo-hyun of being a balancer meant being a bridge between China and the United States. So improving the relations with China, keeping a strong alliance with the United States, and try to be a bridge between the two great powers. He came up with the idea of the dolphin between the whales, not the shrimp between the whales, okay? When Im Young-bak became president, he kind of reversed this idea and he decided to refocus on the alliance with the United States. That was the #1 priority for Im Young-bak in terms of managing the competition. So this to briefly explain that in the post-Cold War world, South Korea was more active in the international scene, and also that it was more diverse in how to manage all the important issues that involved South Korea at the time. And during more or less in the same time frame, also the competition between US and China emerged. So if we take a look at the last year of the 2000s and the first year of the 2010s, we can see how this competition increased, not say escalated, but increased during those years. So we have this combination of factors that led to what is probably considered as one of the most interesting and relevant positioning of South Korea in the competition. That is the presidency of President Park Geun-hye. Park Geun-hye was president from 2013 to 2017, 16, 17, let's say. Then he had a very bad end of her presidency. There's another story. And during her mandate, during her presidential mandate, she came from the Conservative Party, but during her presidential mandate, she had to confront the fact that this competition was really growing, okay? Let's not say escalating, but was becoming a factor, okay? So Park Geun-hye tried to stay in the playbook of the conservatives, so reassure the American ally, but at the same time, she tried a more friendly approach to China compared with her predecessor, Lee Myung-bak. And between 2014, especially 2015, in the debate, emerged this idea of South Korea tilting towards China. This is a very famous picture that all of you know very well, when Park Geun-hye decided to visit Beijing for the commemoration of the end of World War II in China. And as you can clearly see in this picture, seeing the president of one of the closest allies of the United States in Asia on the podium with President Putin and President Xi was obviously a matter of concern for the United States. During the same years, we have the decision of South Korea to enter in the AIIB, like many other US allies did, but it was like a coincidence of timing. And also we have very important visits of Park Geun-hye to China and Xi Jinping to Korea. So these whole thing led to the idea that maybe South Korea was tilting toward China. So my personal take on this is that this was not like a strategic realignment of South Korea toward China. We were not seeing this, and we're not seeing that obviously today. It was more the idea of Park Geun-hye trying to manage this problem, this dilemma of keeping a good relation, a good alliance with the United States, a very good relation with China. And when it comes to the nexus between security and economics, we have a very good example also here, because when security concerns re-emerged in 2016 with the nuclear test in North Korea, the South Korean government almost immediately decided to realign strongly with the United States. And the example that I'm taking here is the deployment of the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Aerial Defense, that is an anti-missile system that the United States installed in Korea. And China was obviously totally against this decision. So when Park Geun-hye decided to do that, she signaled that the alliance with the United States was the most important pillar for her conservative presidency. China retaliated in economic, with asymmetrical retaliation, mostly in economic terms, against South Korea, but not too strongly. In fact, Moon Jae-in was able to reverse this situation very quickly when he was elected president of South Korea. So I'll go quickly to the last part, if the computer, oh yes. Then we have I'm showing a lot of pictures of South Korean presidents, sorry about that. But when Moon Jae-in was elected, he came from the progressive side, and he was very close to President Roh Moo-hyun, the way I cited before. And he tried to pursue, in a different way, what Roh Moo-hyun was doing before. And he focused a lot on flexibility, how to be flexible, okay? In inter-Korean relations, but also in the competition between the United States and China. For example, we see that Moon Jae-in was able to address the issue of THAAD with the policy of the 3 no's, for example. At the same time, Moon Jae-in was also able to reassure President Donald Trump, for example, agreeing to revise the free trade agreement or agreeing to the maximum pressure policy against North Korea. This flexible approach worked in some instances for the first years, but then when the competition escalated again, the space for flexibility reduced a lot. And today we see that with Biden, Biden was certainly a relief for South Korea because Moon Jae-in and Trump did not have a great relationship and things between South Korea and the US were not great during the Trump presidency. So the Biden's elections was a relief for South Korea. But we saw in recent months that the space for this flexibility is continuing to reduce in this time. I took this picture here. I use this picture because this is a press conference of the meeting, the summit that Moon and Biden had in Washington recently. And for example, for the first time, they included, they mentioned South China Sea and Taiwan in the final statement. So this is an example of the fact that this space for flexibility is reducing. So are we going back to a shrimp among whales situation? This is an open question that we can certainly addressed during the discussion. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you to Marco Milani for his presentation. Now the floor is for Axel Berkowski. Thank you. 15 minutes to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Francesca, and thank you, Giulio and Guglielmo for organizing this, and also Mia, who's not here. Of course, Mia is always instrumental in putting everything together. So thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us to, or me in this case, to write that paper. It's a policy-oriented paper, policy paper, which will hopefully then be transformed, which will be transformed into academic journal articles. So it's really still very it's a draft. It's 9,000 words, but it needs to be restructured and all this. But it's a start. And I will, if I may, I will cherry pick a few issues from the paper, put a few questions on the table. I've already received intensive comments from Michael and Giulio. Thank you very much for this. We will be taken on board. Already very useful. I'm sure that there will be additional comments and proposals coming from you, colleagues. Okay, now dealing with China is the US-Japan. It's about US-Japan. Is the US-Japan alliance able to deal with China? Is the question, and sort of part of the title of the paper also. And the answer is yes, I suppose. Right? Militarily, certainly. In the case of a crisis scenario, we will come back to this later, or potential possible crisis scenario in East Asia. And there we talk about, of course, we talk about Taiwan and Taiwan Strait above all, and that has a lot of reasons which I will come back to later. So militarily, certainly, bilaterally, certainly, US-Japan are very well equipped to counter a Chinese aggression, potential aggression in East Asia / Taiwan Strait. What is probably new, and I'll come back to this in detail, is the Taiwan equation. Incorporating or inviting Taiwan more or less officially into that dialogue, to turn this bilateral defense dialogue between the US and Japan into a quasi trilateral dialogue. There have been military talks, security talks between Taiwan and Japan. They have been reported on, nothing on the contents, but Taiwan and Japan, not for the first time, but they are talking to each other, on how to in the worst case scenario, cooperate militarily. Julie has written on this as well recently. He's going to be publishing a paper, if I understand correctly, in Oxford Analytica, and these talks have been going on. So there is certainly interest in both Washington and Tokyo to expand, this bilateral alliance, not into a trilateral military alliance, but without doubt in preparing for the worst case scenario and be able to count on Japan. That's for sure, right? Japan since 2013 has lifted its ban to export weapons and technology. Japan has not been selling, at least officially, weapons technology to Taiwan, but who knows? We've heard about this earlier. It is providing Malaysia, Indonesia already with technology and weapons for their respective coast guards. And I'm pretty sure we'll have to look into this, and this goes then beyond the policy the policy paper and the headline and the punchline. I will have to look at this in more detail, to be able to find out what is going on between Japan and Taiwan in terms of possible talks about exchanging weapons and weapons technology. This is something I will have to look into more deeply, if I want to turn this into a journal article for sure. So we established that it's able to deal militarily with China, and of course the U.S.-Japan alliance adopted in 1951 and revised in 1960. Is certainly able to act and has been acting, as an instrument to contain China. It's of course the alliance is a defensive alliance. It's not an offensive alliance on paper, but of course there's certain security dilemma dynamics in East Asia, so it can also be offensive. Of course, every defensive alliance can turn into an offensive alliance. Certainly, the alliance is able to contain China, either bilaterally, trilaterally, or multilaterally. We talked about this earlier, by including the Quad countries. The Quad countries, turning this bilateral defense dialogue, and this is going on already. This has been going on over the course of the year 2021. Taiwan and Taiwan Strait have always been part, like encounters between what we heard earlier from Marco, between South Korea and the US. Taiwan Strait is always there. It has reappeared on joint statements wherever you go, including in the Quad. And of course, the Quad is a Japanese idea, and Prime Minister Abe, of course, has been very, very active in pushing this idea forward, and it is turning into something. That's for sure. It's not an institution, but it's certainly a grouping of like-minded democratic countries, if you will. I don't know, overuse that term, but it's certainly something that is being perceived as a potential threat in China, and it's certainly also that's also one of the arguments I make in the paper, and I will have to look into this more deeply and to find more evidence on this. That it is certainly Quad is certainly aimed at encircling and containing China. It's not an informal gathering of countries who come together and conduct military exercises, for the fun of it. There is a target, or there is a point of reference for the Quad, and not on the US-Japan alliance, but it's also very much embedded in the process of the procedures of the US-Japan alliance. So one or two of the members, the US-Japan are certainly also very much part of the multilateral equation in the region to contain China. So it's, of course, the US-Japan alliance bottom line is very much and certainly about containment. And then the question that I have, and I don't have the answer to that question now, because nothing is yet difficult to find the answer, because there is no reaction. What is the end game of the US-Japan alliance? How far, not the end game, but how far would China have to go to trigger, US-Japan military cooperation in the context of the alliance? Is it further Chinese intrusions into Taiwanese-controlled airspace, into Japanese-controlled territory waters in the East China Sea, building yet more military bases on disputed islands in the South China Sea? What is it going to be? But for the time being, the answer seems to be that China is really testing the limits. Testing the limits is going on, doing all of this, and the alliance or the alliance partners, have not yet reacted beyond joint statements, putting all these issues on the agenda without acting on them. So nobody has yet adopted the US-Japan or Quad, economic sanctions, a sea blockade, and nobody's thinking about this out loud. But certainly there's planning for what could, the alliance bilaterally, trilaterally, or multilaterally do in the worst, or in a more bad case scenario. The worst case scenario, of course, is China invading or attacking and trying to invade Taiwan. The one thing, the one thing, at least so it seems, at least I think that at least we hope that this is the case. The one thing China is not prepared to do at the moment. So China is not about to invade, to attack and invade Taiwan. And I quote a couple of scholars in that paper, among them Bonnie Glaser, who's saying, look, there's a lot of saber rattling going on. There's a lot of talk about this, a lot of angry and aggressive rhetoric via many channels, but in reality, it's not in China's interest to invade Taiwan, the biggest trading partner. China would lose in a military conflict with the US and Japan and other allied forces. So there is really no case. Well, there is a case. China is making a case, but China is not it's not about to invade Taiwan. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, countries have many times in human history acted against their interests, and this is something I talked to Vincent about over lunch. This is something I need to look into, and I will be counting you as well there. To look more deeply into this. How we always say, well, it's saber rattling. It's not. It's directed, this anger rhetoric is directed at a domestic audience to keep the hardliners at bay in China, to make sure that there's no rebellion against the leadership. But at the end of the day, it's really saber rattling, and we can sleep. We don't have to lose much sleep over this because it's a domestic audience. The question I have, and I will have to have for that article is that true? Is that really only directed at a domestic audience, or is the leadership? Could it be prepared to go beyond that, act against its national economic interests and invade Taiwan all the same, before 2049? That's something I'll have to do, and I'm looking forward to doing this. It's going to be, we talked about this Barbara earlier, it's very, very complex, very, very complicated to understand what is going on, the internal dynamics of Chinese politics. I've tried many times. Many people, who know more about China have tried, and they never come to a conclusive conclusion. But that's going to be an interesting part of the article too, to work on the internal dynamics, to be able to assess the real danger of China attacking Taiwan, and then triggering, the case for a US-Japan military cooperation scenario in the region. So we have concluded so far, or Bonnie Glaser has done that for us, has said there is not going to be, so we put this away, there is not going to be a military conflict over Taiwan for the time being. 2021, this is where, with what I start the paper, is of course is the year that all these Taiwan and Taiwan Strait statements made it onto the agenda, including the US-Japan agenda. The first time in March 2021, this joint position paper or joint statement by the US and Japan, where they talk about the Taiwan Strait, not about Taiwan. This has always been pointed out by the Japanese government later on. We never talked about Taiwan. We talked about the Taiwan Strait. So it could be any odd conflict in the Taiwan Strait. It doesn't have to be Taiwan. But of course, it is about Taiwan. We're not idiots. I mean, of course, it is about Taiwan. What conflict would there be in the Taiwan Strait without Taiwan? I don't see anything. I mean, you have any answers, please come forward later on. So, and then we had the US-Japan summit. Come sto andando? Francesca, how many minutes? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good. Probably the first time in my career that I stay in the time. That's very good. I'm running out of things to say. I'm not going to give more to you, that's for sure. So I'm going to give. The summit in April, Taiwan Strait made it on the agenda. The first time since the 1960s. That created a lot of media fury, media reaction saying, all of a sudden, the Taiwan Strait is part of the equation. China reacted very angrily. We've seen all these reactions, not to be taken seriously, but not overly seriously. Certainly, but it's an important message, and these messages were being repeated in Japan also officially when the Japanese defense paper came out in July 2021. Taiwan was mentioned more than once. Sorry, Taiwan Strait, peace and security in Taiwan Strait was mentioned more than once. So it's an important signal, being sent to other interested party that the US-Japan alliance is also very much about the Taiwan Strait. It always has been, essentially, since the adoption of the US-Japan defense guidelines in 1978, and then the revised guidelines of 1997. The revised, and I'll talk about this a little bit and explain this, how this happened and what it means. The revised defense guidelines between the US and Japan talked about, US military cooperation in areas surrounding Japan. Okay, in areas surrounding Japan, of course, is of course, a geographical concept, but it was sold as a situational concept, which doesn't really make any sense in English in the first place. But it was sold as a situational concept. But everybody knew that it was also about the Taiwan Strait. Now, if it came to a crisis, let's say, and that's something I'm looking into already in the paper. We'll have to do a bit more profoundly. If it came to a crisis, if it came to a military conflict between the U.S. and China over Taiwan, and not the Taiwan Strait, over Taiwan, then what would Japan do? Right? Japan, since 2015, is executing, or has allowed itself to execute, the right to collective self-defense, so to fight alongside other military troops along the U.S. if the conflict in question is having, above all, a direct impact on Japanese national security. And then the question comes up: so what about a Taiwan Strait crisis scenario? Is that a direct attack on Japanese national security that is in danger of leading to a direct attack on Japanese national territory? Or will Japan be able to say, look, this is not something that is influencing us directly. We will be able to limit ourselves to what is referred to as re-area support. In essence, what Japan has done on the Korean Peninsula in the 1950s and in Vietnam in the 1960s, providing the US with medical logistical support, as opposed to going to war with the US. That's the big question. Huh? But of course, if you look at this realistically, what conflict in the Taiwan Strait, what conflict over Taiwan does not have a direct impact on Japanese national security? And none comes to mind. So there's a big debate going on in Japan. We'll have to look into this more deeply. Also for the article, there's one school saying, well, Japan can always choose between not going to war with the US and going to war. But the majority, it's not a consensus, but the majority, I would say, is already saying, well, Japan wouldn't have much of a choice not to fight alongside US troops in the Taiwan Strait crisis scenario, because A, the US would request direct military combat support from Japan, and B, it would be a very, very tough sell to anybody, including the Japanese public, to argue that a war on the Taiwan Strait does not have a direct impact on Japanese security. That's it, Francesca. That's it. Thank you very much for this. For the time being, I'm looking forward to all the questions. Sì, grazie, mi vedrò più ancora. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Axel. And now it's the turn of Antoine Baudin. Thank you. You can start.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be back in Florence. So thank you very much to the organizer. I will try to be brief and as concrete as possible, so we can have discussion on the issue of Taiwan. I will start by saying that since 2020, there has been a clear awakening in Europe on the importance of Taiwan, and an awakening in Taiwan on the importance of Europe. And Taiwan so far has been attracting more attention from the world, that increasingly sees Taiwan as an example or even model sometimes, whether in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, in sustaining growth model, or again in promoting democratic values. The media coverage on Taiwan in Europe and in the US have also been unprecedented. If you analyze the number of articles that were published in the international press between 2017 and 2020 dealing with Taiwan, you have an augmentation, an increase of more than 150% for the AFP, Agence France-Presse, an increase of more than 500% from Le Figaro, 54% in the New York Times, and even 200% in the CNN. So that media coverage is unprecedented, but we need to go, of course, beyond that media coverage and to identify at least what I call like 3 underlying trends in the relationship between Europe and Taiwan. The first one is the strengthening of cooperation between EU member states and Taiwan that has contributed de facto to the deterioration of relations with China, even though it has indirectly helped raise awareness in Europe on the need to adopt joint measures to deal with the country's pressure and China's pressures. The second is the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and the role that the European Parliament can play at the key EU institutions. The third one is the fact that Europeans are moving away from what I call a strategy of invisibilizing Taiwan, basically never mentioning Taiwan in official speeches, to a much more assertive, I would say, strategy to include Taiwan de facto into broader regional strategies. So my very first point on what's going on between Europe and Taiwan, the first thing to note, of course, is the enlargement, the broadening of the diplomatic network of the Republic of China, Taiwan, that added actually 2 diplomatic postings de facto in Europe, in Aix-en-Provence, in France, and soon in Vilnius, as you all know. It makes actually the Taiwanese de facto diplomatic network one of the biggest one in the world, with 110 diplomatic postings, much more actually than Israel, Sweden, or even Malaysia, even though, of course, among these 110 diplomatic postings, there are only 15 embassies. It brings me actually to one key issue that has been discussed over the last few weeks, that the opening of Taiwanese representative office de facto in Vilnius. As you know, the Lithuanians have taken the unilateral decision to name that diplomatic posting a Taiwan representation office or a Taiwanese representative office, depends on the speeches. That is not the term that other countries in Europe uses, because we all call them otherwise the Taipei representative office, be it in Roma, in Paris, or in Berlin. So of course, China, as the People's Republic of China, has heavily criticized that decision and are starting to pressure Lithuania, both on the political level, but also on the economic level. Global Times editorial even called actually for Lithuania to pay the price for openly playing the Taiwan card, and said, I quote, "We also suggest Chinese trade authorities to carefully examine China's import and export with Lithuania and make plans to sever ties with the country." As such, the Chinese sanctions on Lithuania, economic sanctions, have started, and they give actually a whole new European dimension to what's going on and what started as a political dispute between Vilnius and Beijing. Because, of course, these economic sanctions change the nature of what was initially a political dispute, and it brings actually the Europeans to ask themselves how should we react? What should be our common reaction on that? So I know that there have been a lot of debate over the last few months about whether we should have a so-called economic version of NATO's Article 5. So basically an attack on the economy of one democracy is an attack against us all. The idea that the democratic allies should retaliate against China with retaliatory tariffs wherever a country's industry is threatened. And I actually quite disagree on that. I believe that escalating tensions using countermeasures that are de facto sanctions are sometimes quite counterproductive. I think what is much more interesting and important is to de facto soften the blow, I would say, by spreading the costs among the different countries in terms of sanctions. And that's something we need to discuss. Of course, there is the anti-coercion instruments that are being discussed right now within the European Union, etc. And one of my questions is whether we should adopt a so-called sponge strategy. The sponge strategy would aim at collectively actually absorb the cost of economic sanctions in order to make them lose all political usefulness. So it's not deterrence by, I would say, it's not deterrence by punishment for those who do like hard security studies. It's more like deterrence by denial. We deny actually the capacity of China to impact on European decision by making sure that we absorb the costs of these sanctions. So it means basically to make sure that sanctions goods that cannot be exported to China anymore can be exported to other EU member states. It's quite easy actually when that's Lithuanian goods. Lithuanian apples and Lithuanian pork can easily find actually some markets within the EU. It's a bit more complicated for goods that are imported by Lithuania and sanctioned by China. But on that, of course, we can discuss a coordination mechanism to import sanctioned goods in other EU member states and then re-export them within the EU. So that actually raises a key question, once again, on the anti-coercion instrument that are being discussed right now at the European level, because most of the time it's mostly like countermeasures that are much more, I would say, not repressive, but it's sanctions over sanctions. when what we should do is maybe how to make these sanctions completely useless. My second point, of course, is the fact that there is an awareness of the importance of Taiwan in Europe at all levels, but especially within the European Parliament. And what has been going on over the last few months has been quite telling. So in January 2021, for the very first time, within the resolution on EU foreign and security policy adopted by the Parliament, you had an entire paragraph on Taiwan. So it sounds very small step, but this is a first step. The second one is that in February, the delegation for the relation with the People's Republic of China, plus the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Subcommittee on Security and Defense, hold actually an exchange of views on Chinese military territorial provocations in the Indo-Pacific, and it was actually focusing on the Taiwan Strait. But most importantly, of course, is what it was presented in September in an unprecedented report adopted so far by the Committee on Foreign Affairs. It has not been adopted by the Parliament yet. And in that report, the High Representative and Vice President is being asked to, I quote, intensify EU-Taiwan political relations, urgently begin an impact assessment on the bilateral investment agreement, strongly advocate for Taiwan's meaningful participation as an observer in international organization, change the name of the European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan to European Union Office in Taiwan to reflect actually the broadening of the ties. And last but not least, encourage increased economic, scientific, cultural, political, and people-to-people exchanges. So it's very important that for the very first time, the European Parliament has issued actually a report only on Taiwan and not on China, including part on Taiwan. National parliamentarians also have been very active. August 2020, the president of the Czech Republic Senate visited Taipei. The French senators will visit actually Taiwan in the coming weeks. And that point to raise actually the importance of parliamentarians and parliamentary diplomacy in both setting the agenda and raising awareness in Europe. And for many years, we have de facto underestimated the role that MEPs could play for the European foreign and security policy. They are actually key in spreading messages, in raising awareness, once again, in setting the agenda. And we should go further, I would say, and evaluate the opportunity to have a so-called joint parliamentary delegation. That's something, to my knowledge, that has never been done before, in which you could have MEPs plus parliamentarians from national parliaments, including from the UK, to visit actually Taipei. If you have a visit from MEPs plus MPs from different countries, including France, Germany, Italy, etc., it would send a very strong message and demonstrate the usefulness of para-diplomacy in order to raise, once again, awareness and work on that. It's also the idea, actually, on all the channel of communication we can have that are not officials, because once again, the objective is not to change our one China principle and basically establish diplomatic relation with the Republic of China, Taiwan. That's not even in the debate. So let's be very clear on that, straightforward. But the idea is, how do we de facto increase cooperation? Do we increase interactions with our Taiwanese counterparts? Another issue, of course, that was mentioned by Giulio, actually, that is very useful is whether the EU should join officially the so-called Global Cooperation and Training Framework. So it's an initiative that was actually launched by the US and Taiwan in 2015. Japan joined in 2019. And the idea actually is to utilize Taiwan's strength and expertise to address global issues of mutual concern. So you have training workshops on how to fight COVID-19 pandemic, how to increase resilience in global chain, etc. And that's something in which the EU would have a huge added value. My third point, very briefly, is the idea that once again, we are at the beginning of the end of the invisibility of Taiwan in the official document. Just to give you one example, in the French 2021 Indo-Pacific strategy, or in the 2021 strategic update from the Ministry of Armed Forces, there is no mention of Taiwan at all, not even the Taiwan Strait. One area and one region of concern. Yet, we are starting actually de facto to mention Taiwan for the very first time in official statement. It was a case in June 2021 in the G7 statement, So de facto, Italy, France, and Germany mention Taiwan. And we say that the G7 recognizes the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and encourages the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. The very same wording was used on the following day on the EU-US statement. It was used in August 21 in the French-Australia 2+2, so political and military dialogue, when Paris and Canberra still had good relations. So it was only a month ago. And that's something that is quite important, because the fact that within the EU Indo-Pacific strategy, at least the joint communication of the Commission to the Parliament and the Council, so basically the European Indo-Pacific strategy, the fact that Taiwan is explicitly mentioned in it as an economic partner, since the tension at Taiwan Straits are mentioned explicitly in the document, it's very important. So basically the first thing to address an issue is, of course, to mention it, to give it some visibility. Once again, for many, many decades, many years, people consider that if you start talking about Taiwan, you change de facto the status quo. That actually, the objective is actually quite the opposite. It's because you discuss the current situation. You want to avoid the status quo for being changed by force. And that will be my very last point, if I still have a few minutes. Yeah, okay, 3 minutes. So my very last point is, I think the Europeans need to stop being quiet. And we've seen that, once again, they are not blind anymore. They're not on mute anymore on Taiwan. And we should start discussing real issues, that is the potential of conflicts in the Taiwan Strait. I'm not going to get back to that, but tensions in the Taiwan Strait have been growing over the last 5 years since Taiwan was elected, and the Chinese pressure on the island, whether military, diplomatic, economic, has steadily increased. What is very important is that most of the time there is a widespread caricature in Europe that a conflict would be a massive Chinese invasion of Taiwan. I think this is really not accurate, because in the term of conflict scenarios, you have a broad range of conflicts, from the takeover of offshore islands like Dongsha Island, the violation of Taiwanese airspace, the organization of a maritime blockade, and so on. And what is very important is that if you had a unilateral change of the status quo by force by China, it would have far-reaching consequences, not limited to the Taiwan Strait, and that Europe could not stay idle without incurring serious costs. So I'm not going to discuss the costs of course, these such conflict scenarios, but just a reminder that we have 15,000 European citizens living in Taiwan. It would cause huge disruption in global value chains. The European FDI in Taiwan are actually the highest from any other country, much more than China, much more than the US, actually. And it's quite important, actually, for the Europeans to understand that in case of a contingency, they would be neither without a role nor without leverages to defend our interests. So that's a case of course, of a crisis scenario in the Strait. But what is even more important is that where we have some stronger and much deeper leverages is how basically we can prevent this scenario, these conflicts from happening in the first place. And I do believe that in close coordination with partners in the Indo-Pacific, European governments and the EU should adopt a much more visible and credible strategy, I would say, to deter China by convincing it that any unilateral change of the status quo by force would not be just too risky for China, but also too costly. And this is, once again, what is quite important. The EU, as a conflict prevention actor, has much more influence than in terms of as one actor intervening into a conflict. And to be very clear on that, and that will be my last word, as quite often with the Europeans, it's not when you have a crisis and when we have to intervene that we will be useful. And the reality that most of the time we are much more useful in preventing a conflict, and prevention is much more actually as much more leverage from a European point of view than reacting, than intervening, etc. So once again, it's high time for Europeans to discuss the Taiwan issue. Once again, not to change the status quo, not to establish diplomatic relations. When we say that we should avoid any unilateral change of the status quo, is also from the Taiwanese side, not only by the Chinese side. But for sure today, the one threatening to change the status quo by force is clearly not the Taiwanese, it's not the Chinese. So it's high time for us just to discuss these very pragmatic scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Antoine. Now all the papers will be discussed by Ambassador Reiterer. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, that would be too much to discuss these three papers in detail. So I have already given some things in writing, and I will give more in writing. It's actually done. So I'm doing picking and choosing a little bit, and I start with Korea. And I would say there are a few issues forward-looking which should be covered. You have given a lot of history, but the implications for Korea are quite strong. Quad discussion in Korea: should we ignore it? Should we try to be part of it? Should be there a Quad plus? Or, and that seems to be still the dominating opinion, it's anti-Chinese, therefore we want to stay away. But that's contested, and I think they are trying to figure out what are the costs of participating and the costs of non-participating. I think another aspect would be to see what is the impact of Korea to be invited as a guest to the G7. Very proud, very happy, but also the price to be paid was that in the summit meeting with Moon Jae-in and Biden, Taiwan was creeping in, and it was resisted beforehand in the 2+2 meetings which took place, and also the national security advisors resisted. So at the end there was that push, so price to be paid, and Korea would like to be a permanent member of the G7, so a G7 plus. G8 has a different connotation, so they don't want to take that place. In terms of trade policy, there was a big discussion whether it was productive or counterproductive that China supported the Korean Minister of Trade to become WTO Director General. When the Chinese support was official, the Nigerian had won. And I think this is something which is also discussed. In the hedging exercises, what Moon Jae-in was trying to do successfully, I would say, with his new Southern policy to reach out to the ASEAN countries, and he's trying to find a way now to connect to the connectivity policy also of the European Union, but this is something which is a major problem for them, because North Korea basically cuts off South Korea and turns it into an island, which does not prevent Moon Jae-in to talk about establishing a railway network which will go to Paris, and there is a sort of TGV which you can see there. So there's quite some wishful thinking there. I think it might also be interesting to have a short discussion about the impact of the trilateral secretariat. Korea, Japan, and China, they are negotiating with the speed of a snail a free trade agreement, but at least they are talking. And you also have the regional agreements which we have already discussed. Another effort by Korea is to develop this middle power policy, which is not the most effective and clearest, the MICTA and all kinds of things they were coming up. But it is an effort to multilateralize a little bit. On the other hand, there's a lot of reticence to come out what we would expect a like-minded partner to speak up, rule of law. You will not hear very much about the South China Sea. The European Union did not get any mileage out of Korea when it came to the agreement with Iran. There very clearly, they are aware what China can do, and the impact of THAAD and the economic sanctions are quite strong. And last but not least, as you have mentioned, the US-Korea FTA, the chorus, well, that was a diktat from the United States in the worst case, and which did a lot of damage to the already difficult relationship. We could discuss in detail how Moon Jae-in was treated during the summit meetings with Kim. But I just wanted to give the advice, look a little bit more also in the future, whether the shrimp is really a dolphin. If I go to the next meeting there, the papers have one common question for both of you on Taiwan. Taiwan certainly. That's a question I've asked myself sometimes, and I think Antoine, you had it somehow in mind, because when I was reading your paper, I thought, he wants to change the status quo. And just at the end, then you said, of course I don't want to change the status quo. But reading all the paper until the end, I thought, where's the punchline now? And the punchline then is taking out the surprise. I think this does not really fit. And what can one do within the limits of a one China policy with all the issues which you have mentioned? As a diplomat of 40 years, I would caution about using the term diplomatic network for Taiwan. They have a network of representations, which is slightly different if you apply the Vienna Convention, but that's perhaps the professional deformation when I read this. The ideas, I think, which you have were quite, some of them are quite interesting, but there are some caveats. For example, when you mention Lithuania and Vilnius, well, the most obvious one is Lithuania did not consult beforehand. They were immediately coming back and said, well, the European Union has to support us because now the Chinese are bad with us. Well, yeah, but step by step, consult with member states, consult with the High Representative if there is a decision to do it, and the Chinese are up in arms, it's Europe. But don't irritate somebody, and if you feel now it's getting dangerous, oh please, now I need 26 bodies around me. So I think this is an important issue for the mechanism. You rightly point out the activities of the European Parliament, and I think they are important in order to prepare something, but the European Parliament is not a policy executing agency in the setup. It would be a terrible further complication if, in addition to the EES and the member states, there would be a fully fledged participation of the parliamentarians. Also, they would like to do it. Also, one word of caution, because you mentioned a mixed participation of parliamentarians. I think that would be very difficult in the institutional setup, but also the UK. What the UK has shown ever since Brexit, no interest in security cooperation with the European Union, much to the disappointment, much against the expectation at the time, and we have Australia, UK, and the US as a demonstration for everybody. So I think this is something which we have to have in mind. I would also like to be the devil's advocate in one issue. Would Taiwan get the same attention and getting out of this invisibility, you rightly say, if the relationship between the European Union and China were good? Because you are arguing the other way around. So I would put your argument on its head and saying, well, if we had a very good relationship with China, I think Taiwan would remain where it has been, rightly or wrongly, for quite some time. And politics there is very volatile. Axel, I would add also one more dimension with the security concern for Japan. It is also Korea, Korean Peninsula, and North Korea. So it's not only Taiwan. I visited once the US base in Okinawa, and what they are training there every day is how to get into their planes quickly and go towards the Korean Peninsula to get our boys out, as the commander was telling us. So I think this is something which is perhaps, which could be added. Another element which struck me is when you look at the US Japanese policy, foreign policy, you could always see some movement if there was a strong prime minister. It was Koizumi and it was Abe. And leadership in an Asian context, especially in the Japanese context, was very rare. Because, and you could see now if they are going back in this change of prime ministers for 1 year and 1 year and 1 year, then I think there is a big risk that the Japanese foreign policy, which became very active compared to what they have done before, would go back to insomnia, which we have already seen. They have used very, very ably the problems created by President Trump. There was a sort of void, and rescuing the TPP, for example, was one of the Japanese activities. They are also hedging, and this is a little bit towards the European Union with the two agreements, Strategic Partnership Agreement, Economic Agreement, and Prime Minister Abe at the time went to Brussels to sign the first connectivity agreement with the European Union, which is quite extraordinary because Japanese prime ministers don't travel for a single issue, but he did it. And whenever Abe was in town in Brussels, he never forgot to call on NATO, which is also an interesting element of broadening the relationship. So this is just a few pointers. So thank you very much for interesting papers.
Thank you. So should we start again from Marco in order to answer to the ambassador writer discussion? Then we will start with a question from the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ambassador Reiter, for your very useful comments. I knew that the policy implications part has to be developed, so I will try to address probably not all of them. I don't know if I will have the words to address all of them because they are all extremely interesting and very important. I think that one important thing that we don't have to underestimate is the fact that in the South Korean public opinion, the image of China is changing a lot, and presidential elections are coming up in March next year. And in the last polls, for the first time, the image of China in the public opinion was decreasing a lot. And in some cases, it was the approval for China or the positive image of China was lower than that of Japan. And for Korea, this is a very big deal. So I think that there is an important discussion on all these issues, but I'm really curious to see how the next elections will go, because I think that can also make a difference. And the other thing is middle power diplomacy. I don't know how much they're still pushing it. I mean, I'm not sure because it was a very big deal a few years ago, but it seems that is a little bit less important, or let's say high on the agenda of the foreign policy. I had the chance to speak with a couple of my friends back in Seoul a few years ago, and I have the feeling that this idea of middle power diplomacy is not as strong as it was a few years ago for the South Korean foreign policy, but it surely is very important. Maybe it's just rephrased in a different way, like as you mentioned, multilateralism, or Korea being like one of the center of multilateralism in the region. That is something President Moon Jae-in is betting on, also with COVID and health cooperation in the region and things like that. But I mean, I'll just say thank you very much for the comments, and I have a lot of work to do to analyze all this important policy implications. So thank you very much.
Okay, Axel.
Yeah, for your comments and also Giulio's comments. So, yeah, I mean, you've written also a lot already, and also Giulio. So this is you've taken this very, very seriously, and Giulio even wanted to get paid for the comments and beers. But yeah, that's not going to happen. That's for sure. No, but I'll take that on board. The question I have is nothing to do with my paper, but trying to be a bit. I don't know. Maybe you're with me here on this one. But is one allowed to change the status quo? I mean, Taiwan. I mean, look at. Only because, or the question I have is, don't jump on me now, but only because China, Taiwan is, is in China's view, a Chinese province. How long are we obliged to stick to that rule? I mean, when can we admit to the fact that Taiwan is not a Chinese province? I don't know. I mean, it's 1950. It has its own government, its own economy, has everything in place that international law would define as a country. And it's already. So I don't. The bottom line is, do we always have to take into account that China is a big economic, entity and is very important for us, and we should never offend China and be very careful what we say and how far we go as in terms of terminology and whether we call it an embassy. To be sure, of course, the Taiwanese diplomats already call themselves ambassadors and they have embassies all over the place. But off the record. But when are we allowed to not take Chinese sensitivities into account when we acknowledge geopolitical facts on the ground? Is my question. And nothing to do with my paper. Just I don't know. It's I always not because particularly anti-China or nothing to do with anti-China being China, anti-China or China bashing, but 1950, it's a long time. We're not allowed to acknowledge the fact that Taiwan is a country. What else is it? It's certainly not a province of China.
I would disagree a little bit. I would say that once again, I mean, for us to what I didn't say initially is what do I mean as a status quo? Status quo is not the level of interaction we have with Taiwan, is the fact that Taiwan is de facto autonomous and that Taiwan so far is not being ruled by the People's Republic of China. If the Taiwanese and the Chinese agree that Taiwan is now part of the People's Republic of China, fine. And we have nothing to say. And it's not up to us to tell to the Taiwanese, you should not be part of the People's Republic of China. The only problem I have is, once again, it's an old issue, is whether the Taiwanese have no choice but to be ruled by force by the People's Republic of China. This is what I call the change of the status quo. In that dimension, when I say I'm not in favor of the change of the status quo, is that the question is not whether the European Union or any EU member state is going to establish formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan. That's a fake debate. We're not going to do that, and that's not even being discussed nowhere in Europe. The question is, within the current situation, what are the political action we can take, the economic action we can take, etc., to de facto improve relations. So I know that when people discuss EU-Taiwan relations, just when they say relation, it's a problem, check the report that was published yesterday by the European Union office in Taipei. The title is EU-Taiwan relations. You have 3 sections in that office in Taipei, one political, one economic, one cultural. So we can discuss de facto relation, even political relation. It's not formal diplomatic relations. So that's my point. I mean, and I think we should not waste time on whether we should establish diplomatic relations. The question is, we have interests in Taiwan, they have interest in Europe. How do we improve relations? How do we increase trade? How do we increase people-to-people exchanges? How do we make sure that the global fight against climate change, the fight against plastic in the ocean, etc., we can cooperate with the Taiwanese fully? And it's not, once again, to piss off anyone in China, it's just the reality. We have interest to cooperate with the Taiwanese, and we just do it. We leave aside the diplomatic issues, and that should not be, once again, the core of the issue. On Lithuania, I fully agree with you. I was the first one, actually, and many of my Taiwanese friends were quite surprised when I criticized Lithuania. I did not criticize Lithuania for opening an office in Taipei, or for the Taiwanese to open an office in Vilnius. Fair enough. I mean, 19 countries, 19 of the 26 European Union member states have an office in Taipei. So, I mean, that's not the problem. The problem is the name you gave them, because it was unnecessary to increase tensions with China. For domestic political reasons in Lithuania, fine, to please the US, fine, but it was counterproductive. The only thing I say is once you have Chinese economic sanctions, it's no longer a political dispute solely between Vilnius and Beijing. It becomes de facto a European issue because you have economic sanctions. And then it forces us, the Europeans, to discuss the common stance we should adopt. And on that, once again, I fully disagree with the Lithuanian when they tell us, yeah, but we need the EU support. You will get the EU support because of the economic sanctions. But you did not coordinate beforehand. So I fully agree with you. It's quite easy then when you are the Minister of Foreign Affairs to ask for the EU support when initially you took a unilateral decision, and be it from Lithuania, be it from France, and I can be very critical to many French unilateral decisions that have been taken recently. The second aspect on the parliament, I fully agree with you. I fully know the limitation of the parliaments. I used to be an advisor to one of the chair in terms of delegation relation with the Korean Peninsula, but they are still useful in raising awareness and in putting some stuff on the agenda. They are not the one taking the decision, but they are still useful. And especially with Taiwan, when you have all of these, of course, political constraints, the parliament might be even more useful. And the same with North Korea. They might be even more useful than in the relation with the US, with Brazil or other countries. On the member of the parliament visits, I think it would be complicated in terms of protocol, but the message sent would be interesting. It is basically MPs and MEPs, first, are not afraid of the Chinese sanctions. They are not afraid of the Chinese threats, because that's something that needs to stop. Basically, I was myself criticized, insulted by the Chinese ambassador in Paris, just for reminding everyone that our MPs can go to Taiwan whenever they want. They go to Taiwan every single year. They meet the executive in Taiwan. It's not the government. It's not the French government. So they can do whatever they want. And it's not up to China to tell us what our MPs can do or cannot do, who they should meet or who they should not meet. And I think it's high time also for the Europeans to send a clear signal to China. We are not the one willing to change the status quo. We are not the one willing to promote so-called, I don't know, Taiwan independence or I don't know what, or to make sure that the people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, the Republic of Taiwan, if they want to call it this way, could join the UN. It's not about that. It's about just interaction we can have and that we can legally have, I would say, with the Taiwanese. And last but not least, I fully agree with you on the fact that some political entrepreneurs are using the Taiwan card. And I would agree actually with many Chinese observers that, and I think this is very counterproductive. We have all the reason to have cooperation, interaction with the Taiwanese, all the reason. But if the reason is to get closer to Taiwan to piss off the Chinese, basically, because this is what many are willing to do, I think this is very counterproductive. First, I think this is very disrespectful to the Taiwanese because we should not use any Taiwan card. We have an interest in increasing trade with Taiwan. We have an interest in having more resilient global supply chains. We have an interest in having marine science cooperation and research with a Taiwanese institution, etc. And we should deal with Taiwan itself, I would say, not because of China. Not get closer to Taiwan because we want to get not as close as before with China. And I think this is very important. And I'm very, very, I would say, critical and openly critical when you have many political entrepreneurs and even think tanks, many think tanks that know nothing about Taiwan, but suddenly are very interested into Taiwan just to please the US or to criticize China. And I think this is once again very counterproductive. We should deal with Taiwan for what it is and not because we want to send messages either to the US or to China.
Thank you. Now, if someone has questions to the presenters, okay, Professor Torri. Okay.
I have a question. The question has been, how to say, triggered by Axel presentation, but it is not addressed in particular to Axel. And I have the doubt that it is a question function of my insufficient knowledge of China. But I have thought that after all, we are here to learn. So I have decided to ask the question. let me start from afar. I think that we all agree on the fact that China rise is triggered and pushed by its economy. So is a function of China's power is function of her economic power. Now, we also know that for a long period of time, the United States, in a way, helped China in her economic development. They tried to make of China a responsible stakeholder of the international order. And apart from that, at least according to Ashley Tellis, who is a well-known American intellectual of Indian origin, on the part of the US, there was the conscious pushing of a very close economic integration between China and the US. This strategy was based on the idea that at a certain point, the economic integration between the two countries would become so strict, so close, to assure a situation of economic mutual assured destruction. In other words, in case of a conflict between the US and China, the fact that the two economies were so interconnected would have caused the mutual destruction of the two countries. And this, in a way, would have prevented a frontal confrontation between the two countries. So this was the position of the United States, and this was the situation. But my impression is that with the Obama presidency, things started to change. Obama decided to confront China in a very complex way, because the pivot to Asia was based on two pillars. One was the military pillars, the redeployment of military forces in the Indo-Pacific. The other was an economic pillar. It was the TPP. It was a shift from the idea of a mutual economic destruction, but still there was an economic component in the strategy of the US. Then Trump arrived. So the TTP was pushed aside, and the confrontation became with China became a mainly strategic military confrontation. Now, I have two interrelated questions. One is, why this shift in the United States China policy from an economic approach to a military approach? My impression is that the 2008 economic crisis played a role and showed, maybe in particular to the Americans, that they did not have the economic strength to, in a way, contain China. The second question, which has been, as I was saying, triggered by Axel's presentation, is the question of the strategic containment. The problem is, the United States must confront a power, which is a growing power because of its economic growth. And how do they confront this kind of situation? By building military alliances, by deploying its fleet in the Indo-Pacific, by the Quad, by all these kind of initiatives. The question is, don't you think that it is a rather childish kind of strategy? It is a strategy which reveals the lack of a proper understanding of the situation. It seems to me a kind of reaction of desperation of a country who is realizing that he is losing the confrontation with another country and does not know exactly how to react, and reacts in a basically useless and foolish way. So the question is for Axel, but it is basically for all the sinologists here. And of course, you can answer the question now or in your papers for Asemayor.
Professor Tori, can you please switch if you have finished? Okay, thank you. Before answering, are there any other questions from the floor? Ah, okay, I didn't understand, sorry. So this new message, it was new, okay. So Barbara before? Okay.
I have a question for Antoine Bondas. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate with all the speakers for their interesting presentation, but since in the last few months, I've been studying a lot what has been called Chinese wolf warrior diplomats, and I started to read also something about what has been called the cat warriors diplomacy exercised by Taiwan. And in fact, since you are going to talk about the deterioration of Chinese image, actually, in a contrast, Taiwan's image is, is improving a lot. And so I'd like to ask you, since you also mentioned the fact that members of parliament, when go to Taiwan, give them an important message, I'd like to mention the visit of the Czech parliamentary speaker that went in Taiwan at the beginning of September. And when he declared, I am a Taiwanese, of course, China immediately threatened Prague on repercussions for his showing of solidarity. So I'd like to ask you that this new posture of Taiwan can be included in a new start in terms of the relations between Taiwan and European Union. I hope it was clear, my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So actually, I have a question for Marco. I appreciated your presentation, and I have to say that, of course, I didn't read the paper. So actually, I don't know if you have already provided an answer to my question. But I found it interesting the way that you presented your argument, that is the Korean Peninsula being caught between these whales and shrimp situation on the one hand, and then the fact that we have to also analyze the role of the South Korean government, and in particularly of its agency. But you concluded in your presentation saying that we are now going back to this whales and shrimp situation again. And please forgive me if I might sound too theoretical, but this is actually something that has been debated in international relations and named the agency structure problem. So to some extent you are questioning whether it is the structure of the great power politics in the region or whether it is the role of the government as an agent that we should valid at most. So my question is whether you think that, what is your answer actually on this? And in particular, because the one way of looking at this, or to answer to this dilemma or to solve this dilemma is believed to be that in fact agent and structure are co-determined, mutually co-determined. So my question is, do you think that this would be a possible angle that could be used in your article? And to some extent having this this angle highlighted somehow is also from a more practical point of view, including many of the issues that the ambassador was actually telling to you. So this was just my question.
Okay, I have just, me too, I have a question for Antoine, but just, it's always related to the same theme. Okay, now EU and US, but you talk especially about EU, is very much interested in economic relation with Taiwan, is mentioned in Taiwan in the documents. So it's quite clear that if we talk about realpolitik discourses, it's quite very much connected with the competition with China and the problems with China, strategic, political. So have you had the perception with your Taiwanese contact that the Taiwanese government may, in one way, achieve the opportunity, because this is an opportunity to be more visible? So in which way they are planning to catch this opportunity, let's say. Okay, thank you.
I'll go first. I'll be super quick. Thank you very much. I haven't situated my paper in any debate on IR theory, so that's a great angle to take into account. So my answer is yes, it can be, and the other part of the answer is no, I didn't do that in the paper. So thank you very much. I will surely look into it. So very short answer to your very good comment.
Okay, Axel.
Also, thank you for your comment question. No, the answer is no. Essentially, I don't think it's childish or it's counterproductive per se, because fact. I mean, this is really then this is policy-oriented, hardcore ISPI or EIR style list of what China is doing on the ground. If you look at what China is doing on the ground, China is building military bases on disputed islands, okay, without, anybody encouraging China to do so. China is intruding into Taiwanese controlled airspace, into, Japanese controlled territorial waters, so on and so forth. So the facts on the ground, I would say, have provoked a reaction from the US and its allies. It's not that the West or the allies or the Western allies led by the US have decided to contain China because they think it's a great idea and there's nothing else to do. They are Chinese policies on the ground which have provoked a reaction. The Quad wouldn't exist without China building bases in civilian facilities on the spread lakes or close to the spread lakes. The Quad wouldn't exist at all if the Chinese Coast Guard or research ships would not be sailing 352 times into Japanese controlled territorial waters. So it's not a reaction, and in my view, I mean, not only in my view, but it's not a childish reaction to something. It's a reaction to Chinese policies on the ground, changing the territorial status or trying to change the territorial status quo on the ground, and there's a reason for that. Of course, at the same time, economic engagement and political engagement is going on. I don't think that there has been a shift, away from the willingness to engage China economically, because trade relations are going on, and there's no decrease in U.S.-China trade over the last 2 years, or between the EU or in China or anybody else, because now we have an opinion on Xinjiang, Hong Kong, the South China Sea, and so forth. But China had to expect a reaction, and this is exactly the sort of argument that has always been made by the Chinese all over the place and all over channels. Well, you know, you're creating a new Cold War scenario. This is ridiculous. You're suppressing economic Chinese growth, you know, because you are envious of all of this. I mean, this is a very childish debate you find in social media, over Twitter and over official channels also. You know, I'm not advocating military confrontation. I'm not advocating, you know, rearmament beyond the reasonable to contain China, because China needs to be contained because for reasons that I'm not able to explain. Bottom line remains that China is changing the realities on the ground, and this is a reaction by you know, I don't want to be sitting on a horse of high moral values, but it's a reaction by like-minded democracies in the region protecting their interests, and the interest for them is to keep the sea lines of communication open in the South China Sea. And the more China is building bases on them, the easier it would be, could be, you know, who knows, in the future, for China to block those sea lines or sea lanes of communication. And I think that's more than enough reason for the West, or for the West together with Australia, India, to team up and say, look, China, you can only go so far because we're building a military line. So, you know, before you block the South China Sea next time or in the future, you will have to think twice, because we are here to stay. And the Europeans are getting also very interested in this. I mean, we have seen the deployments of the Europeans might be symbolic, but I think there is a clear message, not a childish act of you know, demonstrating who is stronger and who's weaker, but you know, a reaction. So it's not action, which has turned into action because of a reaction to Chinese policies, which are changing the policies on the ground. Again, I repeat myself. Thank you.
Briefly, so we can all have a coffee break, and I won't be too long for the agenda. On the first aspect, on what Professor Tori mentioned, on the idea that economic interdependence would change things, etc. Yes, for sure. I think that the US did believe that increased engagement would liberalize China, not democratize, but liberalize China on both the political and the economic dimension. And it failed. And that's why at the very in the very last month, actually, of the Trump administration, the top advisor of President Trump visiting Europe used to tell us off the record, like, you know, this is the end of the strategic narcissism in the US. The strategic narcissism being the fact that many in Washington believe that the US model was so attractive that China would change because of the US, because the US had this kind of persuasion capacity toward any other country. It failed. And I think that in the last few years, it has been quite a wake-up call in the US that China is not going to change. And that's quite the opposite that is actually happening. So I think there is still a difference between what Obama did and what Trump and Biden are doing now, is that they know that it's going to be a competition and a confrontation, that China is not going to change. And on that, I think there are two very different dynamics, and they are intertwined, and it's very difficult to analyze which one is filling the other one, because I think they are also separate. But there is the US-China tension and dimension, because I think China as a political regime legitimate concerns about the US, that there is an insecurity complex of the regime, mostly for domestic reason, but also for international reasons. They do consider the US and the West in general as one of the biggest threats to the regime. We need to be very clear on that. And on many things they do is basically to protect what they consider are their core interests and their interests. So I'm not saying this is right for them to do so, but that's the way they perceived it. So this is very important. On the other side, the US have, of course, the opposite view, and there is a quite classical security dilemma. But then there is another dynamic that is China's internal dynamic. And on that, the fact that the country is locking itself in China, using the COVID-19 pandemic de facto to lock, not physically, but kind of mentally, the people, is quite concerning. It's not new. I mean, I used to do part of my PhD at Tsinghua University in 2014 when they adopted the new regulation on the academia and the scholars, etc. Suddenly, you could not go to the US anymore. You could not meet the top official coming visiting China, etc. So they started this kind of very deep work of not disconnecting them from the outside world, but making sure that they will have fewer interactions than before. And I think that two dynamics, the US-China confrontation and what's going on in China is quite concerning for Europe in the coming months and coming years, because I can see no positive signs. And I think we're going to have like a deteriorating situation, at least until the 20th Congress next year. Very fast on the cat warrior diplomacy, wolf warrior diplomacy. Once again, just very briefly on wolf warrior diplomacy, many French experts and politicians consider it as very counterproductive. Of course, it's counterproductive if your objective is to seduce abroad, but that's not the objective. When Ambassador Liu Xiaoye is insulting everyone in France, it is not to please or is not to convince anyone in France, it's to send signal to Beijing, to get either a promotion for himself, to be showcased, you know, as the one defending the national dignity, as that the new keyword in China now. And the cat warrior diplomacy in Taiwan, I think it's a little bit different. There is a lot of domestic politics in it. I quite often actually disagree with some Taiwanese official communication. I think they do too much, you know, portraying themselves, you know, as always the good guy, you know, doing only positive stuff. And then you have the bad guy, the Chinese, etc. It's sometimes a bit too easy. And what is complicated with the Taiwanese sometimes is to make them understand that if you want to have long-term cooperation with the Europeans, you need to stop thinking about short-term political and communication gains. If you really want to have deep cooperation, including with some Chinese officials de facto or European officials, you need to stop being, you know, always communicating about everything, showcasing everything. When you have a closed door meeting with the Taiwanese, it's closed door. You're not supposed to showcase it. You're not supposed to discuss it. And I know that your public opinion, of course, is willing to know that. I know that the progressive are willing to showcase it. But that's also quite complicated. And I would say for different reasons, that domestic dynamics in Taiwan have a huge impact on Taiwan external communication. On external communication as well, very interesting would be to compare not Taiwan and China, but Taiwan with South Korea and Japan. And in terms of public diplomacy, in terms of external communication, I think Taiwan has been doing a lot. If you check Twitter and Instagram, Taiwan, the Taiwanese president is actually only behind President Moon Jae-in, that is quite visible on the social network, but she is much more visible than any Japanese prime minister. And that's something for Japan. The Japanese official communication suck in terms of social media. They don't know how to use them, and it's a catastrophe every time they try. And that is what the Taiwanese and the Korean have been actually quite good at doing. And what is different, if you don't check at the people, but at the ministries, the Taiwanese de facto Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been very, very influential online, much more than the South Korean and the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And last but not least, on the opportunity for Taiwan, of course, it is an opportunity for Taiwan. But my advice to the Taiwanese would be, do not overplay your card. Because the more, I mean, you don't have to do a lot just to benefit from what's going on, de facto. The more you overplay it, the more it might backfire. The more you might have some Chinese pressure, etc. And once again, the Chinese, I think, know that if you do some stuff below the radar, if they know that you're not challenging de facto the status quo, they're not going to sanction. Because many things are happening, and they are not stupid, they perfectly know it. But once again, we should not give good reason for China to sanction us and then escalate tensions when we don't need that. And what's happening once again with Iran, I think it's very unnecessary tensions in a very already complicated relation we have between the EU and China. And what's going on right now is that when China is sanctioning now, it's blocking everything. Not because they are illegitimate to sanction us, but because the type of sanctions they adopt make everything impossible. And that's what's going on with the CAI, with a comprehensive agreement on investment. As soon as as long as they sanction MEP, the text is dead. That's all. So that's something also we should be very aware of is let's try to avoid every side to adopt sanctions. And when we take sanctions, let's try to find ways in which we can like remove the sanctions. I know that another issue on the utility and the usefulness of sanctions, but the problem we have today is that it seems that we sanction and then that's all. So we block everything, we get rid of some policy options without changing anything concretely. So that's another issue. Maybe it will be discussed in the next panel, but I think we should be very careful on that.
Okay, thank you. The panel could be considered concluded, I think. Yes. How much time do we have for the coffee break? Okay.
The last panel, and I have a great honor and the even greater pleasure to chair a panel composed only by female scholars. I know most of them very well. I hope that I will be able to know very well even the last member of the panel who I do not know so far. And after this brief presentation, I will give the floor to Barbara Omnis of the University of Cagliari, which will talk about COVID-19 and China's global image. 15 minutes, you know, so.
Professor Torri, and first of all, let me thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and to Mia for her excellent support. My presentation is based on my policy brief. At this purpose, I'd like to thank Giulio for his first feedback on it, and I try to do my best in order to consider these feedbacks when I was preparing my presentation. So my point is that with the outbreak of the novel coronavirus, China has experienced one of its worst international crises in economic terms, but also in terms, and especially in terms of image and prestige. Why? Because the COVID-19 has come at a critical juncture in China's both internal and international relations, in consideration of the fact that in the last few years, the communist government has become the target of criticism for a number of issues affecting both the internal and international sphere. At the same time, it represented a crucial challenge for the Chinese Communist Party that was preparing to celebrate its 100th centenary and Beijing to achieve its first centenary goal. In truth, beyond the effects on the country's economy that cannot be neglected, undoubtedly, the most relevant effects were recorded in terms of image and reputation as emerged from different global opinion polls. In this sense, 2020 can be considered for China a true annus horribilis. To better understand the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on China's global image, my presentation will firstly focus on the importance of image for China and the Chinese, and the China's quest for prestige and image building in China's foreign policy. The effects of the pandemic on China's global image will be analyzed through the results of different opinion polls. In conclusion, I'll try to reflect on the opportunity that the vaccine diplomacy may represent for China's image recovery. In fact, the vaccine game is still open. The global vaccine shortage is giving China an international soft power boost. So, in Chinese, the word means face, but it also refers to reputation and social status in terms of prestige, reputation. In the Chinese cultures, in fact, different aspects such as prestige, dignity, reputation converge in the concept of a face. And this is why losing face for a Chinese is one of the worst things that can happen in his life, while save the face is a goal to be preserved at all costs. This discourse can also be applied at the level of international politics. An emblematic case is represented by the tense relationship between People's Republic of China in the first mandate of Xi Jinping and Democratic People's Republic of Korea of Kim Jong-un, when Pyongyang's erratic behavior threatened to make China's lose face, making it look like a paper tiger. Many scholars agree on the relevance of image considerations on the minds of Chinese decision makers, and on the fact that very few countries in the world are as sensitive to their image in the eyes of other nations as China is. Despite its unquestioned growing weight in world politics and the global economy, China, in fact, feels often misunderstood, misjudged by the international community and perceives a potentially hostile international environment, due also to mainly negative reporting about the country by Western media. And these perceptions are relevant since they are believed to influence foreign governments' conduct toward Beijing. A negative image is in fact detrimental to China's national interest and can have heavy repercussions on both the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party and the country's soft power appeal. In particular, since Xi Jinping came to power, the phrase 讲好中国故事, tell the China stories well, became a fundamental guide to China's approach to public diplomacy, that in Chinese terms should be named as foreign propaganda, and an encouragement to use China's own communication channel to promote and testify to official Chinese views and opinions and to strengthen the international influence of China. This was first introduced in a speech to the National Propaganda and Ideology Work Conference in 2013. And Xi Jinping introduced this concept by explaining his approach to propaganda and international messaging to win the international public opinion trust and better serve the national interest. It goes without saying that Xi Jinping's understanding refers to stories that reflect the external propaganda objectives and of the CCP and are premised on the party's control of the narrative both at home and abroad. A good examples of this understanding can be reported the different diplomacies deployed during the pandemic, from the mask diplomacy to the vaccine diplomacy to the wolf warrior diplomacy. Actually, mask diplomacy was aimed at promoting and consolidating an image of China as a responsible power, pushing a narrative that presented its efforts in tackling the virus as effective, and in particular, fighting back the criticism related to the initial mismanagement of the crisis. Similarly, the vaccine diplomacy, presenting the vaccine as a public good, was aimed at consolidating China's image as a responsible power in the tentative to change the general perception of PRC as the spreader of the virus and promoting instead of a new vision that saw China as the savior of the world. On his part, the wolf warrior diplomacy, conducted officially by the Chinese government through prominent diplomats and spokesmen of the foreign ministry, with the use of quite unusual channels, social media platforms being banned in China in order to spread the Chinese word, was also intended to cope with the US narrative on the origins of the virus, which insisted in calling it as the Chinese virus or Wuhan virus. All these actions proposed by the Chinese government to change the COVID-19 narrative and disassociated itself from the novel coronavirus were emblematic of China's concerns about its image. In the words of the Italian scholar Raj Verma, China intended to portray itself as a good Samaritan, a responsible and reliable partner and an essential global power. But we know that Beijing efforts to change the COVID-19 narrative derived also from the need to maintain the regime legitimacy in consideration of the fact that the outbreak of the COVID-19 had created discontent even among Chinese citizens, even among the Chinese Communist Party's members, for the central and initial government mishandling of the virus. We don't have time now to enter into details on China's quest for prestige and image building in China's foreign policy. Suffices to say that the pursuit of international status has been a constant behind Chinese foreign policy since imperial times. Since 1949, it's been a key driver of Beijing's foreign policy, with the restoration of China's great power status identified as a central goal in order to, to cope with the historical trauma of foreign domination. Prestige continued to orient Chinese foreign policy at the end of the Cold War. And China's behavior during the 1990-70 Asian financial crisis is widely perceived as the beginning of the effort to build and project the image of responsible major power. While the narrative of the responsible power and peaceful development contributed to a relatively positive international perception of China in the 2000s, concerns and criticism remained due to specific issues related to China's government involvement in the disputable approaches in specific contexts such as in Darfur, or the protection of the military rule in Myanmar, or the growing quest for energy, environmental issues, don't mention the growing assertiveness showed in the South China Sea disputes being attributed to Xi Jinping's new China willing to show itself as a great power that wanted to make its voice heard by exercising its Huayuquan, the right to speak, but in a broader sense, it indicates the power to dictate international rules and set the political agenda. So we can say that the crisis related to COVID-19 pandemic intervened in this context, further complicating the issue related to China's global image. As far as the consequences of the pandemic on China's global image, we have to say that when Xi Jinping intervened at the 30th study session of the Political Bureau of the Chinese Communist Party Central Committee, focused on strengthening China's international communication capacity last May, he told senior Communist Party official it was important to present an image of a credible, lovable, and respectable China, and to expand the circle of friends by revamping its image. Those remarks were considered by observers as a rare admissions of Beijing's growing isolation exacerbated by the novel coronavirus and by the aggressive propaganda promoting the narrative of COVID-19. Actually, that's why I started by saying that the net deterioration of China's global image can be considered one of the worst consequences of the outbreak of the coronavirus, as emerged from different opinion polls regarding, generally speaking, the Western and advanced economic nations, such as, of course, the US, but also South Korea, Japan, other European countries, and confirmed also by specific opinion polls that were done in the European countries, okay? And the situation was not better in the Chinese neighborhood. While if we want to try to find an exception to this rule, we can talk about the surveys conducted in areas where Chinese influence, in regions where Chinese influence is well consolidated. But even in this situation, the results were quite surprising. For instance, in Latin America, surveys show a rise in the anti-Chinese rhetoric, growing criticism coming even from friendly countries like Brazil, Venezuela, and significant manifestations of xenophobia. In Africa, despite the discrimination of African nationals, in Guangzhou, in the beginning of April 2020, China was initially perceived in bad terms, but in both contexts, China was able to reinvert the negative trend and strengthen the country's stature in these regions by the use of its aid diplomacy, with a special reference to the vaccines diplomacy. So in these specific regions, China was able to move quickly to rebrand itself as a donor rather than a recipient of aid. In particular, as the US, I'm talking especially about Latin America, the US interrupted international supply chains and directed all efforts domestically. And so in Africa, China gained the support of many African countries through its action in its support for multilateral institutions. I'm thinking about the distribution of vaccines through bilateral agreements, but in particular through multilateral initiatives as the COVAX. So other reports that I'm not going to mention because we don't have time contributed to highlight how Beijing has managed to use the pandemic crisis instrumentally to boost its image in global media coverage, especially through the use of some instruments that China started to adopt in the strategy of media internationalization. In particular, the use of content sharing agreements, free journalistic tours of China to China, memorandum of understanding with international outlets of unions. So I don't want to go into details on this aspect because there is no time, and also because, as observed by Maria Repnikova, the director of the Center for Global Information Studies at Georgia State University, that was interviewed by the Guardian, the question of how effective these efforts are in shaping public perceptions about China remains open, since information flooding does not necessarily equate to the increase in good perceptions. So what is sure, and I'm going to conclude, is that the general worsening of China's perceptions emerged in global opinion polls did not go unnoticed to the Chinese Communist authorities. According to the Reuters news agency, an internal report published in April 2020 by the China Institutes of Contemporary and International Relations, that is a think tank affiliated to the Ministry of State Security, contributed to reveal Beijing's awareness of the deterioration of its global image by emphasizing that the global anti-Chinese sentiment was at its highest since 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown. In my final considerations, I'd like to make some statements and conclude with a big question mark. COVID-19 has certainly been a test for both the CCP's domestic legitimacy and for People's Republic of China's international standing and credibility. The authoritarian nature of the Chinese government that made possible a quick and effective response to the pandemic has generated constant criticism from liberal Western democracies. So how can China remedy this situation? To what extent vaccine diplomacy, for instance, can help restore Chinese image? We have to consider that, according to some interesting data that are provided by this the Bridge Consulting, that is an independent mission-driven consultancy that tracks China's impact on global health, it seems that China's vaccine diplomacy is working quite well. Why? Because China, despite the doubts related to the effectiveness of Chinese vaccines, many authorities, including the WHO organization, says that, Chinese vaccines are better than no vaccines. And in consideration of the fact that China is exporting, is in a way providing vaccines to the global south, mainly to 4 geographical regions, Asia Pacific firstly, consider that China distributed 360 million of vaccines in Southeast Asia, then Latin America, Africa, Europe, for a total of 110 countries around the world. Despite the fact that Sinovac and Sinopharm are the 2 most prominent manufacturers of Chinese COVID-19, Consider that China has 20 vaccines candidates in clinical stages, and 8 of which are in phase 3. So this is quite a relevant question, and I'd like to conclude by, concentrating our attention on 3 key pillars that based the China vaccine diplomacy efforts: the speed in which China rolled out vaccines to countries with a few other options, the scale, the number of vaccines shipped by China around the world, more or less 1 billion doses as to June 2021, and the simpler logistic compared with Western vaccines. Sinopharm and Sinovac vaccines require only standard refrigerator, as compared to extreme sub-zero temperatures required for Western vaccines, which is an advantage for low and middle-income countries in the global South because of their poor logistical system and hot climates. So, as mentioned before, the vaccine game is still open and it's difficult to make any kind of prediction. And, I don't like concluding my presentation with a prediction. So only times will tell us if Chinese vaccines will be able to save China's image. But I wanted to conclude my presentation with this big question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the very effective presentation. Now the floor is for Francesca Congiu. The title of the topic is China, COVID-19 and the long-standing question of human rights. So.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Torri, and let me also thank all the organizers for these wonderful meetings. Meetings in person couldn't start in a better way, I think. So really thank you for the invitation and for the organization. So I start with the presentation. And since the politics of human rights has always been a key issue in the US-China relation, this presentation would like to propose a reflection on the current mainstream paradigm of human rights and on its relation of this paradigm with China. And also on the potential, but this is pure speculation, on the potential transformative role that the pandemic could play in the paradigm itself. The reflection is presented on the basis of critical human rights literature that I'm not going to mention. The effective function of human rights politics, of course, is under question. It's a huge, complex, a very hot topic of debate in the literature. Are they used as a bargaining tool for geopolitical needs and for political economy needs, or for ideological reasons, or for all of them? These are the questions under critical examination. As far as China is concerned, the current paradigm of human rights that is shared in the Western political discourse, mainstream journalism, or also in academic political studies especially concerning US-China relations, is contributing to produce and further deepen an orientalistic cultural and political cleavage among Western-style democracies on one side and Chinese-style authoritarianism on the other side. Whereabout in this way, Western democracy can assert that China has been more able to fight the virus because it can repress civil freedoms, movement, association, expression more easily. And the Chinese government can assert, as it does, that liberal civil rights do not consent to protect the right to health or the right to life. This sterile contraposition between liberal democracy and authoritarianism does not allow to take in due consideration the complexities of the current globalized capitalist system and the complexities also of US-China relation as the most antagonist type of relationship between the two world's greatest power. The pandemic could be used as an opportunity to look behind this mainstream human rights paradigm and the democracies versus China dichotomy. The pandemic is first of all a global health crisis, but it has also exacerbated existing tendencies of the ongoing economic recession, as well as the condition for the polarization of social conflict. For all these reasons, it poses effectively at once and across all the world the crucial question of the compatibility of the cohabitation between on one side civil liberties and on the other side economic and social rights. So probably, but it's just a speculation, it could restore the indivisibility among civil and political rights on one side and economic and social rights on the other side, as demanded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, and as broken since 1966 when there was the promulgation of two separate international covenants on political and civil rights and on economic, social, and cultural rights. Today, it seems that in Western politics toward China, this mainstream paradigm of human rights is back, although transformed and even depotentiated. And yeah, we will see in which way. Since 2019, we have assisted at the resurgence of the use of the human rights issue in US and also in EU foreign policy toward China, especially with reference to Xinjiang and to Hong Kong. The human rights question started to be one of the most commonly used arguments in the presidential electoral campaign to challenge Trump on critical foreign policy issues. Indeed, the Chinese human rights question and the cultural political clash between Western democracies and Chinese authoritarianism became quickly one of the main Joe Biden's battle horses. For example, on a 2019 Council on Foreign Relations interview, Biden affirmed that the United States should push back on China's deepening authoritarianism and ask the so-called free world, using a typical Cold War definition, to come together and to compete with China's effort to proliferate its models of high-tech authoritarianism, and called for the application to China of the Magnitsky Act. So this Magnitsky Act is quite an interesting piece of legislation. We could say that it is the last act. It's an act that has been promulgated first of all in US and then in EU, and is the last act, we can say, in the process of building and then deconstructing this current paradigm of human rights. And China is an interesting case study for all this. The origins of the current mainstream paradigm of human rights can be traced back effectively to the 70s, and it gained strength with the end of the bipolar world. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as it has been recently demonstrated in historiographical studies, was a synthesis of two different visions of the world. On one side, the democratic liberal vision, as expressed in the civil and political rights, which implied a limitation of the extension of state power. On the other side, the socialist vision, as expressed in the collective social and economic rights concerning social security, adequate standard of living, such as food, clothes, house, health, which implied state programmatic and interventionist characters. However, with the ongoing fragmentation of the Soviet bloc, the Sino-Soviet split, the beginning of the informal dialogues that brought about the normalization of US and China relations, civil and political rights became the human rights to be promoted to achieve market development, economic well-being, and democratization. The key legislative measure which made this possible in practice has been the Jackson-Vanik Amendment to the US Trade Act of '74 that became effective at the same time of the two separate international covenants of human rights in 1976. The amendment transformed human rights in their political and civil terms in an instrument of inclusion of all communist regimes from international aid and loans. A relaxation of the rules of exclusion was proposed to all those regimes that, although communist, were in open contrast with the Soviet Union, and that could represent at the same time an attractive opportunity of investment and trade. This was also the China case. In 1980, soon after the Deng Xiaoping launch of economic reforms, but also after the repression of the so-called democracy movement, the People's Republic of China gained the most favored nation status, which guaranteed equal rights in international trade, aid, loans, and other credits, together with the entry in the World Bank. This status was subjected to an annual control of Chinese progressive steps toward the protection of human rights. In 2000, after the 1989 Tiananmen military repression, but also after the extensive privatization campaign of the 90s, the annual control procedure of the human rights situation was abolished, and China, the year after, could enter in the World Trade Organization, receiving a permanent MFN status. Human rights paradigm in relation to China so has been part, of course, of engagement strategies meant to include China in the international capitalist system, to make her abide by its rules and justify the inclusion in front of the international public opinion with the promise of a potentially feasible democratization. Since 2001, the use of the human rights mainstream paradigm toward China has been gradually reduced until the last 2 to 3 years. However, its current application throughout the Magnitsky Act is even stripping that paradigm of its original meaning. This Magnitsky Act is a bipartisan law passed in December 2012 during the Obama administration. It's interesting because it was born to repeal the application of the Jackson-Vanik Amendment to Russia, because differently than for China, it was still effective for Russia, and to give the path to normal US trade relation to Russia. Since 2016, this law has been globalized in the sense that it allows the US government to sanction specific individuals and companies identified as human rights offenders. It can freeze their assets, it can ban them for entering the US. This kind of sanction can be applied to all those who are responsible for gross, I'm quoting, violation of internationally recognized human rights as defined by the US Code. In the code, the definition mainly concerns individual civil rights. From July 2020, the Magnitsky Act started to be applied to Chinese entities and persons. In July 2020, the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau was sanctioned, as well as 6 current and former government officials for human rights abuses against ethnic minority in Xinjiang. In August 2020, the same mechanism was applied to 11 individuals for restricting freedom of expression or assembly in Hong Kong. Carrie Lam, the chief executive of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, was among the 11 ones. This application gave the path to an ongoing retaliation over Chinese individuals or companies found guilty of Xinjiang or Hong Kong human rights violation. In December 2020, the European Union too adopted its own Magnitsky Act called the EU Global Human Rights Sanction Regime. This mechanism too deals specifically with civil rights abuses, and it punishes single, natural, and legal persons for their individual responsibility. A similar path has been followed by Canada and United Kingdom. In this way, the paradigm of human rights toward China has been further transformed and depotentiated, punishing only individuals, violating civil human rights, instead of making the Chinese government accountable again and bargaining with it the MFN status with respect of civil and political rights, for example. About the pandemic, and this is just, of course, just a proposal, just a speculative proposal. Can the pandemic help to reorient this paradigm, including not only civil and political rights, but also social and economic rights, and so reorienting the discussion behind the dichotomy democracies versus Chinese authoritarianism, bringing economic and social rights such as the right to life and health, for example, back into the paradigm of human rights, makes more difficult, for example, to affirm that China's capacity to contain the virus, a capacity that seems evident from the World Health Organization data, has been mainly due to an authoritarian system. The pandemic could suggest that the People's Republic of China, like every other country in the world in their management of the pandemic crisis, has violated certain type of human rights, and at the same time has been more able than democratic country to protect some other kind of basic human rights. As we know, on one side, Chinese central and local governments put heavy restrictions on freedom of expression, information, and speech in relation to the epidemic. On the other side, and there are more details in the paper, the PRC government's managing methods of the virus reveals a sophisticated regulatory and organization framework inherited by the 2003 SARS experience, based on a highly centralized technological system built over a capillary state communication system among a network of central, provincial, and village organs, and it has been able to save lives and jobs too, and too quickly and too simply reduced to a manifestation of authoritarianism. I finish. Okay.
To thank Giulio and Professor Torri for inviting me at this very interesting conference. For me as well is one after a long time of online discussion. So I really enjoyed reading these 3 papers actually, and I would like first of all stress what I think they have in common. They are all presenting and focusing in fact on the relevance of the Chinese narratives, plurals, when dealing with China role in global affairs, specifically and respectively the COVID-19 pandemic, human rights, and then the Xinjiang issue. And I believe that the main point of strength is not on the narrative in itself, but how you decided to present it. Because of course, these narratives are related to China worldviews, generally speaking, and on many occasions also with regards to relevant policy areas. And these worldviews are most of the times different from the West. And to comprehend, but specifically to build expertise about such alternative worldviews, I think doesn't mean to buy Chinese propaganda or to be in line with what the Chinese government officially says, but it is essential in order to build the strategic knowledge and expertise for Western countries about China. So I think that this is very relevant and we have to recognize that because this is the basic point. I will now go briefly into the different papers. First, the one of Francesca. The paper highlights the relevance to discuss in the context of COVID-19, what you rightly defined as the long-standing question of human rights between China and the Western world. You showed how the discourse about human rights affected China, in fact, during the pandemic. And then you also try to trace the origins of the human rights paradigm from a Chinese point of view. And finally, in the last section, you analyzed more recent events about China's role in the pandemic. And in the title of the last paragraph, you asked, if I understood correctly, whether China is trying to reorienting this paradigm, but with this word, the reorienting, what you exactly mean? Is China trying to reform this paradigm, is challenging this paradigm, or is somehow altering it? So I think that it will be interesting to understand that. And I think that the greatest strength of this contribution lies in having contextualized an issue, and specifically the divergences between China and the West about the human rights regime, which is an issue that is often taken for granted, but not exhaustively analyzed in current debates. So actually, there is a discussion about the Chinese different views and understandings of human rights. And this discussion is also taking into account this division between, for instance, civil and political rights versus economic and social rights. But this is not really understood in the proper way, I think, in the way that it is often discussed. As you rightly pointed out, China has always had its own interpretation, narratives, and policies about the human rights question. But I think that it could be the paper better organized in the light of a possible, in the light actually of a real publication with an academic journal to with a clear research question in the beginning rather than at the end. And I think that to this extent, it will also be useful to engage a little bit more with the literature on international regime. Again, as for Marco, not because the paper has to be a theoretical paper, but because, of course, if we are discussing the human rights regime, we have to question a little bit how the international regime with regards to human rights work, and more generally China contributions in general to international regimes that are usually defined as a set of norms and rules which countries have to some extent relying on in their international when they are contributing to it. And of course the effectiveness of the regime is based on institutions and therefore contribution to institutions, organizations, governments, international bodies. So of course the discussion with regards to the pandemic and China's role was also taking into account China's contribution, China's roles into the World Health Organization. So I think that this is relevant for your discussion, and it would be interesting to link the historical analysis that you have provided in the paper with this kind of literature to engage a little bit more in order to shed more light about China's contribution in the global health governance dimension, because I think that this is relevant, and how the human rights regime impact actually this scenario. I will now move to the paper by Barbara, which contextualizes the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic to China's global image. Okay, it is well written and well organized, and actually I think it is already publishable to some extent in its current forms, of course, as a policy brief. And I think that one of the strengths is the fact that it is also taking into account China's image building process within and outside China. So you are, of course, using different sources in particular, and as opposed as how it is presented through Western media. And again, this is not to complain Western media. This is simply to recognize the fact that we have to understand what China and Chinese in particular think and says about specific issues. So for instance, how China's image has been affected by the pandemic, how China in fact reacted, and more importantly, how it was discussed among Chinese circles. So given the high quality of this written contribution, I think I would like to, again, just a few comments. For instance, when discussing China's search for international prestige, I think it would be useful to engage a little bit more with the debate that has been already presented a few years ago about China's so-called multiple identities. So whether China is a developing or a developed country. And I think that you already mentioned it indirectly within the paper because you have provided an historical analysis. So I think that you could easily do that. And in particular also whether China is presenting itself as an emerging economy, or whether it is a post-colonial state, or whether it is presenting itself as a great power, which it is less likely that we find this kind of identity presentation on China's behalf. And in fact, this is the way that we always tend to portray China, but this identity is completely missing from the Chinese analysis. And I think that China's different identities impacts China's international image, and particularly how its political discourse is perceived at the global level by different countries. And for instance, you mentioned the case of the logistic about the vaccines, and I think that to some extent China's identity is easily more in line with what is happening in those contexts. Because again, China is a developing country, certain areas are much less developed, and they know specifically which are the problems. But it will be also interesting to make reference, as actually already Giulio mentioned, to how China's global image is really perceived at the global level. I will add that not only Latin America, but also Central Asia, some African states have different perceptions as compared with the West about China's place in world affairs. And to this extent, we need to ask whether is it really China that is able to rebrand itself, or whether in fact other countries outside the West really believe that China, not its image, but for instance, its model of development is a good alternative to the one proposed by the PRC, because this is another issue at stake. I think we tend to take for granted that it's only Chinese attitude that is able to convince the others that its own model of development is better suited. But actually, sometimes there is something that happened first within the country itself that are more happy probably, or more convinced. I don't know, I'm not giving an answer on that about the Chinese ideas of development. So and last but not least, I think that is also essential to take into account, but that could be maybe a too longer paper, to take into account whether China's image has been affected negatively about, of course, the management of the COVID-19 has been affected negatively or positively at the domestic level. So maybe you could also mention this briefly in your paper, because it is also interesting to know what in fact Chinese think about the Chinese government way of dealing with the pandemic. And now I will move to Beatrice's papers. That I believe, again, it provides fundamental insights about the China's narrative on Xinjiang, and you have clearly and well explained that there are three major narratives: the creation of the Chinese nation, Chinese authorities, developmentalism, and the Xinjiang question framed more on a global level. So actually you have taken into account all the different, the two main levels of the debate. I believe that the main argument of the paper is strong in the sense that it gave us an exhaustive overview of how the Chinese government constructed these specific narratives. And you have done so actually in a good manner, because you use in fact the Chinese official government white papers, but you have tried to contextualize, to deconstruct and to focus on and to show that there are different narratives existing all together. And of course, again, this is the strength is very simple, I think, because nowadays the debate about Xinjiang has become so polarized on how the issue is debated within China and by the Chinese and by us and by Western media. So I think that this is a good contribution. So from a Chinese perspective, anti-China forces in the West, with the US on the top, are simply disseminating false information about Xinjiang, not wrong, but really these are simply false information, whereas in the West, they are we are just focusing on the fact that China was able to build this sophisticated surveillance system and committed horrible crimes against humanity. And the paper also states that the China's official narrative on Xinjiang is consistent with recent developments in Chinese politics. But because it is also stated that later on that that white papers in China are characterized for being mostly a reaction to external criticism, I think it would be interesting to further highlight the linkage between the Chinese domestic political discourse and then how it is related or it affects Chinese foreign policy. And then one last comment that you have already read, I think is related to China's so-called core interests, because in fact in the white papers, again in the white paper about Chinese ideas of peaceful development, state sovereignty, national security, territorial integrity are indicated by the Chinese government as core interests. It means that there's no that much to discuss about, but I think that it will be interesting to see to what extent they are also relevant for your narratives. And for instance, when dealing with the Xinjiang issue, it is necessary to make reference, therefore, to China's understanding of sovereignty. It is already there in the paper, because I think that you mentioned clearly that, for instance, China was not, that Xinjiang has not always been part of the Chinese territory, but this is precisely the issue. And to understand Chinese conception of sovereignty today is relevant, and this is relevant not only because of for Xinjiang and because of Xinjiang, but also because of it is linked with other context, territorial context in China, which is territories of China, in fact, like Tibet, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. So, and I will also, and then I have also just a comment. I don't know if you, because in the last narrative you are actually dealing with the idea that the last narrative is in line more or less with the narrative that has developed with regards to the global war on terror. And of course, preventing threats to national security was very much widespread also as a narrative, we could say, in the United States in the post 9/11 attack. Actually, I don't have a scientific literature to confirm my argument, but I can just recommend you to watch, for instance, the documentary by Michael Moore, in which is showing the paranoia scenario that was created actually by the government because of this specific issue. Of course, there is a scientific literature on that, but I don't have a reference at this moment. So, and I will stop here.
Thank you. Well, the floor is open for questions, but bear in mind that we should be out of here at 6. So snappy remarks, very intelligent, and that's all.
Oh, sorry. Here I am. I will be brief and funny. I have a question for Barbara. I have a question for Barbara. I lived through the pandemic in Singapore, where China is in the news every day, and there are 10 seminars a day on every aspect of China's politics. And my perception was very much what you said, but a bit more complicated than that. It's a perception. I don't know anything about it. So it's just some food for thought. That the initial impact, at least in East and Southeast Asia, was not that severe in terms of the reputation of China. Nobody really cared, because at the beginning, people thought, well, this is going to stay in China. And when it actually went to other countries, China was already seen not as the savior, but those who actually contained it, and the country from which there was a lot to learn from. And we actually learned a lot from China, even if it's not really knowledge. Lockdowns, you know, they were more extreme in China, but we basically did whatever they did. So this was also an aspect of reputation that was very clear to me from there. And the other was, yes, there was the savior in terms of the vaccine diplomacy, but again, there was some kind of a backlash when people start saying, well, they're giving us second-rate vaccines. They're not giving us the vaccines that they're giving to their own people, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, it's like a down, but not so down, then very, very much up, and then a little bit down. So just some food for thought. The second is a comment on Beatrice's. You reminded me a lot of one of my students that during some heated discussion on the issue that you spoke about, it was a seminar on democracy, used exactly the same word that you used. So there are 3 possibilities now. He either was a spy, 2, he plagiarized the white papers, and I should have given him a very much lower grade. Third, these kind of narratives actually do trickle down to a very significant extent to common people, and they are, you know, kind of internalized. I was kind of brief, wasn't I?
Thank you, Diego. Actually, I didn't mention all the surveys conducted in, you know, in different regions of the world, but actually for Southeast Asia, I used a survey conducted by the former Institute of Southeast Asian Studies in Singapore. And that was published in February 2021. And this study revealed actually mixed perceptions. And basically, the study revealed that while most Southeast Asian countries acknowledged that China had contributed the most to the region in coping with the pandemic, nonetheless, the respondents appeared to be skeptical about, you know, Chinese real motivations or something like that. So I agree with you. So the perception was quite mixed for Southeast Asia. As far as the vaccines are concerned, that's why I wanted you to conclude with a big question mark. First of all, because the vaccine diplomacy, I mean, I wanted to put in comparison with the vaccine nationalism that is exercised by Western countries. And so in this way, how maybe China can try to recover a little bit of its image by this kind of diplomacy. But I agree with you that this is also, you know, a double-edged sword. And did you ask me other questions? No, it's okay.
So please, Diego, tell me the name of your student. But I mean, you said I used the same words like your students, but not like the words used in the white papers or to analyze them, isn't it?
You mentioned the three evils, for example, was exactly the same kind of reasoning, or because he was defending very heavily Chinese politics in Xinjiang. So he was using exactly the same words that you were using, that you took from the white papers. That's what I meant.
I will close here the floor. Only a concluding remarks, short and sweet.
I should respond to Silvia's discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to thank Silvia for her precious comments, and for sure I'll try to, you know, to reflect on all of them when revising my policy brief. And I don't know if we are going to have some limits on the number of characters. Nonetheless, you know, when you write papers or policy briefs, you have always to, you know, to take into account the space you have. But in any case, I absolutely agree with you that many aspects that maybe I just mentioned actually deserves at least a brief analysis. So thank you very much for your precious comments. And I mean, many aspects that you mentioned, I think I've already just, you know, mentioned a little bit, but I agree with you that I need to analyze better and maybe also to contextualize some of the aspects you just mentioned. Thank you very much.
So,
okay, to Silvia. Okay. Thank you also for my part, Silvia, for your comments, and also thank you to Giulio, because I also taken into account also Giulio's comments on the presentation. And yes, I agree with you. There is the need for link between the historical background and the human rights regime literature, both the mainstream, because in the policy paper, yes, I didn't think to put it, the human rights literature on the mainstream one, the critical one, and also how the historical background can help also to go into deep on the criticism of this mainstream human rights paradigm. And what you're saying about if China is challenging or altering the paradigm, my intention was not to say that, because as also Beatrice was saying, because she was talking about development as the development of economic and social rights as the main human rights for China's part. This is, we can say, Chinese paradigm, which has been built since many decades ago. And so we have still the dichotomy, I mean, the mainstream paradigm from Western style democracy and the Chinese one. And what I was trying to propose is just that the pandemic, because it's really cutting across all the world with so many issues relating to civil rights, but also to economic and social rights, the pandemic could be an opportunity to reorient, but also in theory, to reorient this paradigm and to go beyond the dichotomy of the Chinese paradigm one and the Western style democracy paradigm one. So it's because it's such an enormous crisis from health point of view, from economic and social point of view, from civil rights point of view, that, yeah, it could be an opportunity to think about again of the fact that human rights as a whole should be considered in theory or in practice. And again, human rights indivisibility should be, because they are really complementary. But in our kind of system, from a political and economic point of view, their cohabitation is difficult. So this was the meaning. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is among the civil rights. There is also the private property right. Yes, it's an extremely challenging topic and argument. Yes, it is. Thank you.
So we may close by thanking Giulio, which made all this possible. And we close with a promise to transform these presentations in wonderful publications and a very important volume in the next future.
Let me reiterate what Giuseppe and Silvia mentioned too in their roles as discussants. For the policy papers and briefs, we're more than happy to go full empirical. There is a degree of flexibility because it's not going to be rocket science, and we don't expect you to reinvent the wheel, but expect a triple blind peer review for the special issue. And I've gone for some demanding peer reviewers. So expect the possibility that your paper won't be accepted. And this means that it needs to be original. It needs to speak to an argument in a research puzzle, clouded in a research puzzle, possibly linking to a literature where you make a claim that is original. It doesn't have to be rocket science. It has to be a contribution. And it can also be a narrative, you know, like Beatrice's paper, if I may. It is a narrative that doesn't necessarily have speak to a puzzle, but can speak to something that is requalifying what is the standard understanding of or interpretation of an attitude. And so with on this stake, I look forward then for the finalized brief or paper, and then eventually for submitting that for peer review. If you want in a different form with different kinds of engagements with the literature, we can discuss that. But it's been a pleasure, and I have good news. Our vehicles are waiting for us outside, for all of us. And we have dinner at 8:30, not 8 anymore, okay? It's at Ristorante Accademia, that's easy to remember, in San Marco Square. And it's a 7-minute walk from our hotel, 4 minutes walk for Marco and Professor Torri, okay?